right? Okay, I was on Twitch. Okay, good. All right. Anyway, we're probably gonna be hopping into the Melly case immediately. I have other things to address, but we'll sprinkle it through the little dead points of the trial. But we missed a little bit of the trial so far, so I'm gonna hop right into it. And essentially, you know, remember I kept telling you they're gonna bring this GPS expert up there to kind of like break this shit down, and apparently it is here now. So I'm gonna kind of backtrack a little bit. I don't know why Long Crimes does this. They have two different versions of the trial. I think one without commentary that you got to pay for, and then there's a free version.
Sectors.
Okay, so you can already see this is clearly GPS shit, right? I told you guys this was gonna happen, but let's see if we could quickly get a recap. All right. Let me fast forward past the motions. Let's go to the first witness who's going to take the stand. By the way, this is the guy, the FBI agent, right? So I'm guessing he's probably doing the analysis. I'm going to just kind of hop right into it. If you guys want me to talk about other topics, clearly I'm going to have chances to do so. But we got to catch up to speed with the trial. We're about like 40 minutes behind. So let's catch up to speed real quick. I want to make sure you guys completely get what's going on. And we want to do this before noon or before like 1 o'clock. They're usually going to break at 1 o'clock or maybe noon for lunch, right?
I apologize. So let me start over. I received a question about when the schedule of the trial, what it's anticipated to conclude. I spoke with the attorneys. They advised me they believe the trial would be over before the end of July. I want to remind you also that because the attorneys reminded me, I forgot that there's the week of July 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. That week we're not going to be in session. We'll finish out the end of June and then pick it up again on July 10th. The week commencing Monday, July 3rd, we're not going to be in session.
So he's talking to the jury, telling them like, yo, hey, listen, y'all got to be prepared to sit for this whole thing till end of July.
When we were last year,
evidence as states 63 and 64. Thank you. Starting with state 63. I'm going to open up some of the records, and you would be so kind to follow along.
Yes, we're live, motherfucker.
So starting with what is in state 63, going to the tracking number 2058127. And so it's clear. I want to also publish state 28. This phone number 772-713-9807. Is that one of the phone records that you analyzed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And states 28 is a pawn slip. Have you ever seen that one before?
No, I haven't.
So going back to the same phone number, 772-713-9807. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at in these phone records?
Sure. So this is a report from T-Mobile. It's an engineering report, and you may also hear it as referred to as a true caller quantum data or timing advanced data. But essentially what this is it's records of, from the network's perspective, location where the phone likely was during particular times. So you'll see a series of columns on here. At the top it explains what is contained in each column, and then you'll have a series of entries. All that is associated with a particular time. So column A in this case is end latitude, and column B is ending longitude. It says what the confidence level is, the IMSI, column E, and the INDI. Those are numbers.
By the way, I got to give y'all a little bit of warning, and I'm jumping in a bit, but we just kind of started. This is going to get very mundane, very boring, just off the fact that they're talking about literally shit that you or I would really have no idea. This is like an engineer, forensic type of GPS type of guy's, like, you know, interpretation. They're going to try to break it down in layman's terms to the audience, but still they're going to go through a lot of the shit that's just super technical. So it's kind of like being in math class, but just bear with me, all right?
Those are coordinates on the Earth. So if you wanted to know where a particular person was at a certain point in time or whatever, like those latitude and longitude coordinates correspond to a specific spot on the Earth. So we could plot those in any mapping software. Like we could copy and paste this in Google Maps right now, and it would drop a pin in Google Maps, for instance, and say, okay, that's where latitude 25.984685, longitude minus 80.375979 is here.
And is that what you use to do your analysis, just those latitude and longitude?
No, I used other information on this sheet.
So you talked about the IMSI, IMEI, and so I'm going to go scroll over, and just if you could explain. So the next column is, so we said roaming group, I think model and make would be the next columns that for you to explain.
Yeah, so the roaming group, it's T-Mobile records, the phone that records apply to, you can see the model and make. It's an Apple phone, it's an iPhone 10. We'll skip to column. You can see in column K, it will say what type of record this is for, so data, which would be whatever, some sort of internet connection, whether you're using email or social media, or we'll say voice and data. Voice is obviously for making like a voice call.
Okay, so going down to row 91, is that an example of the voice and data?
Yes.
Okay. Make it a little bit bigger. Zoom in so it's easier to see for the ladies and gentlemen on the jury. Okay, continuing up at the top again so that you can explain the columns. Which specific column are you looking at when you are analyzing these records and the data in that?
So usually one of the most important ones is the time and the date. That's column F, because often when you're doing a case, and in this specific case I was asked, are the records consistent with certain things that the detectives had wanted to know based on the investigation that they had done separately. So you need the time and date.
And when you're looking at this time and date, what is that telling you?
The time of the record.
Okay.
So when row 2, when you see October 26, 2018 at midnight 000, you will know that the latitude and longitude points attribute to that in columns A and B, or a little further down the spreadsheet we'll see that a distance measurement from a tower that is associated with that particular date and time.
So with regards to the date and time, do you have to take into account if the records are kept in Eastern Time or UTC?
These are in local time, so Eastern time.
So the time that's on here is the time that the event happened here in whatever location it's plotted in?
Yes.
Okay. So going forward, continuing across, and then which column, you talked about distance from the tower, which column are we looking at for there?
So you'll see if you scroll over further, S and T, you'll see a cell site and so start cell, start eNode B. eNode B is another name for cell site, like a 4G technology for cellular providers. So depending on what technology, whether it's 3G, 4G, etc., 5G, they call the hardware different things. It performs the same function. So that's a tower, and we will know that that tower is at a certain spot in the real world. So if I know that at a certain time, column 2, where that time was at midnight, the phone connected to a tower named 76963, the antenna 23, I can go find where tower 76963 is, plot that on the map and say, okay, this tower is here, and the antenna is pointed in a particular direction, and at midnight, the phone was in that direction, and then we'll see if you scroll further to the right, you'll see a distance there. So in column AO, it'll say 2.96 miles. So at that time, midnight on October 26th, that phone was 2.96 miles from that tower.
Okay, so we've gone through a lot. I'm going to go and break it down a little bit in some of the things you talked about. You talked about 3G, 4G, 5G.
Yeah.
What is 3G, 4G?
Just different technologies for, like, I guess, evolutions for your phone. Each time if there's a rollout, generally there's improvements in how well the phones work, the cellular networks work.
Okay, with regards to 3G, what type of information does that limit you to?
Oh shit! Fuck.
The speed that cell signal travels at is the speed of light. So by multiplying distance by time, or excuse me, speed by time, you get a distance.
Is the speed of light constant?
Yes.
It's been a while since physics. So you just kind of explain that a little bit so that ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to how that works.
Yeah. So it's that's the speed of light doesn't change. Cell signal is the speed of light anywhere in time. It's going to be the same.
Is the speed of light affected by foliage or trees or leaves or anything like that?
No, speed of light's the same.
No. Are cell signals or service affected by changes in environmental conditions?
Can be slight changes, but generally not. And if there's a change, we're talking about like minuscule amounts of meters, not miles.
So meters, not miles. And what types of environmental conditions would be required to have a change of those meters, not miles?
Well, if your phone is in a, like, a lot of the buildings down here are built for hurricanes, so if there's lots of concrete walls, that could affect it. If the path that the signal takes to the phone is not a direct line, let's say it bounces off something, like we call that multipath, so if it hit a glass building and then came to the phone and then went back, obviously those things would increase the time that it took for the signal to go there and come back, so that would then increase the distance.
Okay. With regards to hurricanes, is that something that would affect? Blizzards?
I mean, if the way that would affect this would be if that had a catastrophic effect on the network and then the network wasn't functioning properly.
Okay. If there are records that you are analyzing, what does that tell you about that specific tower?
That it was working.
Okay. Going on again, so you've explained a little bit about cell tower or cell phone and how it works, and you mentioned cell towers. What are cell towers or antennas?
Yeah, so obviously our cell phones don't have wires coming out of them to make a call or send a text or do whatever we want on our phones. We have to connect to the cellular network. We do that through cell signal, which connects to an antenna, it's usually on a tower, and then through the network's infrastructure, the call or the data transaction routed through its core and then handle however you need to handle it. So a tower can be anything that has an antenna on it.
Have you created a demonstrative exhibit to show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a cell tower is?
Yes.
Would it help in explaining and the understanding of the testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, we're going to object before she publishes it to the jury and maybe go sidebar.
Yes.
Okay. Let's skip forward a little bit.
The testimony of the witness is the evidence. These demonstratives are not to be considered as evidence in the case unless they are later received in evidence, and they should not be a substitute for evidence. Only items that are actually received in evidence would go back and to the jury room for your consideration during your deliberations. This is to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating his testimony, these demonstratives. All right, counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, Special Agent Collins, could you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at in this photo right here?
So this is just a generic example of what a cellular tower can be. Here you see it. Antenna arrays mounted on a monopole, so just a big pole that you see everyone's driven by these. And so you'll see that there's, on the image on the right, there's two triangular shapes. Each of those on each side, with each triangle shape, there's multiple pieces of equipment mounted on them. So That would be in the cell tower example that has 3 sectors or antennas pointed in 3 directions. So each of those sides that has multiple pieces of equipment, those are transmitters and receivers. Can I this slide?
I was just about to tell you that is a touch screen, so if you touch it, you can draw on it as well.
Fantastic. So all of these would be part of one sector, one side. All of these would be part of one sector, and all of these. So this would have 3 sides. And if you think about like what these are doing, if you wanted to imagine that it's like a flashlight, because visible light, cell signal, both part of the electromagnetic spectrum, they have the same characteristics and properties, right? So this would be like somebody standing on top of the pole with a flashlight pointed in one direction, sending light that way. And this side is a flashlight pointed in another direction. This side is light going in another direction. That way there's light or cell signal going in all directions to service, in this case, phones that are within the coverage area of the tower.
So you mentioned a little bit about the coverage area and the 3-sided. Going on to what's on page 4 of the demonstrative exhibit at this point. You explained the flashlights and things like that. Can you demonstrate again on this particular image, the sector 1, sector 2, sector 3, and why that's important?
So this would be, as we were discussing further, further drilling down into what this example of a tower could be. So here again, the 3-sided tower, and you'll see that each side has a particular direction that that flashlight is pointing with the antenna sends signal. That will be recorded in the tower list by something called an azimuth. So in the records that we'll have for the phone we were just talking about from T-Mobile, it will say the azimuth is 0. And what that means is that the flashlight is pointed 0 degrees, like out of a compass. And that will be where the coverage is the strongest, like that's the center of the beam, but it creeps out. And so it will be covered from approximately 300 to 60 for 120 degrees on that side. Each side, if we have 3.
All right. Again, this is very technical as he's explaining it. I'm trying to make sure y'all not bored to death. This could get, whatever. Let me switch over to Melly real quick.
Phone sees. It's based on what the phone sees.
What do y'all think Melly's writing? Do you think he's taking notes? Like, next time I kill my homies, do not bring my cell phone? Or do you think he's basically, like, just doodling and just drawing? You know what I mean? What do you think you're writing now? Huh? What y'all think you're writing now, chat?
Closest tower is doesn't have a clear line of sight to the device, then you may use the phone, may use a tower that's slightly further away because the signal strength and signal quality are better from the antenna to the direct line of sight, for instance.
Are all the antennas and cell towers, do they look like the ones that we showed in the previous slide?
No.
What does a cell tower look like?
Yeah, I mean, whatever the companies want them to look like, right? They that's a good one because it's that I use in this because everyone can identify that as a cell tower, but I'm sure everyone has seen antennas that look like they're hidden flagpoles, antennas that are mounted on the sides of buildings, up here on the roofs of buildings. They can be small antennas that are just on top, so street lights, or they can look like anything.
In terms of the general direction that the cell tower antennas are pointed, are they at 90 degrees out, or are they angled downwards towards the majority of the phone?
Usually they are tilted down.
If you saw an example of it picking a cell tower that's further away, would you look at the records and try and determine why that's happening?
So yeah, I see a red flag or something to me that stands out as being atypical. When I'm doing my analysis, usually I'll look further into it and say, okay, why is this not connecting to one of the towers that I expected it would?
So we've described the CDRs and the information that's used on those. Is that the same that you did for each and every phone in this case?
So we were looking at the time in advance report, the engineering data, the CDRs, the quality detail records are a different data set.
And just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between the timing advance, the engineering reports, and the CDRs.
So the CDRs, or the call detail records, are records of the phone's communications, like calls, incoming, outgoing, certain types of text messages, etc. That will say date and time, the numbers involved in the call, the tower, the azimuth, etc. But it doesn't have the extra information that the engineering report does. So in the call detail records, it looks like billing records that you usually see with your phone if you're people actually.
Okay, I want to get to a little bit more interesting shit. So let's go to so now they explain the cell towers. They're basically telling you how the phone communicates with the cell towers, what speed it goes by. That's what they start talking about, speed of light, and also like, you know, whatever, cell phone coverage. Let's see if they're going to now bring the GPS. Like, let's see if they're going to map the info they got from the phone to a real map. I think it's about to come. Here we go.
But it could also just be another tower within the network that saw that phone and say, hey, I see you, or I see the device, it's this far away. So it's important to keep in mind what type of report you're looking at, because it obviously can affect the conclusions that you're making.
So in terms of the way you illustrate the difference between a tower being used or a sector and a timing advance, or the distance measurement on that, I want to make sure it's very clear. What we're looking at right now, what does this illustrate when we see just a round circle in your reports?
So this will illustrate the tower that the phone used, or if it's from a data report, the engineering report, the tower that is registered and listed as seeing the phone. All the green dots in the middle of this graphic, those are all cell towers, and you'll see that there's one tower in the center of the map that has a blue circle around it, and so that would be the tower that the phone connected to. That's not, I think it's not like if you're using Google Maps and you're just seeing a blue dot. When you pull that out, this is not the location of the device, this is the tower.
Okay, and can you just, so it's clear, point out a couple of the towers that are on this map and just highlight them so it's clear what you're talking about, because sometimes the color doesn't come across great on the screen.
So these green dots would be other towers that weren't used or that didn't see the phone. This one here in the center of the blue circle would be the tower that was listed on the report. And then this big blue circle, that's not a coverage area, that's not saying that, hey, the phone has to be somewhere. Then here I'm just flagging that as saying that is the tower that is listed in the report. That's the tower that was used over a cell phone.
Is it your testimony that the phone is definitely within that circle somewhere?
No, definitely not.
Why not?
That's not what this is intended to do. This is just intended to show this is the tower.
Oh. So now we're going to go into the cell site. How would you indicate that in your report?
So cell site, tower and sector, or tower and antenna. This is showing the direction that the flashlight is pointed. So this like wedge or slice of pie, or however people like to think about it, that will show the direction of the flashlight's beam. So the azimuth, the center line would be, in this case, like 180 degrees due south, and then the illustration shows the estimated like ends of the coverage area. But what's really important about this is that this is just showing the direction that the antenna is pointing, the direction of the beam. So this is, again, not showing where the phone is. In other words, I'm not saying that the phone has to be within this blue shaded area. I'm not saying that the phone has to be within the arms of this black wedge. I'm saying this is the direction that the antenna is pointing.
Are you able to tell anything about the strength of a signal from a tower at any given time?
No.
Why not?
It's not reflected in the records that I have.
In terms of the average signal strength, is that something you have training and experience on from the various cellular telephone providers?
Average signal strength. No.
So is there any determination or anything that can be made about distance from a tower just based on what cell site the phone or device was using?
No. From your call detail records, you cannot tell distance.
Yeah, whoever who said that in the chat, you're right. It's like CSI.
To this type of illustration.
Okay, so this is kind of showing. I'm going to skip this a little bit. Okay, here we go.
With coordinates on it.
Yes.
Is that again provided to you by the detective?
Yes.
Next, reported shooting. How would you identify that on the map and point it out, please?
So the reported shooting location is a blue flag with a little eye in it, shown here on the map, sort of, I guess.
So now he's applying everything he just explained to saying how he came up with this like route they drove.
Your next, how is that identified on the map?
You have Memorial Hospital, 1901 Southwest 172nd Avenue, Miramar, Florida. It's shown on the map with a red square and a white H.
Okay. Next location is labeled as McDonald's. Where is that on the map?
McDonald's is 17001 Miramar Parkway, Miramar, Florida. That's shown with a red circle and a yellow M on it.
Okay. And Sunset Lakes is the next one. If you could point that out.
Sunset Lakes is located at 18513 Southwest 40th Street, Miramar, Florida. That's shown on the map with an orange flag that has the white letters S&L.
And so last but not least, the Montessori Academy.
Yes, the Montessori Academy, 19200 Pines Boulevard, Pembroke Pines, Florida. It's shown on the map with an orange flag that has the letters M and A in white.
Are those locations that we just discussed consistently plotted throughout the rest of the mapping that you do in this case?
Yes.
So I want to go to the phone number 772-713-9807 and then the phone number 954-248-9081. Do you know who either of those phone numbers belong to?
Objection, outside of the scope of knowledge.
Excuse me.
And hearsay.
As you sidebar, please.
They're still arguing about, yo, you cannot refer to this number as Melly's number. Let's keep it going now. This should be coming back. Here we go.
On that, I want to talk in the 954-248-9081. Between 3:20 a.m. and 3:57 a.m., did you analyze the data for both of those phones?
Yes.
And if you could tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this data is showing and explain it to them.
Sure. So the several slides like this in the report. So I'll talk a little bit more about this first one, just so everyone understands, which the slide says. At the top, it says the analysis of the two phone numbers that conducting analysis for. It says the time period that I'm analyzing, so October 26, 2018, 3:20 a.m. to 3:57 a.m. And then the bulk of the slide is the graphic, is the map. You see all the green dots all over the place. Those are T-Mobile towers, like we talked about before. And then you'll see that certain towers are highlighted with a circle showing that those are the towers that saw the phone. Some circles are red, some circles are blue, some circles are red with a blue perimeter around them.
And so I'm going to kind of zoom in up here on this top section, the 3:20 a.m. If you could just show some of the red with blue circles and then the blue and red on that.
Yeah, so there's an example of a red circle, and what that means is that you can call it, since it's hard sometimes to remember numbers, we'll just call it the red phone and the blue phone. So the red phone was seen by that tower, and that's why there's a red circle there. Here, the network saw the blue phone on that tower. Here's an example of a tower that saw both.
Judge, may we approach sidebar, please?
Another side.
One is associated with.
No.
Correct? You have the
Wrong with what she's showing.
remain along with the defendant. The witness is also present, the state's present. All right, so I don't understand. You're saying you didn't have this report?
So we got this report this morning while I was sitting in the courtroom. We don't have a printer here. So I asked the state to do the professional courtesy and give me a copy of the documents that she'd be using for this testimony. I'm trying to refer to what she's up to. She gave me 7 pages, by the way, which we started, and I was objecting to it being published because it still had the names in. She said, I'm not using that first page that I handed you, I'm using every other page. So I'm looking at the pages to try to go along with what she's showing, and I'm noticing she gave me a report from a whole nother phone. All I'm asking is to give us the actual documents that she's showing the witness. And to say I emailed it to you while we were sitting in the courtroom is a little disingenuous because I don't have the printer to be able to print it out. So I just asked.
So you have the report, all three reports, but the reports that you have that were generated to you have the phone number as well as a name that's identified that the phone is associated with. Is that correct? She
redacted that.
No,
Yes.
but you have the three reports.
Yes.
Discussing the phones, and you were given those reports some time ago, and yesterday your objection was made that
I think this is his brother, right? This is his brother right here? B Slime? Or is it this? I know B Slime has some colored stuff in his hair. It's one of these guys.
it's it's conclusory as to whose phone
Did Whoa Vicky not show up today?
it was, and I sustained that objection, told her to redact the name.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And you're telling me you don't have the form of the reports with that redaction of these maps or whatever they are, with the names being redacted. Is that correct?
So I have it in email, but I'm asking for paper form so I can follow along. With,
Understood.
Yes, that's
All right.
exactly.
Thank you. So can you make copies for those?
I printed, I found all of them. If there's one that she's missing, I'm happy to do so, pull them up again. I printed them all this morning for her.
Counsel's suggesting she doesn't have them, so I just want to make sure she has
Of
them.
course, and that's not a problem. So, but they've all been turned over via email. This is all in there, the original copies as well that were provided.
Counsel does not have the ability to print something out in the courtroom now. She's asking Counsel Ms. Raven, whoever is asking for a copy of it, let's provide her a copy.
I'm happy to do so. I just need to know exactly which one she says she's missing and which one she says she has. I don't want to have to duplicate them if possible.
None of the documents she's published since
So just do
testimony
me
started
a
has
courtesy,
been given
print
to me.
all of them out.
Okay.
Okay.
Digital forensic examiner.
Okay. What is a digital forensic examiner?
So what I do is we'll stick with the cell phones or cellular phones or devices.
This was previously, so I guess this is when they come back. Let's see. Right here.
Let's get back on the record. I understand, well, first of all, let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, assistant state attorneys. We're still waiting for the state to provide certain documents to defense counsel, i.e. Some maps that were being used as demonstratives. Counsel sidebar suggested that she didn't have them. They were emailed to her, but she doesn't have hard copies, and Raven Liberty wants the hard copies. So I had instructed the state attorney to go ahead and do that, provide those hard copies, and that's in the works because the printer in the courtroom doesn't seem to be working. So while we're waiting on that, let's go back and talk about the discovery cutoff that counsel suggested he wants. What's the state's position on the discovery cutoff?
That if there is anything that counsel brings up with regards to the witness that suggests additional analysis or anything that can be done, that the state would do it on that.
So you're opposing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else that you want to be heard on? regarding this discovery call. Anything the defense wants to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. I just started to do some research, and quite frankly, I've only candidly found a case. It's in the 4th DCA, but it concerns a civil matter, and it speaks of the need for a discovery cutoff to avoid the very term I used, ambush and surprise, and that when a party conducts itself in a way as to ambush, they're not to get the benefit of that. These trials, we understand, life goes on beyond trials. So the evidence that can be introduced into a trial should have some finite and determinable parameters. The notion that the state comes here and asks jurors to put somebody to death suggests that they have completed an investigation that warrants that co-signing, co-signature. To suggest that, okay, there are a lot of things that we could have done and we didn't do, and if you ask about it, we're going to go do it and introduce it while the proceedings ensue, is not only an ambush, but it's an insult to the process. They're saying that they have the evidence. Now, the state can get up there and say, hey, the defense is making some ridiculous cross-examination and we don't have everything.
I'm thinking the jury's out of the room again.
Which,
anytime they're having these little open court kind of like, motion arguments or whatever, usually the juror's out of the room.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. But what they cannot do is, as these proceedings go forward, continue to investigate and plug holes that we reveal to exist as the process goes on until this case goes to verdict. I'm not quite sure when this would end or how there is even a gatekeeping function of the court if there is no gate and there is no fence and there are no lines and no parameters of propriety. The state is making a representation by bringing this indictment that they are ready and they have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And if that proof beyond a reasonable doubt also includes areas of investigation that were not pursued, then they should explain to a jury why it was not pursued and why the failure to pursue it does not undermine their case. They don't get to keep plugging holes as the proceedings go forward. And so, as the Fourth Circuit said, that is ambush. And the purpose of, the Fourth DCA said that is ambush. And the purpose of a discovery deadline is to avoid surprise, avoid ambush, and a party that engages in that ought not to get the benefit of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Just briefly, I would mention that defense hasn't yet to provide any reciprocal discovery, but alluded to some yesterday that they were looking at Instagram posts and everything that had happened as recently as this week, but yet they have provided nothing to the state. So if there's any deadline of any sort that needs to be imposed on both parties.
Thank you. Counsel, my understanding is that's the way it works, is that it's not, Richardson violations apply to both sides, doesn't apply to just one side. It's deadlines apply to both sides.
We apologize. The printers decided to start working. I'm sorry.
I apologize. What I was saying is that whatever obligations that are imposed would be applicable to both sides when there's a discovery cutoff or not. My thought is as to the discovery cutoff, you can keep investigating the case however you feel fit, and you're more than welcome to do that. However, that doesn't mean that anything you find can be used at trial as in evidence. this thing with Mr. Moretti, where when I'm out of town on vacation, you're asking the detective, or he's offering, I'm not really sure how it happened, to continue and run this through another process, and the defense doesn't know about it. The defense cross-examines Mr. Zellner, or Officer Zellner, and is not aware that he's asking questions about other programs, because his understanding is there isn't any other program. But you know there's another program, they have access to it, and they've done it, you just don't have the results. That seems to me to be what the council's talking about. And that seems to me to be a Richardson violation. There's discovery that's ongoing, you know about it, and you're not telling them about it until we're here in court. So as far as Detective Moretti is concerned, I think that's a discovery violation. And I'm finding it to be a discovery violation. I just think the only way that can be cured is he's not going to testify about this second procedure that happened. That's not coming in. Same thing. If you want to keep investigating a case, you can do it. You can find exculpatory information. You may change your mind as to how you proceed with the case, and I don't have a problem. You can investigate whatever you want to investigate. But as far as using new discovery that you're coming in, I think a cutoff needs to be happened, because this is what's going on. We're going to have this. If you find something new, there's a whole, as counsel describes it, and you try to find evidence to plug up the hole that's new discovery. The defense doesn't have an opportunity to depose the witness. The defense doesn't have an opportunity to do X, Y, and Z. And that's just not the way it should be. It shouldn't be done by surprise. So
it's clear this was not a new item. This was just this, all of the information was told to be identical.
You found it, you had a meeting with the detective in May when we're in hiatus because I'm on vacation. All right? You had a meeting with him in May after we picked a jury, and when we're ready to, or we're in the middle of jury selection, you picked it, you did it, and you said, well, he tells you, or you ask him, do you have more programs to go ahead and provide the information, and you find out there's another program, and he runs the program, does a different download with something other than Cellbrite, and therefore you have more information. Don't make the defense aware of it. You hold that to yourself. You go ahead and put on a couple weeks of trial testimony, and then when it comes up after he in cross-examination points something out, you bring it up and say, well, by the way, I told him, the detective in our pretrial meeting, it came up and he has the program and we can use it and we're doing it, all right? And but you don't tell him about it. You just go ahead and hold it, keep it close to the vest yourself. Don't explain it to him, and then you say, when it comes up at trial, I say, what was it? I don't have the report yet. And that's why I didn't turn it over to him, but didn't disclose it's coming. It seems to me that's not what's supposed to happen. Not supposed to happen, period. That's a discovery violation. Okay? So, as far as the Detective Moretti, and whatever other form he used, that's not coming in.
Okay.
All right? That's the sanction. If you have other information, other discovery that's in the works, you better share it with them, because right now, if you don't have it, they're not aware of it now. It's not coming in unless there's something extraordinary that pops up. And just because, you find out they have additional capabilities and you want to go retest something, that's not extraordinary on my way of thinking. I'm not familiar with what the case law says. It just seems to me that this is a fundamental fairness thing. You have evidence, you need to turn it over to him. If you didn't turn it over to him, you can't use it. That's really the basic.
Understood, Your Honor. And so everything has been turned over. That was the only item of which there was additional investigation done on to see if there was any other information or anything else that came out. It was reported to me that it was identical in terms of the information that was done through Gray Key versus Celebrite on that. So defense counsel is attacking the veracity of the Celebrite program on that. So with regards to that, that's the only reason why that would even be brought up. But if I understand yours, so we can move forward on that. But I do want to address one other issue, more outside the presence of the jury. Counsel keeps objecting to publishing of items that are already in evidence and making speaking objections. So just ask if Your Honor could address that specific issue because the state can publish the items that are in evidence in the presentation of their case, and then defense can object if there's something that has not been admitted or something to that effect. But in terms of the speaking objections and things like that, those are improper in front of the jury.
Thank you. All right, no speaking objections.
Understood.
When do you expect this documentation to come over?
I think the printer just started working.
And I provided it to Ms. Liberty.
Do you have those, Ms. Liberty?
Yes, confirmed, Judge.
Are
Thank
you
you.
ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
Bring the jury in.
It's a good thumbnail right here. This is like the Lil Durk and Young Thug staring at the computer meme.
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the jury as well as the defendants, his counsel, the state attorneys. Our witness remains on the stand. Counsel, you can continue with your direct examination.
Okay, so we had left off, you were talking about the red phone and the blue phone. And just to remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the red phone number?
So it is listed at the top of the slide. It is 772-713-9807.
And then the blue phone number?
The blue phone number is 954-248-9081.
Okay, so going back, you have a little green box with the numbers 154129-11. What is that?
That is the name of the tower and the sector.
Okay. And the times that are listed below, what are those indicative of?
So there's a time that says 3:20 a.m. in blue, and it says 3:20 a.m. in red, and that is the time from the records that the blue phone and the red phone each respectively connected to that tower.
So based on what you're showing here, what can you tell us about where the blue phone and the red phone were at 3:20?
So generally in the area around New Era Studios.
Okay. As you're moving across the slide, what are we looking at?
So we see a series of towers that the red phone and or blue phone were observed by as they move from east to west. So you see there's a line of towers generally in this area, kind of 1595, down I-75, and then the last ones at the end of the slide are the west, kind of by the intersection of a tower that's near the intersection of Pines and US 27. The tower is 63035, sector 15, at 3:57 a.m. That tower saw each of these phones.
So I want to make sure it's clear when you're the 3:20 a.m. that's on the right side of the screen. Can you kind of show in order the way the towers are plotted?
Yeah, so I didn't know the time for each tower because then it would be just a mess of boxes on the slide. But generally, these towers in the northeast, and then sequentially or chronologically as time went on, these towers were used. This tower was used later than that tower, and this tower, and then that tower. And so as time went on, from 320 closer to 357, these towers were used.
And based on your training and experience, what does that tell you about how the phones were moving in relation to one another between 320 and 357 a.m.?
Yeah, so in my opinion, that's consistent with devices moving generally together.
Okay. So you mentioned that there are some in which there is red and blue together. So I want to focus in. There's one here. It looks like at the intersection of Flamingo Road and I-75. And
Yes.
595, rather. The red with the blue. What does that mean when you have them overlaid like that?
So that tower saw both the red phone and the blue phone.
Okay. Is that at the same time, or are they at separate times?
Could be either.
So going on to the phone of the 772-713-9807, what are we looking at this slide titled 3:47 a.m.?
So this is a plot of timing advanced data, and it shows that two data points basically from the engineering report. The tower 64337 sector 2 that's pointed south recorded the red phone had two data points, one at 3:47:13 a.m., one at 3:47:24 a.m. And the measurement that went up was that phone at those times was 0.24 miles from the tower.
So you said it's two different times, but it's the same measurement. How do you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
And that's just what the records recorded.
Okay. And in terms of by having two data points along, are they going to be in the same exact spot?
Well, it could be or it could not be. So the 0.24 miles from the tower is this red arc here. And I guess your question is the phone in the same spot or not? I don't know. Those are two data points close in time. They're separated by 11 seconds, so the phone certainly could be stationary. The phone could also be moving. For instance, at one point it could be here, and at the other point it could be there. They're both possibilities, and you can't determine for this thing.
And in terms of you don't have any cameras if it's stuck at a red light or anything like that?
I don't know.
Okay. So that was the 772-713-9807 at 3:47 a.m. Okay. Moving on to the 772-713-9807 from 3:52 to 3:53 a.m. Could you explain what you're illustrating and the data shows on this slide?
Okay, so this shows two data points, both using the same tower and sector, tower 151-685, sector 13. And the first data point is at 3:52:58 a.m.
Okay.
That's this arc here. That's 0.58 miles from the tower. And then 50 seconds later, at 3:53:48 a.m., the arc is 1.16 miles from the tower, this other arc.
And in terms of the distance between the two arcs, what is that amount?
It's a little bit over half a mile,
And the time frame in between those two arcs is how long?
about 50 seconds.
Based on the records and that you have, can you give a information as to where that phone was along those arcs?
Based on the records that I have,
Yes. Based on other additional information that was provided to you, can you make a determination as to where it's more likely than not the phone was?
yes.
And where is that?
So the phone moved half a mile in 50 seconds. That's consistent with vehicle travel. It's too fast for a phone to move. That's 30 miles an hour. So there's a couple places that the phone could be logically. For instance, it could be going east to west on Pines. It could be going north to south on 184th. Those are both options. There's a data point that was provided to me. And that reason for this analysis was I was asked, hey, the detective recovered some video footage from Montessori Academy that he believed these devices might be in a vehicle that was seen driving by around this time. The detective asked, is the cell data consistent with these devices being in the vehicle? In my opinion, yes.
Are the data points that we're looking at, are those the only data points that exist in this case?
No, but these are the data points between 352 and 353.
Okay. So going on to now the 772, 713, 9807, and 954, 248, 9081. The 4 a.m. to 4:03 a.m. Can you describe what information is contained here?
So both phones are seen in the same tower and sector, tower 63035, sector 15. At 4 o'clock and 36 seconds, the blue phone was 1.45 miles from the tower. We have 2 data points on the red phone, one at 4 a.m. 54 seconds, one at 4:03 seconds. The red phone was reported being 1.5 miles from the tower and 1.45 miles from the tower.
So when we're looking at here, this purple area, why is that?
Because the red and blue phones are both, they are red and blue mixed purple, so.
Just in case anyone's colorblind. So, with regards to the locations along this arc, can you narrow down in any way where the phones are along that arc?
Now, from the cell records, all you can tell is that they're somewhere within. Yeah.
And in terms of if you're looking at it in the totality of the circumstances based on the other records and information that you have, can that help and assist you in rendering an opinion as to where the phones are located?
Yes.
And where would that be?
So, the red flag depicts the crime scene that the detectives told me about, and they asked, is it possible for these devices to have been in the crime scene? In my opinion, yes. The data is consistent, includes devices being in the area of the crime scene at this time.
Okay. So going on to the 772, 713, 9807 phone at 4:06 a.m.
Yo, sewer.
What
Pause, my
information or
nigga.
data are you showing here?
So this shows the red phone at 4:06:22. There's a data point where it's back on tower 63047, sector 3. It's 1.02 miles from the tower. So in this band here.
Okay, and in terms of where it is along that band, can you give a more definitive answer?
From the cell phone records alone, no. The reason for this slide, this analysis, was because the detective had video footage from Montessori Academy again at a certain time.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sorry, repeat your question.
So based on these records, can you say where the phone was along that band?
And your objection is it calls for hearsay?
That wasn't the same question, Judge.
Thank you. Proceed. You can answer the question.
So based on these records, can you say where along the band it was?
No.
Was other physical evidence provided for you to review?
I don't think I saw physical evidence, no.
Oh. So going on to the next slide, the 772, 713, 9807, and 954, 248, 9081. If you can explain what we're looking at on this particular slide.
So this is a series of data points on 3 different towers for both the red and the blue phone between 417 and 423. We're starting back on the left side of the slide, where 417.43, the blue phone, is 1.21 miles from this tower. Shortly after that, at 4:18:02 a.m., the red phone is 0.87 miles from the tower. Shortly after that, at 4:20:50 a.m., the blue phone is 1.02 miles from this tower. Then after that, at 4:23:22 and 4:23:55 a.m., the red phone is 0.29 miles and then 0.68 miles from this tower.
Okay, and in terms of what can you tell about how the phones are related in distance from one another based on this slide?
Distance from one another. Well, both phones move north and then east, we know that the blue phone and the red phone are both over here, and now they're over here in the analytic period.
Can you have an opinion as to whether or not they separated during this time frame?
During this time frame,
Yes, 417 to 423.
I don't know. To me, I don't think there's enough data here to form an opinion either way.
Okay. So going on to the blue phone, 954-248-9081, 4:40 a.m. to 5:52 a.m. What data points and what information do you have on that phone?
So there's a lot of data points, or many data points for the blue phone during this time period. All the timing advance bands were the 0.82 or 0.87 miles from the tower, tower 62492 sector 3. Each of those bands, the 0.82 miles and 0.87 miles are shown here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that phone then, that's all the data that you have for that particular blue phone?
Right.
Okay. Now to go to the 4:40 a.m. for the 772-713-9807, where does your data show that phone to be in the area of?
So at 4:40 a.m., at this point, the phones are clearly separate. At 4:40 a.m., we have two different types of data points that were plotted here. At 4:40:31, we have the timing advance data, which shows that the phone is 0.5 to 8 miles from this tower. And then at 4:40:34 a.m., the red phone makes an outgoing call using that cell site to that tower in sector 62407, sector 12.
Okay, and the outgoing phone call that is made, is that identified from the records?
Yes.
And what is that? Sorry.
That is a outgoing call to phone number 954-376-9158.
Okay. Does the red phone ever coincide again
Oh, sorry.
with the blue phone on the same arc that covers the hospital?
No.
Basically,
So that was
they're
the
showing
first.
when Melly's supposed to leave the car. They're showing the time.
Did you do additional ones?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to move on to the sprint at records and analysis that you did. Counselor, you're clear which one? So with the sprint records that you were given, did you have the same measurement or distance data for those phones?
No, we had a similar report, which is the time in advance. Sprint calls it per call measurement data report. It's formatted differently. It's a different network, it's a different company, but it has generally the same types of information contained in the report.
Okay. If there was going to be a distance in this report, where would it be shown?
It would be shown in column I.
Column I,
Yeah, just titled distance in miles.
distance miles there. Okay. And to be clear, we're looking at the records here for 954-371-7895. Did Sprint provide the distance for column I at any point between 3 a.m. and 3:57 a.m.? Sorry, that's column 163. Was there any distance provided?
No.
Okay. The 164 column, or row 164, row 60, 166, 167, and 169 was distance provided by Sprint at that point.
Yes.
Are they from a different manufacturer or vendor of cell tower?
Yes.
Okay. So based on, and so on this, the state would also publish what's been previously admitted as State 63. And for the record, that is the 2018-221418-6155597 customer service management screen of Chris Thomas. And the second one to be is published is the customer service
Objection,
management screen of Dontavius.
That's the objection.
May we approach?
Sure.
Now, I'm not sleeping, chat. Like I'm handling some business on text. Y'all might think I'm like just low energy or whatever because I'm looking down. I'm looking at my phone. I'm like sending text through and shit like that. I'm sorry.
For instance,
It's labeled as page 3. You're still using the same symbol.
Don't worry. Once we get past this boring shit, it's gonna pick up a little bit. Also, you know, I'll talk about the young boy shit. The little bit more info on the Quando Rondo stuff. So I'll get to those things, but you know. Let's prioritize the trial for now. All right, they're gonna take lunch pretty soon if they're not at lunch already. We just want to catch up. Yeah. So, yeah, we just need to get to about here, which is about like 20 more minutes of this, and then like I'll be talking from then on. All right.
The circle to represent a tower.
yes.
Okay. Are you still using the same wedge or pie shape to identify a specific cell site?
Yes.
As to the next image that we're looking at, what does this show?
This shows the Sprint network in South Florida at the time of October 2018.
Does this fairly and accurately depict how the cell towers for Sprint were situated in October of 2018?
Yes.
God damn.
And we had previously discussed the locations of interest. Are those the same as in the previous analysis that you did?
Yes.
Why don't you put these all on one giant map together?
All the phones.
Yes.
Well, one, there would be a lot of phones. It could be like confusing to look at to see all the different data points. And then, so that was one of the reasons why.
Oh. So going on to the phone number, the 772-713-2341, the green phone on this. And 954-371-7895. Can you explain what we're looking at of this October 26, 3:22 to 3:43 a.m.?
So, much like the red and the blue phone, this shows that the green and the purple phone both use towers or seen by towers in the Fort Lauderdale area near the flag with the NE unit. Represents the rder studios. At 3:22 a.m., the purple tower was seen by Sprint Tower 168845, and then at 3:23 a.m., the green phone by a different tower, 32591.
Okay. And in terms of, to go back to the 772-713-9807 and 248-9081, you're showing the same or similar time frames.
Yes.
Okay. Do the phones, the green and the purple phone, move consistently together during this time frame?
During this time frame, yes.
Okay. And how can you say that?
The towers, again, advancing chronology, consistent with the phones moving together, generally south, and west, and then south again. They were hitting the same towers, similar times, through this point.
Moving on to now 3:43 to 3:57 a.m. What are you showing and illustrating on this slide?
So this is only the purple phone. And you'll see that there's several towers that saw the purple phone during this time period. Unfortunately, because we didn't get distance information in the report, we can't tell where, in relation to those towers, this device is. So you'll see that there's overlap between the towers, right? Like for instance, between 343 and 352, there were multiple times that this tower saw the phone. But during that time period, this tower also saw the phone at 348. During that time period, this tower also saw the phone at 349. 350, this tower saw it. So we have multiple towers from all different locations where the antennas are generally pointing that direction that saw the phone, but we don't have distance information.
Are there any phone calls or anything that would indicate that the phone used one of those towers as the clearest, strongest signal to make a phone call?
No.
Then going on to the 772-713-2341. Is this using some of the same towers?
Some of them.
Okay, and if we can just kind of go back and forth a little bit to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which ones are the same and which ones are different.
Sure. So I believe all three of these are the same, but the purple ones, or the purple phone, had multiple other towers that were used.
Okay. To look at tower 336-234-3. I'm trying to overlay them as, are they using the same antenna on that tower?
No.
Okay. Is this consistent with the phones being together?
No, in my opinion, this shows that the phones were separated.
So, and then in terms of the final analysis at 3:49 a.m., if you could, for the 772-713-2341 tower, if you could identify that on this exhibit, which is page 9.
The tower that recorded the phone at 349.
Yes.
This one in the center, tower 336-0972.
Okay. And then in terms of the final tower, the 3:57 a.m., if you could identify that one.
That's the western edge of the map area, tower 336-234, sector 3.
So going on to the third analysis you did in this case. Did you do an analysis again for the phone number 772-713-9807, the red phone, and 954-376-9158?
Yes.
And in terms of the 954-376-9158, is that the same phone number you testified to was the phone call at 4:40 a.m. and on the 772 phone?
Yes.
Okay. So going on to those, do you again use the same information to depict timing advance and cell sites and everything of that nature?
Yes.
The two phones, is it important to know what network a phone is on before you do the mapping?
Yes.
Okay. Were both of these phones on the same network?
Yes.
On this
Look at these
particular
cell
one,
towers.
what network?
Look at these cell. No wonder T-Mobile was so fucking trash in 2018. Look, all East Coast. So if you in the middle here, you're not fucking with T-Mobile at all. Period. Then pretty much a lot of West Coast, but it looked like it's just way heavier in the East Coast. God damn.
Network were both phones on?
T-Mobile.
Okay, so back to the red phone. And are these, again, fairly and accurately depict the location of the T-Mobile towers of October of 2018?
Yes.
Same locations of interest, or is there an additional one on this particular item?
There's an additional one.
And what item or additional location is on this map that is different from the others?
The Toscana Apartments, 5700 Toscana Lane, Margate, Florida. It's shown with on the map with an orange flag with a white letter T on it.
And if you could just circle it so it's clear to the jury where that's at.
Here's on the map. Here's the actual location.
Everything else remains the same?
Yes.
Okay. So on the 954-376-9158, the kind of turquoise phone, what information are you showing from 1:08 a.m. to 8:23 a.m.?
So this is information from the call detail records, not engineering data. This is calls and texts. And it shows that between 1:08 a.m. and 8:23 a.m., there are several calls and texts at the phone, to and from the phone, using two different sectors of the same tower, shown here with two different wedges.
And so based on your training experience, do you have an opinion as to where that phone was from 1:08 to 8:23 a.m.?
Yeah, so generally in the area, just kind of apartments.
Moving on to October 26, 2018, from 12:01 p.m. to 12:12 p.m. on this turquoise phone, the 954-376-9158. What information are you mapping here?
So here we're showing both the engineering data, the time in advance information, as well as information from the call detail records. So first, 12:01 and 12:02, the phone, turquoise phone, is in these two bands here. First, this one is a little closer to the tower, it's 0.63 miles away, and then the second band is 0.73 miles from the tower. During that time period also, at 12:01:39, the turquoise phone places an outgoing call to the red phone, 9807.
So then the next time frame that you're mapping on this location is what?
It's 12:05 when the time in advance measurement that's recorded is 1.02 miles from this tower, south of it.
Okay. Going on.
Yo, Chad, I can't wait till this shit is done, nigga. We got some shit to talk about, man. I can't even believe this, yo. Did y'all see this? I just posted on my page, man. They said Larsa Pippen got half of Scottie Pippen Chicago Bulls retirement money. My nigga. You know what that mean, right? Michael Jordan's son is in Scottie Pippen's bitch guts. And he's spending Scottie Pippen's retirement money. You can't, like, I see why this nigga hating on Michael. They gotta hate Michael too. The fuck? Fuck that nigga. You got your kid fucking my ex-wife. Now your kid's spending my goddamn money. Oh, hell no. Jesus Christ. All right, hold on. We won't get to it in depth, but let me get back to this.
To 12:06:07 to 12:12:37.
So during that time frame, there's measurements from two different sectors of the same tower. So we see on the one hand that there's arcs here that are either 1.45 and 1.5 miles from the tower.
Okay.
But also during that time period, we have measurements from a different side of that tower. They're 1.5 and 1.55 miles from the tower.
Okay. And in terms of the location, is there anything you can say with specificity as to where that phone was at 12:07?
No, I mean, I think that I would generally look for the phone to be someplace where the arcs are overlaid, or an area where it would be seen by both sectors, but no, you can't in isolation do it.
Do the cell phone towers overlap in their sectors?
Yes, they do.
Oh. Going on to October 26, 12:14 to 12:20 a.m., the 954-376-9158 phone number, the turquoise phone. What are we looking at in this image?
So starting down here south on US 27, or excuse me, on the tower near the area of Pines of US 27, it's pointed south. At 14 p.m., the band is 1.45 miles from the tower. Then a few seconds later, it's 1.21 miles from the tower. It's getting closer. A few seconds later, it's 0.97 miles.
All right, let's pause this fucking geography class for a second. The Double XL magazine, their freshman list this year just dropped. All right, let's actually get into it. This will be like our little intermission. After I talk about this, we'll get back to the Melly case. But like, if we were just sitting here watching like fucking dots on a piece of paper, we're gonna think we're playing motherfucking tic-tac-toe or some shit like that. You feel me? So anyway, here is the 2023 actually freshman list. It contains Finesse 2 times, okay? It contains Lola Brooke. It also has Rob 49. Also has Friday. Also has Glorilla. Also, you see Too Rare from Philly. You see Sleazy World Go. You see Central C. You see Real Boston Richie. And you see Lil Tyler. And I believe the 10th spot. No, actually, he's not the 10th spot yet. They also put Tia Corinne. And the 10th spot actually goes towards, they said 10th spot winner, which I think they still claim it's voted for. But that goes towards DC the Don. We haven't seen the cover get revealed. This is just a class. So, you know, obviously they're going to reveal the cover at a point. What I will say with this list is I think it's kind of decent. You know, obviously there's always going to be some people you wish would that should be on there. Like, for example, I mean, am I tripping if I say I thought I would have seen maybe wait, who was on last year's list? 2022 XXL freshman. I stopped keeping up with this shit. At least the freshmen I stopped keeping up with. Nardo Wick. Oh, that was last year? Nardo Wick, Dolce, Sofago. Okay. Oh my God, Saucy Santana. I'm done. I'm done. Who's on 2021 version? Hold on. 2021 was who? Oh. Yeah, what happened to... I thought I would have seen, like, Destroy Lonely on that shit. Like, I thought Destroy Lonely, Ken Carson, Yeet. Was Yeet on one of these before? That's why I was checking. I'm like, maybe they had Yeet on last year's, and I was tripped out and I didn't see it. But don't Yeet... I think Yeet belongs on this list. Somebody says Lil Mabu. I ain't gonna lie to you. That little kid is kind of on fire. And I'm not going to only judge it off like, you know, just social media hype, but that boy's on fire. So, Yeet, Destroy Lonely, Ken Carson, definitely. I throw Lil Mabu up in there too. You got to have Finesse 2 times. Street nigga doing his thing. You got to have Glorilla. Lola Brooke, I'm watching her to see what she does. By the way, isn't Ice Spice? Was Ice Spice on last year? See, I can't even remember this shit. Was Ice Spice on last year? Ice Spice should be on it too. Oh, the cover is on IG. Okay, let's go to their IG. Was Ice Spice on the last? Nah, Ice Spice should be on the shit. Okay, here it goes. All right. Yeah, so already, so if you give me my list, I'm putting Destroy Lonely. Let's do Destroy Lonely. Ken Carson. We're gonna go with Ice Spice. You gotta have Yeet on it, even though I felt like Yeet probably he's dropped a couple projects. I feel like he should have been on last year's list, but fuck it, Yeet gets thrown on it. I'm still taking some people from this list. I'm definitely still taking Glorilla. Glorilla is my bae. After that, I'm taking Finesse 2 times as well. I'm definitely taking Central C. So I got my 7 already. Who am I missing? Because I think I got my own list popping already. Sleazy World Go. I'm trying to make a strong 10. I'm trying to make a strong 10. Lil Tyler definitely belongs on it. Okay, you get the 8th. I ain't gonna lie, I'm throwing that little Mabu nigga in there. I ain't gonna hold you. Throwing that little Mabu nigga in there. Somebody said Didi Osama. Not too sure if I'm putting him on unless I give him the honorable 10th spot. I'm putting Mabu on that bitch. And I ain't gonna lie, like without all that snitching stuff, bro, I'm keeping Boston Richie on this shit, my nigga. Like, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. That's my 10. Let me write down my 10. Let me bring him a little Word document or some shit. WordPad. Yeah. Okay. I'm just bring up a notepad. What the fuck? Notepad. Good. Here's my list, and we're gonna compare it to Double XL's list. Okay. Make this a little bit smaller. There we go. Okay, so my list is this. I'll put my list over here. Nah, I'll just put it right here. So my list is. Could y'all see it? Oh, this is fucking small. Hold on, let me. Format font. Made this big as hell right here. Now you can see it. Bet. All right. So first, I'm going Ice Spice. You gotta have the Ice Spice, the new queen of rap on that bitch. I'm going Yeet. Even though I really feel like Yeet out, like I don't feel like he's a freshman at all. Like, you know what I mean? So it might be they probably did try to get him on there. He's like, yo, fuck this, right? But still, we going. This is my list. This is my list. Not even going. I ain't even gonna hold you. I was thinking about K Flock. I'm gonna put K Flock on the side for now. Like, I know he locked up, but still, that nigga, he owned 2022, if you ask me. Let me see. Yo, we gotta go Glorilla. Glorilla gotta be in it. There's big Glow right there. Central C got to be in it. Yo, that boy is on fire. You feel me? Let me see. I'm going Destroy Lonely. Okay. We're working so far. Hold on. Let me make this font a little bit less. Right there. Okay, cool. So, bet. Who else? Somebody said Baby Drill. Nah, I ain't throwing Baby Drill on it yet, buddy. Now I'm going Finesse 2 times. You got to keep the gangsters on here. You got to keep a few niggas that you know if they come to the party might get shot up. Y'all heard that shit with Finesse 2 times, man? That nigga performed at 4 shows in a row. They all getting shot up. I don't know what's going on. Nigga, his show's getting shot up so much, I'm starting to think he doing the shoot. What the fuck is going on Finesse 2 times show, man? What the fuck is going on? And I ain't gonna lie, I'm putting Boston Richie on it, bruh. Boston Richie came out hard. That boy was snapping. I'm telling you, that nigga just need to get back to dropping music. Bruh, Gunna just sold, nigga. Fuck what niggas is talking about, this rat shit, whatever. Nigga, stand on your 10 toes, nigga, and drop music, make it hot. Bruh, these industry niggas, they're always gonna be fake. They're gonna like you one day, not like you the next day, back up from you. Bruh, they gonna do that. Drop hot music. I like Boston Richie music. So I got my 7 already. Somebody say Sexy Red. Now, here's the thing. The industry been pushing this is the year of the women. It's the year of the females, So it's like, you know, there's one nigga, or not one nigga, there's one girl named Scarlet, the next one named Sexy Red. Listen, I know Sexy Red from one song, Pound Town or something like that. By the way, another thought anthem. Anytime you see a girl say Pound Town, red flag. I got so many red flags for women nowadays, it's fucking unbelievable. I'm young and I'm turned, disqualified. Yeah, I want to go to Pound Town, disqualified. Okay. All right. I got a good 7. Give me some more people. They say, Ack, you tweaking on phone him. If you don't put Lil Tyler on the bitch. All right, here we go. He on there. I see a lot of people say Lucky got to be on there. Ooh, this is where it gets a little dicey down here now. Somebody said D-Thing. If I'm gonna put one of the drill artists on, it won't be Didi Osama, it won't be D-Thing, it would be K Flock. Didi Osama has a runway for this year to make next year's list. You know, in all due respect to him, because he's been turning up a lot. But This year, nah, not yet. Remember, it's only 10. We not putting 22Gs on it, man. 22G's really a veteran in this shit. I ain't gonna hold you. Somebody says, yo, how we gonna put Lucky on the list when niggas actually discovered him in this year? Some people saying Baby Drill. Baby Drill just dropped the project, man. Yo, you know I'm a fake ass fan. I'm talking to 21 Savage last night. I'm like, yo, Savage. I'm like, Baby Joe, that's your nigga. It's like, yeah, that's my nigga, man. It's like that nudie artist. I'm like, okay, where? I say, yo, he got this one song. Talk about, yo, next time you do something, put it in the BP. I ride around with a BP. I'm like, yo, Savage, send me the song. That shit hard. That nigga said, that song came out last week, gang. I'm like, oh shit. Oh shit. I guess he dropped the tape or something last week. This shit fire. I listened to his fire. What we doing? What's the 9th? I see a lot of people rocking. See, this is where it gets tough, man. You gotta salute to Shorty. He going crazy recently too, and he been around. Oh, niggas is saying, "Lil, what's up?" Oh, you gonna curve Lil Mabu? Like, hold on, fuck. All right. I know what I'm gonna do. I know exactly what I'm gonna do. Let's see. Let's go to 40 first of all. Okay. Somebody says Kai Snap. Okay. Here's the people we're considering: Baby Drill, Ken Carson, Lil Mabu. Who else? Lucky. It's 2 eyes, right? Who else? Yeah, niggas said, nah, you gotta put John Moran on there. Hold on. Somebody say, yo, you not gonna put Sugar Hill Keem on there though? Really? Niggas say, yo, oh, word, no so Fago? Oh, it's on for you. Hey, am I out of touch if I told y'all I heard about Lucky through what's that guy's name? Bruce. There's a streamer called Bruce. Bruce Drop Him Off. And I literally heard about him when I'm super late to Lucky then. I can tell y'all. I think I posted it one time though, did I? Apparently Lucky been doing this thing for a while, right? Okay. Somebody say calling Lucky oppression is disrespectful. I think he just blew up crazy recently, right? Man, y'all are fucking with Baby Drill like that. Rder the young OG. Sleazy World Go. Okay. This is, remember, we got 2 spots left. I don't know if I'm kicking off any of these niggas off the top 8. And I'm not ranking them, so I'm not really ranking them, even though Ice Spice is number 1. Ice Spice and Yeet and Glorilla. Actually, my top 4 is solid. Yeah, I think, matter of fact, you could call it a ranking. I don't give a fuck. This is cool. But we got to figure out who. We got 2 more spots left. Nah, we not putting Young Nudie as no fucking freshman, nigga. Are you stupid? Okay, let me look on the current list to see. Okay. Let's go down the list. Tia Corinne. By the way, I interviewed her. Very talented artist. Very eccentric. I could see, I think her arc and the way her art is received might not be the best fit for, because I'm really just picking terms of litness when it comes to like this, my list, right? Next year, I could see her buzz being even more up than it is now. And, she's still fairly new. I think if she's on that list, that probably makes sense. Too Rare is having a moment. Philly's having a moment. Like, shit. You know what I mean? When you think of, like, the new, like, kind of swagged out, or it's not really necessarily, like, drill dancing niggas, like, shit. Too Rare got it, man. Like, Too Rare kind of got Philly back on tilt. Like, shit. Drake put that nigga in a video. So I'm rocking with Too Rare, too. Yeah, I'm gonna put Too Rare as a honorable mention in my shit too. Too Rare. DC. Well, Finesse 2 Times on my list already. DC the Don. DC the Don is a nigga that's been around for a while grinding. I actually think he's pretty talented. He's been grinding, man. I'm gonna be honest. That nigga been grinding, boy. That nigga been grinding. That nigga has been grinded. I'm not sure if I would put him on the list though. Rob 49. Somebody said Chris Sean Rock. Man, if you don't stop Blueface, if you don't get out of my comment section right now, it's a vibe all the time. you know how much of like, fan on some like that's like some of the worst music I've ever heard. Like Krishan Rock is terrible at music, dog. That's how I know that social media clout shit is kind of real, because they love her so much they tolerate like her sounding like a dying cat. All right, let me see. We got a little tile on it. What about Friday? Now, here's the thing. If we're going to go strictly off talent, I think Friday might be one of the most talented niggas on this list. If you don't know, he was definitely the catalyst for the song God Knows that was on Khaled album with the infamous Jay-Z verse. And also, I think we had Ross and Wayne who did their thing on that joint too. But if you really look at like his other contributions, his name has been around not only in writing or even his own music, but he's been around producing records a lot. It's one of those things where you got to hit him with the FYBJ main. Do your research. It hit different when you realize that Friday really behind your favorite records. It hit different. It really hit different. You feel me? It hit different. You feel me? Okay, all right. Somebody said God Knows. Wait, did I say it wrong? No, God did. My bad. Yeah, you're right. God did. Apologize for that. All right. But remember, I only got 2 spots left, and I got like a lot of people to be considered. Friday, you might not make it to my honorable mentions. I love your music, though. I met you at Roots Picnic. You're dope. Oh, Glorilla's already on it. Let's say Lola Brooke. Okay. Let's talk about the Lola Brooke. I see Lola Brooke on Joe Budden's podcast. I was a little surprised by that. Joe don't even like talking to artists. But I seen Joe with Lola Brooke. Now, Lola Brooke's coming from New York, and what people say about her is that she gives off that, you know what I mean? It's kind of like that. It's more like a Foxy Brown. I don't want to say Little Kim. It's kind of like it's like the nigga vibes, but it's coming from a chick. But it's not overly masculine type shit. You get what I mean? Yeah, it's a little Remy. But then I'm gonna say it's really like Foxy Brown. Hey, I seen some people. I see some people saying, "Yo, you gotta like show some love to some Afro beats artists." And I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. Rima, or I might be saying it wrong. It might be Rema, or Asake. They're just not rookies. They're not rookies in the game. Like, I'm sorry, like they've been doing their thing for a while. So I necessarily wouldn't put them on this list. And also, I think they're overqualified for, like, again, I wish somebody would make an Afrobeat list that, people like me who I love Afrobeats, but I'm not tapped in with every artist. I have my favorites and I listen to them all the time. But some of these artists, like, y'all are telling me to throw in here. Nah, man. Like, these motherfuckers is doing their shows. They're doing 10, 15,000 already, which, I don't think none of these niggas on the list, including Ice Spice, could do 10, 15,000. I'm sorry. Okay, let me see who else. Oh, somebody says like, yeah, Foxy or Rod Digger. Yeah, I get it. Okay. So let's finish talking about Lola Brooke. So is Lola Brooke, I like that song. Don't play with him, I like that song. I don't know her catalog enough to kind of just sum it up. But is she the one? Is Lola Brooke the one? Stop saying Young Nudie, man. Young Nudie a grown-ass man. Somebody said, no, she's been pushed by the... Why y'all think she's been pushed? Lola Brooke is 30 years old? No, she's not. Lola Brooke look like she's 19. Lola Brooke age. Oh, she's 29. Really? She looks really young. And I guess also she's short and like really petite. Oh, I had no fucking idea. By the way, her age doesn't matter. It's about how new she is to the scene and what she's doing. I had no idea she was like 30. I thought she was just like, I thought she was 17, 18, 19, but just had that kind of old soul like a Foxy Brown or something like that. Yeah, she got some good genes. Wow. I swear she wasn't over 21. Like, that's why, like, you know, before I really knew that, you know, like, I'm a grown-ass man at this point. So, like, before I really knew Ice Spice was over 21, I ain't even want to say nothing about no Ice Spice. But once I realized she was 21, I'm like, all right, we good. With Lola Brooke, I'm thinking she like 18, 17, maybe 19. I'm like, yo, let her be able to drink. I would ID her if she came to the bar. Oh, well, she is 29. Good for her. Okay. Somebody says CEO Trey Lee. Okay. Somebody says Sleazy World gotta be on the act. You tweaking if he not on it. Okay. Let me just finish going down the list. Sleazy World go. So should Sleazy World be on the list? Should Sleazy World be on the list? Oh, CEO Trail. No, not Trey Lee, nigga. What the fuck? Should Sleazy World be on the list? Or should Icewear Vizo be on the list? Nigga says BTB Savage. Fuck it. All right. No. I'm going to be honest. I got to take this into my own hands. We're putting Baby Drill number 9. I'm going to be honest with you. And I'm going to tell you why I'm putting Baby Drill on the list. It's the reason why I also put Boston Rich on the list. You got to catch these street artists early because in the space of a year, they're out of here. You know what I mean? And also sometimes because really a lot of the culture comes from the streets. Like, you know what I mean? You'll be super late on these niggas once they already start bubbling. Like that nigga, Baby Drill, supposedly it got the whole Atlanta going fucking nuts. So I'm going to throw Baby Drill on it. And this is tough. And I'm going to be honest with you. The last spot for me is up to Ken Carson, Lil Mabu, and Sleazy World Go. Howard said, yo, what about Mellow Bucks, though? Somebody said, what about Skilly Bang? I could see Skilly Bang being on here. Oh, don't let me put Skilly Bang. Now you remind me Skilly Bang should be on it now. Yo, this is there anybody on this list I could take off? I can't take nobody off this list, right? Like, this list is solidified. Unless you're saying I could take Baby Drill off. Yeah, Skilly been popping, but obviously now he's like American popping. You get what I mean? Let me not put him on there, even though he does deserve, and we are putting international artists on there because Central C's on there. Now I'm gonna leave him in the I'm gonna leave him right here though. Somebody said you gotta put Antonio Brown. They say you can't take off Baby Drill, you wildin'. Somebody said, nah, Destroy Lonely got to go. Now I ain't gonna lie, that boy Destroy Lonely came out. What was his first week sales? You know me, I'm big on that type of shit. That nigga sold 30,000, nigga, before I knew how he looked. I'm sorry, he not getting off that list. That nigga Destroy Lonely sold 30,000 records first week before I even knew how he looked. I never seen his face a day in my life before I reported those sales. I don't know. Who am I picking? Somebody said add Yeet. Yeet's on the list already, dog. Yeet is number 2. We just got to get that. Let me see. Put Sexy Red. She got the streets on lock, bro. I don't even. You're trolling me, nigga. Like your name is Gayademics, bro. Like, what even influenced you to make a name called Gayademics? Like, come on, dog. Like, come on, bro. Some people said, nah, it got to be either Too Rare or Ken Carson. Then somebody said, no, it's Sleazy Go World. Fuck, could somebody make a poll? Make a poll, please. Make a poll. The 10th spot is gonna belong to y'all. Y'all gotta. These are the people that could be on the poll though. Ken Carson, Lil Mabu, Lucky, rder, Young OG, Sleazy World Go, Too Rare, and Skilly Bang. Okay, these are the only people on the list. Y'all can vote. Maz, do y'all thing, please. Yo, somebody said Skilla Baby. Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. Yo, some chick put me onto Skilla Baby. I'm like, yo, who the fuck is that? She's like, you not tapped in with Skilla Baby, nigga? Nigga, that's the streets. I'm like, what? Then she mentioned another nigga name. She said, yo, bro, you know who you need to tap in with? She was like, OT Kwani or some shit. I don't even know the nigga name. It said OTK Kwani or something. OT Kwani. I'm like, OT7 Kwani. I'm like, who the fuck is that? But apparently that nigga is lit. They say, yo, she looked at me. She's like, yo, I could tell you not from the hood. Everybody in the trenches play. So I pulled it up on Spotify. I'm like, yo, this motherfucker don't even have like 1 million plays. It was like, yeah, because all hood niggas listen to him right now. You ever heard this nigga? OT7 Kwani? You ever heard this guy? Yeah. And they told me the same thing too. Leaf Ward. Yeah, Leaf Ward. Yeah, bro, I'm telling you. nigga. The girl that was telling me she was like 19. And I was like, what the fuck are y'all listening to? Like, I didn't know what it was she was talking about. She was like, yo, you don't listen to Leaf Ward and OT7 Kwani? I'm like, no. She was like, yo, they got the trenches on lock. Then she's like, yo, Skilla Baby. Okay, I know Leaf Ward. Someone said, YTB Trench honorable mention. Baby Smooth V's. Someone said, what about Babytron? Yo, somebody say Hoodie Car or Hottie Car Leon says, yo, act, that gotta be a hood bitch. Yep. Yep. Oh man. Yeah, Kyrie. We're doing the double XL list. Somebody says K Flock gotta be on it. No, yo, y'all create a poll real quick. So if you're in any of the respective platforms chat room, just please make a poll for the 10th spot on the chat nigga list, which is going to be between Ken Carson, Lil Mabu, Lucky Rio, the Young OG, Sleazy World Go, Too Rare, and Skilly Bang. I see a lot of people saying Ken Carson, but I just want y'all to vote. Let me see. Let me see how this shit is hitting. By the way, after this, we're going to listen. I had y'all fun. We did have our fun. Well, actually, maybe I should cover the young boy shit now, and then go back to this Melly case. Someone says Skilly and Rio are vets. Yeah, for some people they're vets. Sometimes a lot of these people are vets. You know what I mean? It's just whatever. Florida made Tay. Thank you for the donation earlier on. You say, yo, Act, do you think Kelly got $10 million? Are you talking about R. Kelly? And Northside Cop will say, yo, Act, Yeet and Ice Spice are bigger than the freshman list. You're right. But we also got to get back to the days where, like, the biggest artists kind of did it too, though. You know what I mean? All right, man. Y'all get that together. I'm gonna kind of push for Ken Carson, but the little Mabu nigga is going crazy, and I ain't gonna lie. Sleazy World, he's been making a lot of noise. He's making a lot of noise. And by the way, I just can't I can't sleep on Too Rare, because I think Too Rare is also heading up a new, I don't want to say genre, but a new wave. And yeah, so those would be my finalists. Again, Skilly Bang, that's gonna be a favorite of mine. So if you ask me, I'm putting Skilly Bang at number 10, right? So I would have put Skilly Bang at number 10, but I completely understand what anybody's saying. Yo, Skilly is not a freshman. Maybe he's a freshman in the eyes of Americans who just heard about him with a couple of songs last year, but he's not a freshman if you know him culturally in Jamaica. But this list is going to consider people who are just getting known over here. So I would put him at 10. But if he's disqualified from being 10, I'm going to put, I think I'm going with Ken Carson. Ken Carson. And I'm going to be honest, I'm going to put Ken Carson there too. Nigga, when I was in the studio with Uzi, Uzi talked about Ken Carson and Destroy Lonely like them niggas was the greatest thing since white on fucking rice, my nigga. Like, nigga, he talked about them niggas like there was, there was great as peanut butter and jelly, nigga, great as my nigga, I kid you not. Anyway, somebody said, welcome down, Will deserves a spot. Make a poll myself. Nigga, I don't even know how to make a poll. How do I make a poll in my chat? How do I do this? Poll. Okay, here we go. Oh, all right, somebody did it. All right, after that, we'll quickly touch on some young boy fuckery, and then we're going to get back to this YNW Melly case. We're going to jump around in the Melly case. The reason why I'm letting... This part is so slowed down because they're just analyzing GPS shit that I know some of y'all are being like, all right, bro, like, give us a break a little bit. So let's see how break. Somebody said, what about Rob 49? I'm going to be honest with you. I've seen him on a bunch of features. I don't know too many songs of his that I fuck with that much. But I don't know his catalog like that. So, again, that might be out of ignorance for me. That might just be straight up ignorance. You get me? Didn't he get shot? Was he the guy that got shot when French Montana was shooting the video and he was like in the car or something like that? Yeah, right now I'm looking at the poll. Ken Carson has 59% of the votes. Or no, 56%. Rio has 14%. Sleazy has 14%. Skilly Bang has 4%. Mabu has 12%. And it looks like it's probably going to go towards Ken Carson. Somebody says, Ack, what about Jim Jones? Nigga, Jim Jones ain't no fucking freshman. Yo, chat nigga, why you said which bitch ass voting for Mabu? Y'all don't fuck with Mabu? I like the Mabu dude. I think he's doing a little bit of parody, but it's real music. Right? Like, I think he's playing up on the drill scene a little bit, but he's doing it like a theatric way. It's very obvious that he's not trying to make you think he's like a hood nigga. Like, he'll switch his voice up, like he'll switch his voice to like almost like a gay voice sometimes. Like, he's kind of showing he's just having fun with it. But he be going over some hard ass beats. Like, somebody said Pusha T dissed Jim Jones. Oh. Like, that Mathematics song, I like how he switches up his flows a lot. And a lot of times when it comes to drill music, obviously Nicki did that, and a couple artists do that, the creative ones. But sometimes a lot of artists don't really switch up their vocal tones or voice or their intonation that much, and I like that with the Mabu kid. So I say it looks like Macklemore, but I think he's creative. I ain't gonna knock him. Gang Lab says, yo, Ack, you gotta put Big Boogie on there. And Florida Made Tay says, no, he meant YNW Melly. He says, do I think YNW Melly has $10 million? Nah. From what I've, just certain stuff I can't reveal, but Melly has been paying a lot. Everybody, he's been incarcerated for like 3 years. Monthly, he's been paying everybody's bills. Everybody that's outside of jail. So again, the reason why I'm thinking he doesn't have $10 million is that for you to have $10 million, especially when you're living off your music royalties, you're not performing and you're still taking care of everybody we're taking care of, if not more, monthly, everybody getting their checks because of you. How do you get a chance to save $10 million? Right? Wait, react to Pusha T dissing Jim Jones. Where did that happen? All right, Ken Carson won. 10, Ken Carson. There we go. Here is my list for, this is Chat Nigga freshman list, okay? If you care to know. If you care to know, here it is. So we got Ice Spice, Yeet, Glorilla, Central C, Destroy Lonely, Finesse 2 Times, Boston Richie, Lil Tyler, Baby Drill, Ken Carson, and the honorable mentions go to Lil Mabu, Lucky, Really Young OG, Sleazy World Go, Too Rare, Skilly Bang, and there's probably a bunch of other people I missed in the sense of, I'll even put Rob 49 on there too. Everybody who wasn't on wasn't on my list but was on the real Double XL list, I would put you guys as honorable mentions. So that includes Friday. Who else did I miss? Well, I have Too Rare on it already. Yeah, so I think this is decent. And even Lola Brooks, I put her as an honorable mention, all right? So, cool. That is my list. Of course, I have some type of understanding of how Double XL makes their list. It's not like they could pick everybody. They have to invite people to be on the list because you have to show up to the list to do certain things. Some artists might say no. They might be unavailable. They might just think it's corny. So it's not like they're picking their top 10. They might have an ideal top 10, but they got to like run it by with the artists to see what y'all doing. All right, cool. Where did Pusha T this, let's see. By the way, did you see this video of LE Chopper boxing? I think LE Chopper about to step in the ring soon. I think he about to step in the ring, man.
You say you want to stop rapping and box? Let's see. Oh, okay. You say you want to stop rapping and box?
Anytime I see gangster rappers, I don't really look at him as a gangster rapper. I look at him as just an individual. But pick up a gun. Just pick up a gun, bro. Pick up a gun. Just go get him the gun. Just go get the nigga the gun, man. go get him the gun. So it's a good foot movement. Yeah, he has decent foot movement. But I don't know. Them punches, they look like they have no power with it type shit. I'm joking about the pick up the gun shit. I'm joking. Okay. Somebody said, get the strap. Remember when 50 turned that into a thing? Get the strap. Okay. So Twitter has Pusha T dissing Jim Jones. Let me see if I can find it. Pusha T Jim Jones. Where's it at? Okay. All right, I found it. Pusha T, Jim Jones. I guess this is what it is. Here we go.
Veterans, think it'd be valor amongst veterans? I'm watching your fame escape relevance. We all in a room, but here's the elephant. You chasing a feature out of your element. And those lab diamonds under inspection. The question marks block your blessings. It's no tombstones in the desert. I know by now you get the message. You think it'd be valor amongst veterans? I'm watching your fame.
They go, what?
Escape relevance. We all in a room, but here's the elephant. You chasing a feature out of your element. And those lab diamonds under inspection. The question marks block your blessings. It's no tombstones in the desert. I know by now you get the message.
Nah, this can't be the song. This can't be the song. Where's the actual diss at? Like, I think y'all forgot what Jim Jones said about Pusha T. Jim Jones diss Pusha T. I think you forgot.
So Pusha T, his thoughts regarding Billboard's.
Hold on, let me play it in full. I gotta play the full. Wait. Is it this?
Jim Jones took a somewhat controversial stance on Pusha T's all-time.
Man, where's the fucking thing? Here we
But
go.
I know it got so
Yeah. Man, I cannot find this clip to save my life. Is this?
O'Shea and I be.
I'm O'Shea, top 50 of.
Oh my God, now I can't find the original Jim Jones shit.
well and them. Shout out to Pusha T. I love your soul, my dog. You're not in my top 50. You might be in Charlamagne's top 50 and things like that, but you haven't done that much for me in my life. Like, I didn't never want to be like Pusha. I never had a Pusha moment in my life. I never thought, like, you dig? Like, where I'm from, niggas want to be like you if you was really that dude and that rapper and things like that.
Wanted to be like Pusha?
Shit.
He was influenced by Pusha?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's why Pusha did the Mr. Me Too record.
Okay, cool. You're a very strong Pusha T fan. You heard? And I don't care because people be like, look at Jim talking. Nigga, you is nowhere near the top 50. You top 950. You crazy. Like, well, and shout out to Pusha T. I love you so
much. He went
much.
on Pusha T even crazy on this other shit. I'm trying to find it. That nigga was going crazy on Pusha T. It was some shit with him and Jinx. Was it this?
Jim Jones doubling down on why Drake is the greatest rapper.
Drake is the only person that gets played on any place in this earth, and they're going to know it in English.
I think in the grand scheme of, like, it's true, the greatest of all time, unbiased list, I think Drake has to be in the top 5.
If you're not putting Drake in the top 2 of all time, like, what are we going to do? We're going to keep putting shade on his name?
Hold on. I got to play the original Pusha. Like, he violated Pusha T so crazy, nigga. It was a rap caviar or something like that. I got to figure it out. I'm about to find this bitch. I ain't even gonna lie. This shit was hilarious. These niggas post a lot. Where is it at? Is it this?
On this Billboard list, I feel like shouldn't be on here.
Shouldn't?
Yeah.
You don't think Pusha T should be on the greatest 50 rappers of all time list?
How? What has he done? What has he done that puts him in the greatest rappers of all time besides talk about that he probably didn't get?
Wow.
All biased aside.
He's nice.
Yeah.
He's nice as he can rap his ass. He can rap his ass off. What has he done? Nobody has dressed like him. Nobody wants to be like Pusha T. No, I don't remember nothing. And let's not be evil. But we don't talk about rap where that's popping the wanna and wanna be like. I don't know too many in this game that was leaning towards being like Pusha T.
50? You won't put
no, career wise, like he's been a member of the Clips. He's been a part of Kanye's entourage. He has no solo classic songs himself.
He's been a part of classic.
Yeah, been a
First
part
of all,
of it.
Lord willing.
Been a part of it. Then put Malice on there too.
What are we talking about?
Exactly.
Oh my God!
Now Pusha T don't hold no weight out here. He not
Daytona,
pushing
bro.
no out here. I will put Big Sean before. Big Sean before Pusha T.
Easily. But Jim Jones is on there before Pusha T.
But I'm saying you can put whoever you want ahead of him. You're saying he's not.
Cameron before Pusha T.
Nigga said Pusha T.
Bro, you go in these clubs, I don't know no records they play in the club with or Pusha T. They don't play outside.
Regardless of all that, Pusha's not in y'all's top 50.
Name me one classic song that Pusha T put out by himself.
Like, he's in a rap group with his brother. You think that just negates him because he's a part of a group?
NBA Youngboy before Pusha T.
That's wild, Jim. That's
NBA Youngboy before Pusha
crazy.
T?
That's crazy. What do you...
No, you see, I hate when like purists do this. What? Who's had a better career? NBA Youngboy's had a way better career than Pusha T. Better career. Now, who's a better rapper? I wouldn't say Youngboy's a better rapper. But see, that's where you got to kind of tell what's the criteria. Is it who's had the better career? Because Youngboy undoubtedly has had the better career. Who's the better rapper? Pusha T's a better rapper, clearly.
What? Nah, Jim just trying to get everybody mad.
Pusha T around out here. You heard?
Jim trying to get everybody mad. That Jim's look at him. Look at him laughing.
But that's what I'm trying. That's how I feel about Pusha T being on the top 50.
I
Not
agree.
saying he don't get busy. Not saying he don't got platinum records. Not saying he's not part of good music. Not saying he's not part of all of these things.
Boom, boom,
but
boom.
he's not the leader out his bunch.
I like that. That was a good segment. Anyway, apparently Pusha T responded. Here we go. No. Well, Jim Jones responded to what people are saying Pusha T responded to. And this was Jim Jones just posted on Instagram. Why is he laughing like that? Where can I find a diss? No, they gotta be like a real diss. Like, where's the real like Pusha T dissing Jim Jones at? Pusha T diss Jim Jones. Where is it? That was it? Nah, that can't be it. No. You think there'd be honor amongst veterans? I'm watching your fame escape relevance. We're all in a room, but here's the elephant. You're chasing a feature out of your element. What the fuck is Pusha T talking about, nigga? This nigga's always talking in riddles and all type of shit. Yo, Jim Jones, man, you got nothing to worry about with Pusha T unless you got a baby you ain't claim, nigga. If you don't have a baby you didn't claim, if you didn't have a baby you've been hiding from the world, if you didn't have somebody you claim on your taxes but you're not telling us about, bro, you good. Because these little hieroglyphic, yo, this and that, nah, nigga, we ain't trying to hear that. We ain't trying to hear that. I've been telling y'all, Pusha T got the win by default on Drake. The nigga only got the win because he was like, aha. Anyway, everybody's saying check NBA Youngboy's story. NBA Youngboy is back. Let's see what he got going on now. Oh.
Man, you better stop playing, man. I ain't included in weight. Bitch, I don't even like y'all. I just spice y'all. Bitch, that nigga beg me to make money with him. I ain't never received $1 with that nigga. Stop playing with me, ho. You better go ask them what go on with over there. Or whatever the fuck you think going on. My little niggas that got slaughtered this morning, bitch. I ain't got no time for you.
What is he talking about?
I'm really you dumb boy, you ugly bitch. Man, you better stop playing, man. I ain't included in weight. Bitch, I don't even like y'all. I just spice y'all. Bitch, that nigga beg me to make money with him. I ain't never received $1 with that nigga. Stop playing with me, ho. You better go ask them what go on with over there. or whatever the fuck you think going on. My little niggas that got slaughtered this morning, bitch. I ain't got no time for you, hoe. I'm really blind on all this shit, bitch. I don't know about nothing that be going on. Y'all are weird, bitch. The fuck wrong with you, man? I'm on different time and I'm not living in a different world, bitch. And yes, I am real demanding with a real illness. Bitch, I ain't crazy, but I never ain't say I was fucked up. Well, wasn't fucked up. Dumbass hoe. Bitch, you mad because you probably won't eat my dick, ugly ass hoe. All I did, only thing I did was respond to the girl about disrespecting me, letting her know I actually idolized them. You hear me? I respect how I respect their culture and what, you know, all the extra shit, even though a percentage of them don't even like us. Bitch, I ain't say nothing to you. Leave me the fuck alone.
He must be talking about Yaya. He beefing with his... Yo, so NBA YoungBoy #1 cheerleader is one of his baby mama. She stabbed a girl. She stabbed one of his other baby mama over him. She loved that nigga. You feel me? It is what it is. And listen, she should love him. You know what I mean? That's her family at the end of the day. But he don't want her no more. He married. I don't know if she responded. It don't look like she responded. But he violated her earlier. People were tagging me. Let me see if I can find them. We'll find. All right. Where is it? Where is it, nigga? Where the fuck is it? I bet I got it. So let me just kind of set this up right. Okay, here we go, chat. So Floyd Mayweather, who fought on Zeus, apparently he's a co-owner of Zeus. So this is like his second or third fight on Zeus, but he's fighting a bunch of no-name randoms, okay? It's Floyd, so people still gonna watch. Apparently he owns part of Zeus, the company, and he still gets paid pretty handsomely to fight. So it's a good business thing for him. Eventually he's gonna cash out on owning this app that shows Ratchet TV. And by the way, remember when Black China and them fought? Was it Black China actually? No, I think it was like Natalie Nunn or whatever. They fought on the undercard of a Floyd fight. Like, yeah, Floyd is fighting all the time. So anyway, he got this contract, and apparently he fought this guy named Gotti, right? Which I didn't even realize it was a real John Gotti family. So John Gotti's like son or grandson fought Floyd. It ended in a disqualification, and the dudes started pretty much squaring up with Floyd after the ref called it off, right? A bunch of TMT dudes, was a T-Money team, dudes hopped in the ring, and it looked like they were going to beat the brakes off of this John Gotti dude because, come on, you ain't going to swing at the $1 billion man after he done did his thing, right? Anyway, the daughter the daughter or like the sister, I don't know who the fuck this is, but one of the Gotti family members, like a female in the family, at Floyd and says, Floyd, your daughter was ran through by an animal with 12 different baby mamas. You're a little circus animal. You're all a pack of zoo animals. I swear on my kids, I'm coming for your daughter maybe 2 years, 3 years from now, but I'm coming cunt. Now, I got to show you her picture that you could like visualize the racism, but her name is Nicolette Gotti. This is her right here. And this is her right here, and she was talking about Yaya. You could tell she racist. She racist. Okay, now who's the animal she's claiming that Yaya got pregnant by? She's clearly claiming that Yaya got pregnant by, which she's only has one kid. She's calling NBA YoungBoy an animal, who has 12 baby mamas, right? So she was dissing Yaya, dissing Floyd by dissing his daughter, since she's a woman, so I guess she's just going after his daughter, but saying that his daughter is a ran-through chick that let an animal, YoungBoy, with 12 baby mamas, get her pregnant. Now, YoungBoy actually finally responded to this. Like, this shit happened a while ago, but YoungBoy, you know, he just reactivated his Instagram. You know, he got to let some shit pop off. By the way, I think people sometimes think everything is. I think this is all carefully orchestrated. Youngboy could have addressed this any time before. Youngboy's back on the gram. He finna get this shit spicy, and he gonna get it mad spicy. Probably threaten. The last time his gram was up, he was threatening him and Bobby Shmurda were going at it, and then he said, "All right, I'm out of here." So it's kind of like a trend with Youngboy at this point. Oh, I'm back on social media. All beef. Oh, I'm going away. I'm done making music. New album. It's a cycle. Like if you know, you know. Anyway, the point is that Youngboy responded, and when Youngboy responded, he responded like this, which was kind of shocking.
You know, recording, you know, I make my own music and shit like this. But I'm really trying to speak on the shit as it came across this page. You know, we got it, daughter. Man, I'm gonna tell you like this. I hope you do that bitch the worst way 2-3 years from now. I don't give a fuck. It ain't my business. I hate that hoe. And when it come to her daddy, that nigga don't need to be in my mentions. I don't fuck with him. Your brother lost the fight. Every man gotta lose. Every dog had a day, man. That's how they go. Hey, I idolize your daddy. Man, next time you ever disrespect me, y'all gonna have to bomb me. Have a blessed day, beautiful.
Okay. So the surprising part in this video was he literally actually said, yo, I wish y'all beat the shit out of my baby mama. Which I thought the way how hard Yaya goes for Youngboy, even if they're not together, you would think Youngboy at least respects it or loves it. He did her just like how he did me. Man, actually worse. He said, man, he says, I hope you're right. I hope you beat the shit out of her because I hate this bitch. Now I don't know why he hates her. Like this is crazy. But anyway, and then he also mentions Floyd, and he said that nigga just need to stay out of my business or whatever the case is. I'm guessing there's some family drama which he's bringing to the internet, clearly, right? Because I ain't see Floyd nor Yaya say anything negative about him, but he's saying something negative about them. Now, that Instagram post was deleted, and that's why we now get this NBA Youngboy post, but I don't know what he's talking about. So somebody who's like in a Youngboy fan club could kind of tell me, what the fuck is he talking about with this? Who is he dissing? Is he dissing Yaya or is he dissing the Nicolette girl?
Ugly bitch. Man, you better stop playing, man. I ain't included in weight. Bitch, I don't even like y'all. I just spice y'all. Bitch, that nigga beg me to make money with him. I ain't never received $1 with that nigga. Stop playing with me, ho. You better go ask them what go on with over there. Or whatever the fuck you think going on. My little niggas that got slaughtered this morning, bitch. I ain't got no time for you, ho. I'm really blind on all this shit, bitch. I don't know about nothing that be going on. Y'all are weird, bitch. The fuck wrong with you, man? I'm on different time and I'm not living a different world, bitch. And yes, I am real demanding with a real illness. Bitch, I ain't crazy, but I never ain't say I was fucked up. Well, wasn't fucked up. Dumbass hoe. Bitch, you mad because you probably won't eat my dick, ugly ass hoe. All I did,
somebody says Yaya auntie. Okay. So Floyd's sister. Okay, thank y'all for putting me on game. Fanny Jean. Okay, so she said something about Youngboy. Holy shit. Okay, so I guess this is Yaya's aunt.
So fine.
She says NBA Dumbboy has the mental capacity of a piece of shit. I hope he gets in trouble for inciting violence. Okay. Then she says, remedial men start thinking they're smart when enough dummies agreeing to their bullshit sentiment. Then she says, NBA Dumbboy You the same dum-dum that begged my brother to come to court with you to keep your ass free. Now you give your ass to kiss. Now you give us your ass to kiss because you weren't included. Poor Tink. He mad he didn't get the attention KJ did. Shaking my head. Just a dum-dum. What's all this? I don't know what that is. Okay.
Just do it.
Please come up with some new material. If you come in, come with some fire. All this Floyd Can't Reach It is played. Yaya stabbing case played. Go find something else new. So according to her, she's saying that Youngboy begged Floyd Mayweather to come to court with him to keep him free. Now, I guess something must have recent happened, and now he's telling them, like, fuck them type shit. That's kind of interesting. That's interesting. Let me go back to what Youngboy said again. Doesn't make sense now.
Ugly bitch. Man, you better stop playing, man. I ain't included in weight. Bitch, I don't even like y'all. I just spice y'all. Bitch, that nigga begged me to make money with him. I ain't never received $1 with that nigga. Stop playing with me, ho. You better go ask them what go on with over there. Or whatever the fuck you think going on. My little niggas that got slaughtered this morning, bitch. I ain't got no time for you, ho. I'm really blind on all this shit, bitch. I don't know about nothing that be going on. Y'all are weird, bitch. The fuck wrong with you, man? I'm on different time and I'm not living a different world, bitch. And yes, I am real demanding with a real illness. Bitch, I ain't crazy, but I never ain't say I was fucked up. Well, wasn't fucked up. Dumbass hoe. Bitch, you mad cause you probably won't eat my dick, ugly ass hoe. Only thing I did was respond to the girl about disrespecting me, letting her know I actually idolized them. You hear me? I respect how I respect their culture and what, you know, all that extra shit, even though a percentage of them don't even like us. Bitch, I ain't saying nothing to you. Leave me the fuck alone. Ugly bitch. Man, you better stop playing, man. I ain't included in weight. Bitch, I don't even like y'all.
Did he ever address the you beg somebody to go to court?
I just spice y'all. Bitch, that nigga begged me to make money with him.
Oh, he's saying Floyd begged him to make money with him. Okay.
I ain't never received $1 with that nigga. Stop.
She didn't say that though, young boy. She said you begged him to come to court. That's not about money. That's about your freedom. But also, I could see Floyd trying to do business. Like, if this is a nigga who got your daughter pregnant, the most lit nigga with the biggest, like, raw kid fan base, that's urban in the game, yeah, shit, I'm Money Mayweather. Let's do some business, nigga. You already coming to Thanksgiving. You got to come pick up your son. Let's do some fucking business. I can see why Floyd wants to do business with him. Begging? I don't know. Maybe he did. So, shit, I could see Floyd begging. Or not begging. Let me not say begging. Nobody begged, right? I could see Floyd trying to do business with him. But also, I could see Youngboy courteously asking, yo, could you come to my court date? Because all of this crazy shit that Youngboy's doing, when he's in court, I've never seen him talk to a judge like this. That shit goes away. So we just got to, like, be in reality. When he goes before the court, he don't tell him he demonic. Period. He's a good boy. And that's how he should be to get out of jail. So again, I think it's natural and normal to think, yeah, he probably asked another celebrity to come to the hearing that could make him look favorable. Look at Casanova. He had 1 million people writing letters. Like, what's the fucking problem? You get what I mean? Now, I don't know what he's not included in, so they probably have some real issues, and it's not neither here nor there for me to pick any side in that. But yeah, I believe of course he probably asked Floyd to come to the thing, and I believe that Floyd was trying to do business with him. That makes sense.
Stop playing with me, ho. You better go ask them what go on with over there. Or whatever the fuck you think going on. My little niggas that got slaughtered this morning, bitch. I ain't got no time for you.
He said his little niggas just got slaughtered? Huh. What happened?
You hope. I'm really blind on all this shit, bitch. I don't know about nothing that be going on. Y'all are weird, bitch. The fuck wrong with you, man? I'm on different time and I'm not living in a different world, bitch. And yes, I am real demanding with a real illness. Bitch, I ain't crazy, but I never ain't say I was fucked up. Well, wasn't fucked up. Dumbass hoe. Bitch, you mad because you probably won't eat my dick, ugly ass hoe.
Whatever. Well, I guess he's going through some you know, I can't speak on why he has issues with them, so that's out of my scope. What I will say though, I do think that Floyd, at least publicly, he's looked like a great grandfather. Like I see him playing a lot with NBA YoungBoy's son, and I hope they could work it out as a family, because at the end of the day, they're still family, right? Yeah, the person you're saying, oh, your daddy needs to stay out of my business, that's the grandfather of your kid. It is what it is. So again, hopefully they figure that out. You know, when you bring it to the public, now the public pick sides, but I'm not gonna pick no sides when it comes to that. Floyd cool, young boy cool. They just got to figure out this shit as a family. I got a kid involved. You know what I mean? If you're gonna hate Yaya, I shouldn't have a kid with her. You got a kid with her now. Like, she's forever your baby mama, forever and a day. She's your baby mama. So yeah, I figured that out, man. So I said, oh, his partner just got killed. So I said he was crying about his man's dying. Damn. Send my condolences to him. Hey. Did he delete the messages? Am I tripping, or did he delete the story? So I said, y'all slow. He talking about somebody named Little E Honcho? Really? Yeah, we're going back to the Melly story right now. Oh, he deleted the thing. I don't know, my nigga. All right. You know, one thing I've asked myself about young boy. He burns so many bridges, and he talks to people like they're the dirt beneath his feet. After you say that about your baby mama, despite what happened between y'all, do you ever say sorry? Like, hey, I was sorry, I was tripping. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, like, after a nigga talk to you a certain type of way, if that nigga don't apologize or at least admit he was out of pocket, I don't know how you continue those relationships. You get what I mean? Like, if a nigga is talking to you crazy, does he ever just be like, yo, yeah, nah, or say he went off bad information, or say he got it wrong, or maybe he was just like upset at some other stuff. If you're saying his friend died, he might be just like emotional right now. Like, what the fuck? Like, yo, he's probably hurt. Like, that shit just like anything is setting him off at this point. When he calms down at a point and realizes he probably took his anger out on somebody that probably loves him, does he say to that person, man, I'm sorry, man. I hope you forgive me. I just want to know that part. I've never seen that side of it. Only side I've seen is fuck you when I see you. Like, I've never seen the I'm sorry. But who knows? All right, we're going to get back into this Melly case, honestly. Oh, we'll talk about this Larsa Pippen shit in full later, but you know, we're still here trying to figure out most of this shit. So here we go.
From the tower.
By the way, just to recap, they're breaking down the phone evidence, the GPS evidence of how they realized where Melly was, where they believe the shooting happened, where they drove to afterwards, where he got picked up from, and where he went when the bodies were on the way to the hospital. All that is kind of mapped through GPS technology using these phones. He received phone calls, and also when he was traveling, if you guys don't know, your phone consistently sends out tiny bits of data to make sure it's connected, and it finds the nearest cell tower and how long it takes to bounce back. It keeps a record of it, which is it takes up this amount of space. Well, not this amount, but like very small amount of space, and they could read that later to kind of track you. Okay, so that's what they're doing.
And then 48 miles from the tower. Then it's in this band. on a different sector, but perhaps still close to the tower, traveling in the same direction, 0.63 miles. And then to the north, 1.1 and 1.6 miles from the tower.
And so in terms of the north to south distance of each of these bands, how wide are they? If we're looking at the north to south, aspect between here and here, what type of, remind ladies and gentlemen, what, is this still on a 4G phone?
Yes, yeah. So each of those arcs is still 78 meters deep.
Okay. Based on the multiple locations that you have, do you have an opinion as to how that phone or handset was traveling?
Yeah, I think the data is consistent with the phone traveling south and north during that time.
Now going on to the 772-713-9807 between 12:01 and 12:12 p.m. on October 26th of 2018. What are you illustrating with this particular image?
So at 12:01, first there's an incoming call from the turquoise phone 9158, and then at 12:01, the red phone is this band, 0.92 miles from the tower. At 12:03, it's 0.68 miles from the tower. At 12:05, it's 0.92 miles from the tower. And then 12:07 to 12:12, it's 1.55 miles from the tower.
Okay, and just to flip back again to the 12:01 to 12:12 for the 954-376-9158. In terms of, can you make any opinions as to where these two phones were located in relation to one another during these time frames?
So they're in the same general geographic area for sure. Right? They're both on the same tower at the same time, near Pines and US 27. There's areas where there's times when their bands are approximately the same, and there's times where they're different as well.
Okay. Can you make any sort of opinion that they were in the same vehicle?
No.
Going on to the 772-713-9807 phone from October 26, 2018, from 12:14 p.m. to 12:21 p.m. What data are you illustrating in this particular slide?
So the first data point, 12:14:47, is this band here. It's 1.02 miles from this tower. The next one, 12:16:28, is this band here, 0.92 miles from the tower. Then continuing on in time, at 12:18:08 p.m., the red phone's in this band, 0.92 miles from the tower. And then at 12:18:28, 0.68 miles from the tower. And then finally at 12:21:17, it's 0.29 miles from this tower.
And in terms of that was the end of the mapping and cellular analysis that you were asked to do in this case?
Yes.
Do all of the maps fairly and accurately represent your testimony that you just gave?
Yes.
In terms of, we talked a little bit about cell phone signal and things like that. Does being in a parking garage or being at elevation change your analysis of where the phones would be?
Being a part of the garage elevation change. I mean, I don't think so. No.
If there was something that was a red flag in the data, what do you do to catch that?
Well, if I see a red flag for whatever reason, something that doesn't make sense, I'm going to look at it much more closely. I'm trying to figure out, okay, what is the issue? Is there an issue?
Was there any such information or issues that in the records that you looked at in this case?
No.
Can you ever say why a phone picks a particular tower or doesn't pick a different one?
Yes. So if we're talking about making a call or sending a text, something from the call detail records, the phone picks the tower based on its readings of signal strength and signal quality. The phone always picks the tower with clear strong signal. If we're talking about the engineering data, what the network sees, why the network reports the distance measurement from one tower instead of another. No, I don't know why.
Oh. In terms of, can you tell whether or not a specific tower was working on the evening in question?
If there's a record associated with that tower, it was working on the evening.
There's other mapping software that's available. Does the FBI use a specific mapping software when doing this?
Yeah, we have a couple different programs. I used one program.
Okay, and what is that?
ESPA.
What is that specifically?
ESPA is a program for cell site mapping.
Why do you use that specific program?
It's the tool, one of the tools that we have, and they meet our needs or requirements as an agency.
In terms of just plugging the latitude and longitude into Google Maps, is that something you can testify to based on those records?
Yes.
And do you use that in those latitude and longitude that are in that timing advance data to determine where the phone was?
So I didn't use the latitude longitude to produce that report. Could I use them? Could I plot them in ESPA or Google Maps and look at them? Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Why don't you rely on them?
I don't rely on them when I'm doing my expert testimony because I don't understand all the factors that go into the network driving that estimated location for the device. For investigative leads or something, if I'm looking for a kit, of course I'm making my report for expert testimony. I use the time in advance to understand the math.
And in terms of, is the math constant?
Yes.
Do you take into account, you mentioned the UTC time versus local time. Do you take that into account in all the records when you're looking at those?
Yes.
Does the power of the antenna or cell site affect your analysis on the speed of light and the distance from the tower for each cell phone?
No.
Okay. Can you explain what is tower loading?
Tower loading. Like when a tower gets overloaded?
Correct.
Okay. So towers have, finite capacity. There's, not unlimited network resources for a phone company. So generally, you're able to make calls or text whenever you want, right? Like towers generally don't get overloaded, but it is possible for towers to get overloaded. So the way you'd see that, I guess, would be one, if you're trying to make a call. If you've ever experienced the phenomenon where you're looking at your phone, like say this would have to be an event where there's a ton of phones, like an unexpected, unanticipated influx of devices and people, like say the Super Bowl or something like that, and there's just an incredible demand for network resources. Everybody's trying to Facebook Live or make calls, take video, everything. So if you've ever been in a situation where you're looking at your phone and you see, man, I have like great service, I have 4 bars, but I try and place a call, and the call just won't go through. It's because the towers, it could be because the towers are overloaded, you just can't handle your call.
Okay, and in terms of, would that be something that the phone would be able to see in the phone records?
No, so if the tower is overloaded, the phone won't know that it's overloaded, right? The phone can't see or doesn't have a view into what the network is handling, which is why your phone has identified a particular antenna as the one that offers the clearest, strongest signal. It says you've got 4 bars from this antenna, this is the one I'm going to connect to. It doesn't know that antenna is overloaded, and so that's why when you have 4 bars, it sends to try and make a call, the call just doesn't connect, it just won't go through. The phone doesn't know, oh, I should be looking for an extra antenna someplace. All it knows is that's my antenna.
And if there's no records or no entry in the records, can you analyze any of that data?
No, obviously I only am able to analyze the data that I have data points for.
In terms of the mapping and everything that you created. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the cell phone data and records that you just specified to?
Yes.
Does it in terms of as you're creating it, are you creating it as an expert in cell phone data and mapping?
Yes.
Do you do validation and verification of the data and the information that you're relying on?
So, through my training experience, I know that the time in advance data is very accurate. And we talked about that earlier or yesterday, where it's like have real life validation for it. Like, yes, I've done historic cell site analysis, had it validated by finding the phone in the place where I expected it to be, or seeing video of the person with the device at that point in time.
All right. Fair enough. We may approach Shangbar.
Here we go.
R, SSS, they'll be admitted. QQQ, RRR, and SSS. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and they were admitted into evidence. What's the...
States QQQ will be 65, states RRR will be 66, and states SSS will be 67.
Thank you. Counsel Jury, you may proceed.
Thank you. Okay. Special Agent Collins, I want to go through on some of the timing advance records. And just so for the purposes of what we're talking about.
By the way, chat, little update for y'all. YNW Juvie's dad will be on here tomorrow. He feels he has valuable input and context to give around the trial. He reached out to me. He said, "I see you're covering the murder trial, including the death of my son. I'm down to talk to you. I'm down to give you some explanation." So that's for tomorrow. But yeah, we're still kind of getting through this. By the way, I don't think any of the family is gonna testify though, because I don't think none of them were that close to the situation. But I guess the family has some type of context how things were right before, right after the death, obviously, and then how things are now. All right. So somebody said do it after the trial. Well, I mean, we'll talk to all parties at any time.
Row 139, 140, 141, 142, and 143 of the 772-713-9807 phone records. The latitude and longitude you mentioned, and this would be covering the times from 3:48 a.m. through 3:52 a.m. You indicated that the latitude and longitude are the first columns that are put there. And then the next column, column C, is called confidence.
Yes.
What does the confidence column modify?
It refers to columns A and B.
So is there a numerical value that's assigned to the low, high, and medium data entries in column C, the confidence?
So confidence, it refers to, like, that's T-Mobile's determination of, based on the number of data points that they have used to derive or estimate the device's location with that latitude and longitude, refers to, or gives it confidence level like low, medium, or high based on the number of data points, basically.
And in terms of, do you use that in any way, shape, or form to testify to where you are placing the phone in your analysis?
No.
Okay. The question as to the difference between accuracy and precision. Can you explain that?
Sure. So precise, I guess, would be much more narrow. In other words, the latitude and longitude, what we were talking about, like that is incredibly precise. That refers to like a particular point on Earth. but it may not be completely accurate. Like there could be a margin of error in it. So, for instance, if there's a margin of error that says, okay, like I'm giving you a precise point, a particular latitude and longitude coordinates, but my margin of error is 800 meters. Well, that might not be very accurate. What you're saying is it's somewhere within an 800 meter in radius of this latitude and longitude point. So, I guess precise would be very small. Accurate, whether it's reliable or not. In other words, like a cell site used by the phone to make a call, for instance, that's not a very precise area. We're talking about a general coverage area of an antenna. But it's completely accurate. Like, there's no denying that is the cell site that the phone saw as the cell sector that gave it the clearest, strongest signal. So it's very, very accurate, but it's not very precise. It's the size of the coverage area.
Okay. And so last but not least from the state would just be publishing part of State 64. The top number, the 954-376-9158, is that the cell phone that you did the analysis on? One of them?
It's one of them, yes.
One of the phone numbers?
Yes.
Okay. For the record, publishing part of State 64, contact list for the phone number 954-376-9158 from the phone extraction 772-713-9807. No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. You have any cross-examination?
I do have a cross-examination, Judge. But if you remember before court, I had asked that we take a break before.
Oh, yes. All right, so why don't you come side by side?
It's on no time.
All right, we're gonna skip forward. Here we go.
The surprise.
Okay, I think it came back.
Case in chief.
Or outside the car during the
C times time.
Here we go. So now it should be across.
Moment, jury was taking a lunch. But while we wait, why don't we listen to some testimony from a detective, Jonathan Zeller, with the Miramar Police Department that occurred yesterday in a courtroom. And it's important because the prosecution...
And...
Cast as a collateral.
Hi, welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. As you know, I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. We're expecting trial in the YNW Melly case to begin any moment. Jury was taking a lunch. But while we wait...
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, defendants, his counsel, assistant state attorneys, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and our witness, Brian Collins, remains on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I just had a nice lunch. When we broke, counsel had not yet had an opportunity to commence her cross-examination of this witness, so we're going to turn it over to the defense now. Counsel, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Agent Collins.
Good afternoon, Ms. Liberty.
Nice to see you in person. The last time we met, I think it was over Zoom.
Yes.
And last time we met, you actually told us you were working for the terrorism squad section of the FBI.
The transnational organized crime.
Okay, and that's where you learned the CAS report stuff as a collateral duty, correct?
No, I started doing CAS as collateral duty when I was a special agent working gangs, part of our state streets gang unit. And then I started doing terrorism investigations as my primary job and continued doing CAS as a collateral duty. Then I did CAS full-time in DC as a supervisor. Then I got promoted to field supervisor, which is my current job, not exclusively.
So you're still supervising organized crime?
Yes.
So do you do any of the CAS work with organized crime?
No.
So do you know, if you know, when's the last time you actually did a past report? An actual one for an actual case. When's the last time?
This would be, so I kept all the cases that I had done previously that had been adjudicated.
Okay.
I have not taken new cases since becoming a supervisor.
And just curious, from the last time we spoke, which was about a year ago to now, has anything changed with the technology that we should be aware of? Right. So you had testified earlier talking about timing exams, and you said with T-Mobile they call that true data, correct?
Timing advance is the principle where the network is able to calculate the distance from a tower. T-Mobile has a brand called TrueCall that they use to do that.
And who within T-Mobile would do the TrueCall? Is that engineers? Who would know that information?
I don't know.
So I'm going to put up your report. And looking at this band.
Hold on a second. You want that?
Oh, I do. Sorry.
Thank you, Gary.
All right, so this is your report, and we have this band here that kind of looks like, I know last time you called a hot dog, I like to call it like macaroni, but what does this band represent?
That is the timing advance band. So the engineering report, the TrueCall report from T-Mobile would say the distance from the tower is 0.24 miles. And so then based on the timing advance measurement, which in 4G is 78 meters, that band is 78 meters deep, so it would be plus or minus 39 from 2.4 miles on either side.
So plus or minus, so it's an estimated distance, correct?
Yes.
All right. How does T-Mobile determine, I think you testified earlier that T-Mobile determines the distance by speed times time equals distance, correct?
Yes.
All right. And how fast does that signal travel?
At the speed of light.
All right. And you had testified earlier that the speed of light is a static number, correct?
Yes.
However, I tried to do the math myself because I think I'm really smart. And one of the things that I came across when I was looking at the speed of light was that it could actually be a 3 times 10 to the 8th power meters per second, or the actual number is 2.99792458 times 10 to the 8th power. So if you know, is T-Mobile using the higher number of the 3 or using the actual number with the speed of light?
I don't know.
Okay. But you would agree when we're dealing with the meters per second that could actually be a big distance, correct?
Yeah, so obviously the bigger the distance or the bigger the time, then the more significant the distance or the difference between those two numbers would be, yes.
And just curious, would that estimate, because we talk a lot about sectors and I'll get further into it, is it possible that that estimate would change what sector you're paying off of?
Possible estimate would change what sector you're paying off.
Well, let me ask you this,
No.
because if we're dealing with a meter, if we're dealing with a meter, it's 3 feet 3 inches, correct?
Yeah.
And if I'm off by 4 or 5 meters, we're talking about like 15 feet basically, correct? A little bit more than 15 feet.
Yeah, so I guess at some point there always has to be a transition from one sector to the other, because they have multiple sectors. So on the sector boundary, could that change? I guess, yeah, there's a possibility for that for sure.
Okay. Can you do this calculation yourself?
Which calculation?
The calculation of the speed times time equals distance. Can you do that math yourself
Yes, I can.
by hand? And would you include timestamps when you did that calculation?
So I didn't do that calculation for this report. I used the distance that was in the engineering records that T-Mobile gave it produced. If they gave me the time, and we could use either 3.0 or 2.99, whatever the other number you said was for the speed of light, I can do math if that was your question, but for this report I did not do that math to produce these distances.
Okay. So can you tell me about any publication that would tell us about these expected accuracy of the timing advance records?
Nope.
All right. You haven't. So in your map, throughout your map, you talk about these bands and the distance from the tower. Is there any publications or any other data that you have that would explain how accurate that is?
No.
Do you know of any scientific testing outside of the legal community as to this whole cell tower stuff?
I mean, the cellular community, because this is an important part of how cell phones work on a cellular network.
Okay.
But apart from that, no.
Okay. And you show that band as a plus or minus 10 miles, correct? Is that the width of it?
No, it's 78 meters.
All right. And could you break that down? How big would that be? If you were to compare, like, would that be a football field, 2 football fields?
No, it's less than a football field, slightly less than a football field.
So slightly less, like 3/4 of a football field?
Something like that.
And do you have any factual basis that would back that up?
Factual basis for what 78 meters is?
Yeah. No, well, the distance, the approximation of the span. Do you have anything that would back that up?
As to why it's 78 meters?
Yeah.
Because that's what based on how the technology works, based on 4G, that's what the timing advance is. I mean, that's just what it is.
So did T-Mobile tell you this in your training, or how did you figure it out?
Yeah, through my training experience, not T-Mobile specifically, but I mean, that's for regardless of whether it's T-Mobile or Verizon, Sprint, I mean, 4G technology, the timing advance is 78 meters.
All right. So is this an estimate that's being made by T-Mobile?
The distance?
Yeah.
The tower?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. So would you say that this is T-Mobile's best estimate and it's actually no more accurate than the call detail records themselves?
Well, so I think that in my opinion and experience, generally the timing advance is accurate. The call detail records are accurate. I guess I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So I was just asking, is T-Mobile's best estimate on this map correct? Is it any different or any more or less accurate than the call data records, the CDR?
Well, the call detail records will have to be more accurate because they are less precise. So without a doubt, that is the sector that the phone chose. The timing advance measurement, in my experience, is accurate, but there are factors that could make it less accurate than the call detail records. For instance, we just talked about how the difference of whatever 3 100ths in math could make a difference in the calculation of distance. Earlier we talked about how, like, multipath signal bounces off multiple surfaces on the way to the phone or on the way from the phone back to the tower. That would increase the amount of time that it traveled, which would then also increase the distance. So although I think the timing advance is accurate because it's more precise, there's the potential for it to be less accurate than call detail records.
So do you know of any publications or studies that would back up your opinion?
No.
Okay, so based on the information, you can't really tell the court precisely which locations these phones are following, can you?
No, and one of the limitations of cellular analysis is that you can only say a general area where the device would be at a given time.
All right, so even with the general analysis, all of the stuff that we've gone through for about 4 or 5 hours, at the end of the day, you can never give an exact location. Can you tell us if the phone is on a highway?
So that depends. For one data point, no, you can't. You just general area where the phone will be. If you have multiple data points, you may be able to infer an opinion as to where you think it is. For instance, like in this case, if you see the device traveling from east to west, in towers along 595, you have time between those towers, you could infer what the speed would be and say, okay, I think it's likely that they're on the highway because I know the area, or they're on State Road 84 traveling at a certain speed. But from the cellular data alone, no, you can't tell if the phone's in a car, on the side of the road, on the road.
So can you tell if it's in the woods?
No.
How about another residence located in the area?
No.
And could you tell if somebody was walking around a car with the phone? Would you be able to tell that?
No.
Okay. Go back to your report. So it'd be your testimony that this phone, 9807, could be from here to here, correct?
Yes.
And what was the distance from here to here?
Oh, I don't know what the distance is from one end of that illustrated arc to the other.
Okay. Well, can you actually guarantee that the phone is in that arc?
No.
And why can't you guarantee that it's in this arc?
So that arc depicts the time in advance measurement with the time before, including the 78 years time in advance, which is all the resolution you can get. Why I can't guarantee that it's there as well. One, the sectors themselves, the sector itself. So that's an illustration. It's an approximation of the sector, right? Like talked earlier about it being a flashlight to illustrate the direction that the cell signal is going. If anyone drew a flashlight, we draw a cone or something that looks like this. But everyone who's used a flashlight knows that it's not actually like a tube on a paper towel. It's not actually just a tube, right? It's brightest here and it gets weaker and weaker and weaker. So although in this illustration there's hard black arms that say this is the limit of the sector, that's not really the case. There's some bleed over it. So that's the first point, is that it could be, in this instance, potentially over here, potentially over here. Second instance is, as we talked about, if there was something that delayed the signal traveling from the tower to the phone or back, that would make the distance longer than where the phone actually is. So it's a depiction of the records. But with 100% accuracy to say that the phone has to be in this band, no, I can't say that 100%.
Okay. And I did switch the page, so we're looking at your page 12 of your report. And looking at this, can you tell the court if the phone is between these two bands at any given time?
I infer, in my opinion, yes, because it had to have been at some point in time between those two bands, because it was here at 350 or somewhere within this area at 352.58 and somewhere here at 353.48. So to get from here to here, we had to be somewhere between them at some point.
But didn't you tell us earlier that you don't always necessarily connect to the tower closest to you as the one with the best signal? So could it be possible that this is actually the tower with the best signal and the phone is nowhere in that sector?
So this is from the engineering report. And so the engineering report had two measurements for this tower and sector, the 0.58 miles and the 1.16 miles. The engineering report does not, that's the network's perspective. So when I was talking about what they call detail records, where the phone measures the clearest, strongest signal, and then picks the tower or the antenna on the tower that offers the clearest, strongest signal, that's from the call detail records. The engineering reports is the network's perspective.
So where did you get the engineering reports from?
From T-Mobile.
So didn't you previously testify that Detective Moretti gave you these records?
Yes.
So did they come from Moretti or from T-Mobile?
From Detective Moretti.
All right.
From T-Mobile.
And so the engineering report, is it what Ms. Bradley, the state attorney, had put up previously all these numbers and environments? Is that,
Yes.
Okay. Do you double check that report?
What do you mean?
Do you validate it? So you get this report with all these numbers. Do you have a system in place at the FBI that you could cross-reference this to make sure that the latitude and longitude and the distance is actually what it's saying it is?
No.
So, do you even know if it's credible?
Yeah, my experience.
Overruled. You can ask the question.
So, yeah, the accuracy of this report is like pinned on those records being accurate. In my experience, the records that we get from telecommunications providers are accurate, which is why this works.
Well, let me ask you. So, have you ever had an engineer come through on any of your cases, the 130 cases that you had, and have them validate the information that you got from T-Mobile, Sprint, or whatever carrier it is?
So, I've had cases where there was actually, no, not for me. I know of other cast assets who had cases where there was a red flag or a problem, and then we contacted the engineers and said, hey, there's something that's not making sense. We need to look more into this. But for me, no.
All right. Do you know of any instances in these records where a mistake or any oddity occurred?
No.
All right. So, and you already testified you did not request an engineer to assist you to review these records, correct?
Correct.
And you said that one of these bands would be a little less than 100 yards wide?
Yes.
All right. I want to show you this engineering report that you're talking about.
I'll take a piss real quick. Give me a second.
Okay. So there's a section on this engineering report that's labeled environment. All right. And it goes on to tell you, and I'm looking for, good thing I didn't do the cell tower analysis, it'd be a mess, so obviously I can't handle this modern technology. But you have a section in here called environment. I just want to find where it's at.
It's to the left.
Yeah, it's so small I can't even see it. But you know what I'm talking about when I talk about environment, correct?
Yes.
Do you rely on this?
No.
Why?
I don't know how it's calculated.
So, and it goes back to my other questioning. This document that's produced from T-Mobile, from their engineer, your engineering report, says that T-Mobile can tell you if a phone is outside, inside. So, why do you rely on everything else in this document, but you won't rely on that column?
So I rely on the time in advance, I guess, just because I have, well, I think it really comes down to two things. One, because I understand it, right? I understand speed of light times time equals the distance. And two, because I've done that and I've been able to validate that through my real world experience. That's why I have confidence in time in advance. When it comes to the environment and the latitude and longitude coordinates and their associated confidence level, why don't I use that? Well, I didn't use them in this report because I don't know all the factors that go into calculating those. And I don't have real world experience validating those or disproving them to speak to myself personally, whether they would be
So
exact.
you had previously testified that in your training you actually get invited out to different cellular companies, correct?
Yeah.
And did you get invited to T-Mobile?
Never been to T-Mobile.
Okay. Do you know if any of your cast people went to T-Mobile?
I don't know.
Okay. Can you tell us how T-Mobile can tell if the phone is indoors?
Don't know.
Have you ever performed any testing to determine if a phone is indoors or outdoors based on the timing advance records from T-Mobile?
No.
And is there any way for you to verify that environment column? The environment estimate from T-Mobile?
Yeah, I mean, if we wanted to test it, we could coordinate something with T-Mobile, or I'm sure T-Mobile could test it, where they would use test phones and do things that people do with phones, calls, texts, data. They would look at the phones of the record and say, like, okay, here was our control group, and here's what the data said, and here's where the phones actually were. So, is there a way to do it? I'm sure that.
We were kind of just talking about a hypothetical, because
Right.
as far as you know, it's never happened.
Right.
Okay. So, with the true call distance estimates, has T-Mobile ever shared the calculation with you or possibly other members of the cast team?
The calculation is the speed 3.0 or 2.997, whatever times the time. That's the calculation.
So have they shared that with you guys? Have you gone through to find out what exact number is, how they're coming up with these formulas, anything like that?
Yeah, and that's that calculation for time in advance. Again, that's not unique to T-Mobile. That's how all phones have to function on cellular networks. They have to have time in advance measurements. So that's what we'll talk about multiple providers.
So it's just T-Mobile gives it to you. You have 100% trust in T-Mobile and its records. So you just get them and you go off of that, correct?
I plot the data from T-Mobile and do an analysis. I don't take anything for given as I'm doing my analysis.
But you don't know if the numbers are correct because you don't have an engineer validating or rechecking anything, do you? So
I'm taking, I'm relying on the accuracy of the records, yes.
All right. So basically you're telling us that we're to trust an undisclosed calculation as being accurate.
Argument.
Right. And do you not have any of the measurements for the underlying true call data?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of columns on this engineering report. It's possible that something is buried there, but I don't think so.
Okay. Go back to your report. So in this report, you say that the measurements of phone number.
Zoom out. Just like on the phone.
I'll move it up here. So your report says, you can come in the state if you want to help me.
Of course.
That these two phones, 9807 and 9081, are in the area of the crime scene, correct?
Does it say consistent with, or what's the?
Your language is
Bring out the alcohol.
cellular measurements are consistent with, yes, the two phones being in the area of the crime scene.
Yes.
All right.
Let's go get it.
But is
I
it
can
not
drink
true
all
that they could also be over here?
Yes.
New Casamigos.
And could 9807 be over here and 9081 be over here?
Yes.
Could it be over here?
I don't think so. Yes. Yes.
And right here.
Yes.
And again, this is an estimate because it could just be pinging to the tower with the best signal, correct?
No, because this is from the engineering report.
Okay. So, page 14 of your report.
Okay, so let me kind of give I pause it too. I give a little fundamental understanding and discrepancy what's going on. I believe this is the black lady that's on Melly's team. She's the I believe she's an not expert, but they probably told her, yo, you gotta prep to annihilate this GPS phone triangulation technique the prosecutor's gonna do. We're gonna handle the other shit. So this is Melly's lawyer. Now, one big difference that, and I think right here, the guy who's the FBI guy just caught her with it, because previously early in the trial, they said, if you have a cell phone and say there's a bunch of towers around me, they said, does your phone automatically always connects and works through or sends service or connects a call through the nearest tower? The answer was no. It usually opts to the one with the best signal, and sometimes the one that is not the closest has the best signal. Now, that's what she's asking the guy to say, well, all this shit is trash if you're saying, like, basically this evidence is nothing if you're saying that you can't judge proximity because a phone could be connected to any tower with the best with the best service, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be the nearest one, because if it's the nearest one, you could kind of put it in an area. They could be connecting to a further one just because it had better service. What the FBI guy is saying is like, yo, check this out, dog. The FBI guy is saying the data we get from engineering doesn't matter about the signal. It only matters about the proximity. So I'm trying to see how she's gonna kind of counter it. I'm gonna be honest with you, and no disrespect to her. She, first of all, I think she has the hardest job because this is probably the hardest thing to counter. It's not a witness testimony. This is pretty much black and white, and you're not an expert yourself, and you're talking to a guy who has like probably 20 years of experience doing this. You have to somehow nullify this. That's why she probably didn't say anything for the rest for any of the trial until now. I don't know if she's the best person to do it, but we're gonna see. Anyway, let me go back.
This area, correct?
Yes.
But would you agree it's not actually touching any of the points of interest?
At that time?
Yes.
Yes. If you find points of interest, if you mean the locations that were highlighted earlier in the presentation, yes, it's not overlapping the Montessori Academy or any other place at that time.
Okay, let's turn to page 16 of your report. So does this show phone number ending in 9081 near the hospital?
Yes, that's consistent with the phone being at the hospital.
But this science is not actually precise enough to pinpoint the location of the phone, correct?
Correct.
So while you say it's consistent with it being at the hospital, you actually don't know that, do you?
From the cellular data alone, no.
Right. Go to 17. Here you've mapped again the data for 9807. And again, would you agree that this macaroni does not touch any of the points of interest?
Yes.
Can you explain what this means? Can you see that?
340, the text box that you're pointing to?
Yes.
Yes, so that means that there were multiple data points on that tower and sector between 3:43 a.m. and 3:52 a.m.
Okay, so 3:43 to 3:52 a.m., that phone number was pinging off of this tower.
So it's from the engineering reports, and that tower saw the phone multiple times between 3:43 and 3:52.
Okay, so let's go over here, and what's this mean?
The same thing. All these cell sites that are shown are from the protocol measurement data from Sprint's engineering reports, and those towers in that sector on that tower saw the phone at whatever times indicated.
Do you know the difference from this point to this point?
I'd imagine it's a couple miles.
So from this report, we're showing that there's a couple miles difference, but the phone is pinging over here at 3:49. But according to your report, between 3:43 and 3:52, it's pinging here. And what does this one mean, right?
Another hard thing why this is going to be super hard for this lawyer to try to, like debunk everything fully. It's not like they could go to the areas with their cell phones and say, I don't know, bring 5 Sprint phones or T-Mobile phones, bring 3 AT&T phones, bring 2 Verizon, and bring, I don't know, Cricket Mobile or whatever. And then drive through the area at different speeds and then get this data to analyze and match it to what they're saying that Melly did. They don't have a subpoena. They don't have a subpoena authority. They can't ask T-Mobile for that data. Only the police could. So essentially, they're just kind of working off what the police gave them, right? It's not like, for example, with DNA, you could go do your own test with DNA and get your own analysis as well. You know what I mean? To a certain extent, obviously, they're not going to just give you the fucking evidence with the blood and say, hey, the blood is yours. No. But they'll give you some raw data that you can kind of work with. But here, you're kind of like out of your league because you can't really reproduce this at all. You got to trust them.
3:48.
So it's pinging from this tower at 3:48.
That tower saw the phone, yes.
All right. And then down here?
3:50.
So again, back here, between 3:43 to 3:52, it was pinging off of this tower. But at 3:50, it was down here.
No. The phone wasn't down there. It wasn't up here. The phone wasn't in any of those places. That's not what the data says. The data is saying that these towers at those times saw the phone. This is all from the engineering reports, which means that these towers that see them are not necessarily the tower with the very strongest signal. It's not necessarily the serving cell that saw it. If we had distance information at these times, we'd see like a band, just like we did on the T-Mobile record. So for instance, at this one, 3:49, we'd see a distance, whether it was a number like this, or like this, whatever. The distance column on that engineering report for all these data points was blank. We don't have distance. So we know that these towers saw the phone. And we know that they were not necessarily the serving cell. It could have been. Any one of them could have been, but we don't know that. And we don't have any calls on the call detail records to cross-check and say, okay, well, which tower did the phone reach out to and did need to make a call? So we're left with the question then is, well, what's this mean? Because as you were just asking, as we were just talking about, 3:49 falls between 3:43 and 3:52. How could 2 towers in 2 completely different areas both see the phone? Well, they both did see the phone at different times because they registered that connection with the phone. So if you ask me what's my opinion, what's that mean? It's like, well, the phone was someplace where all these towers could see it. And I note that this one is pointed generally west, this one's pointed west-southwest, this one's pointed southeast, this is northeast, this is this way. So my conclusion would be that this data, which it's hard to form a conclusion from because I don't have the distance information I want. It's not going to say, okay, the phone is, generally it's in Miramar. We know that, right? It's not in Fort Lauderdale or Miami. It's probably somewhere in the middle of all these towers. So if I'm asked a specific question, like, hey, is this consistent with the phone being in Silver Lakes? I would say yes. Is it consistent with the phone being in McDonald's? Yes. I mean, this is a...
So it could be anywhere in Miramar, basically.
I don't think it could be anywhere in Miramar. I think it could be anywhere kind of in this map area. I think it's a fair statement.
Okay. At any given time as well, correct? Because I just, for the sake of my knowledge, when we look at this item that says 343 to 352, so I know it's hitting that tower throughout that time, right? But it's then also hitting this other tower at the exact same time, and 30 seconds is hitting this other tower. Is that a fair statement?
The network's hitting the phone. The phone isn't hitting the network, but yes.
Okay, and then how far can a phone go? Is it 1 mile? Could it be between 1 mile and 20 miles? Or could a phone ping off a tower that's 50 miles away? Do you have any background on that?
Yeah, so it depends kind of what you're asking. If you're asking how far away can a phone be from a tower when it makes a call, well, that depends. If you're asking how far away can a tower see a phone, which is a different thing, because the phone choosing the tower is going to rely on the phone's clear, strong signal, and that also depends. Generally, I see something in the range of like a couple miles, but I've seen in extreme cases many miles that a tower can see a phone.
Okay. So even with this is again based on that.
Yep.
Any area could be in this ping.
To try and make a conclusion about a precise location for a phone on this data is I don't think possible based on this data.
So wouldn't it be more accurate just to show a range of where it could be at rather than trying to do these curves and pinpoint the precision?
What do you mean?
I mean, you would agree with me that there are some unknowns. Even though we're talking about the speed of light static, we don't know what T-Mobile's using. Are they rounding up to the 3, or are they actually keeping the right number, correct?
Well, regardless of what they're doing, they're giving us a distance, and that's the distance that's plotted. So we plot the distance, applying the records that T-Mobile gave us, not saying, okay, the phone's here in this phone or something like that. We're saying, hey, this is what the records show.
Well, it seems like you're giving testimony that it's precise, but when we get to the data, how it's used, that it's actually really just an estimate. So is it precise, or is this an estimate that you're giving us?
I guess it's not an estimate like hey, just some number that's made up, just a ballpark, hey, out of 10,000 or something like that. Yeah. But if you're asking, I think you're asking about really the accuracy, not the precision, because that number, like if the number is 0.54 miles, that's a precise number, right? That's down to the hundredths of a mile. You're asking how accurate is that number? We'll say, okay, generally that's accurate. And that's why with my testimony, even when I have a precise number like 0.54 miles from a tower, I still say, hey, it's consistent with it being at this location, where it's generally in the area of this apartment complex or something, because the possibility it may not be precisely there.
So based on that map, could it be possible that you had 2 phones registered to the same person on the same carrier being operated by 2 different people who were sitting next to each other? Can those 2 phones ping off different towers?
When you say ping off towers, you mean are you talking about the engineering report?
Yeah, the engineering report.
Could different towers see those phones?
Yeah, so
yes.
We're both sitting in the car here.
Yep.
Is it possible that it's pinging off to here and then the other person's phone is pinging here?
Yes.
While they're next to each other?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell if this phone's in somebody's pocket?
No.
Can you tell if it's left on the car seat?
No.
Can you tell if we've had the phone?
No.
Okay. No further questions?
Counsel, thank you.
Thank you,
You ready to redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're ready, you may proceed.
So in terms of, I want to make sure we're clear and it's very clear for the jury. What's the difference between the engineering report and the call detail report?
So the call detail records show what the phone was doing, like the phone's calls and texts. And they will list a tower and a sector in them. And that's the tower and the sector that the phone identified as the one that offers the clearest, strongest signals. That's the tower that the phone chose to connect to when it needed to make a call or send a text. That's the phone's perspective. The engineering report is a network's perspective, so different towers that may or may not be the.
Wait, do we get rated? Who rated us? Holy. Hey, everybody, big salute to Sunder Garden. I'm fucking up his name. Sonder Guard, LOL. Yo, appreciate you, homie. Thank you for the raid, brother. My bad. Like, I'm over here. I'm doing like a million different things. Oh, appreciate you for the raid, yo. Not too sure. I'm not too familiar with you, but I appreciate you for, you know. Oh, my boy, he on the Free Melly team. Okay, I see him in the chat. I see my boy in the chat. Nah, he said we got to get Melly freed, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. This is a nitty gritty of the case right now. Obviously everybody who's watching, and there's so many people tuning in not only on my stream but everywhere else, they're like really locked in on. Like I'm surprised that y'all are watching. Even this is boring, but it's not boring because it's really important. If this guy doesn't do a good job of convincing the jury that Melly was at that location, this is a guy to do it. To basically say, hey, if he had that phone, he was in that car. If he doesn't do it, Melly's beating the case because they have nothing else but GPS evidence. They don't have no DNA. They don't have no gun. They only have basically what was called I'm forgetting the term, but it's like circumstantial evidence or whatever it's called. But they're basically saying that, my nigga, you went in the car, and when you went in the car, you got out at the time we think the murder happened, which means you are the only person. There was no drive-by. You're the only person that could have done it, and because you're the only person who could have done it, and you got out the car and you're acting like you was not a part of this, you did it. So if they can't prove that he was in the car at the time, now we know he was in the car because we saw the surveillance footage. He hopped in the car, but if they can't prove that his phone was transmitting, so to be honest, if his phone was turned off, or say he left his phone at the studio. If Melly had left his phone at the studio, there is no case, which is crazy to think, right? Like without, well, it probably would have been a case. Let me stop. They would have charged the driver. They would have overcharged the driver with murder. So Bortland would have got charged with murder, trying to get him to give up the real murderer, in their opinion, because they believe that somebody. They believe it would have been Melly, but they can't, at that point, they can't get Melly without him snitching. You know what I mean? Now, they could try to get Melly without him snitching. If Melly left his phone at the studio, no way they could get Melly unless the driver snitches. So they were going to charge the driver with murder, try to act like they're going to go for death for the driver. The driver is going to be like, what the fuck you talking about? That's what they're hoping, and be like, yo, fuck it, I'll cooperate. You get what I mean? Somebody said, what's going to happen to Bortland? Bortland is charged with accessory to murder. Yo, Uncle Dave, you say, yo, man, that's crazy. Charging a guy with a death sentence over his phone location. Well, I mean, they're not sending him to death because of his phone location. They're trying to send him to death because 2 people died. You get what I mean? The only way to prove that in their minds that he killed them is through the phone location. So it's not like, oh, he's getting death, or they're trying to go for the death penalty for a phone location. That's their only evidence. All right.
Servant cell could have seen the phone.
Why is it important to differentiate?
Somebody says, so Ak, if they prove that the cell phone location isn't accurate, do you think this will affect all cases with cell phones as proof as evidence? Remember, this is not cell phone evidence, because the previous evidence where they say they got the phone and extracted, I haven't seen courts really strike none of that shit down and say, oh, Cellbrite or somebody extracted something from the cell phone that wasn't there, right? But there is no real incriminating evidence on Melly's phone. It's not like some people may say he's dumb, but he wasn't that dumb. It's not like he killed them niggas and said, let me take a picture and save it in my fucking camera roll, and then they later go through his phone and find the pictures of the dead body in the camera roll. You get what I mean? He wasn't that stupid. But they're using the phone essentially as just a tracking device. So they're using the phone as an AirTag. They're using the phone as, hey, this is the only way we could prove that he was there. He's not going to take the stand to say whether he was there or not. He doesn't even need to say that. But they're trying to hope by a few things. We showed y'all on a video when they left the studio, he got in the car on the left passenger side. We then showed y'all through ballistics that the bullets got fired from the left passenger side. Now, what was said by Bortland and what was later kind of found out in investigation that Melly got out the car, you could get out the car at any time. Some people could call it suspicious, but you could get in the car at any time. You'd be like, oh, nah, yo, I'm Fredo Bang about to come pick me up, drop me off here, right? What they need to prove, right, beyond a reasonable doubt, is that he was 100% in the car when the shooting happened, and they already kind of put forth that there were shots coming from the left to the right side. The medical examiner still has to testify on the death wounds to be like, how were these guys shot? We heard some talk about some stifling, in a sense of the gun was so close to some of the victim's face, they got burned by the flash of the gun. You get what I mean? So their face not only had a bullet wound, or their skin not only had a bullet wound, they had gunpowder residue that kind of erupted out of the gun, but also had burn marks. If you ever fire a gun and stick your hand right where the fucking barrel is, you're gonna burn yourself damn near. You know what I mean? It's like a mini explosion. So all those things, but this this GPS shit is really important. By the way, there's no, you know that lawyer I like, the one that's Jamaican? He's been knocking everything out of the park. There's no way for this lawyer to knock this out of the park with this FBI agent. And you have to realize, here's the thing too. This FBI agent has done hundreds of these. If he gets on here and he says, yeah, this proves nothing, like that one guy. Remember the one guy who said they took SWAT? You know that one guy, and he said, oh, yeah, this pretty much proves nothing. This FBI guy cannot say that. Because if I have been convicted using this GPS tracking of a cell phone, this is grounds for appeal. You get what I mean? And by the way, that old dude who said whatever he did proved nothing, I guarantee he's retiring in the next year or two. You can tell he didn't give a fuck. Because, bro, they're not putting you on the stand to say some dumb shit to support the defense. You're the cops. Anyway, let's get back into it.
Between those two.
Because, so if I'm plotting doing a report, and I plot a phone that was disturbing, or the tower that was the disturbing cell, then I'm showing, okay, wherever the phone was in this coverage area, it's on this because they won the best tower, the strongest signal point. With the engineering report, like the slide we were just looking at, none of those may have been the best one. So if I'm looking at something that I plotted because of call detail records, I would infer that that's probably the tower that's the closest or the best line of sight. With the engineering data, that may not be the case.
Okay, and so in the one we were just talking about, that was under the 3717895. That phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's discussion about the accuracy versus the precision of the records. Is this a precise estimate of which towers saw that phone?
Yes.
And how can you say that?
Because it listed, the records listed specific towers that saw the phone at a specific time.
Are you ever going to say, based on the data that you have here, precisely where that phone was?
No.
What conclusions can you draw from this map based on your training and experience?
That the phone is generally somewhere in the area shown on the map. In my opinion, it's likely to be in the center of the map here, because that's where the direction that the antennas and towers that saw the phone are pointing.
So council asked you about the latitude and longitude columns that are on the call records from the engineering report.
Yes.
And so you mentioned that you do not validate these particular records.
Yes.
Could they be accurate?
They certainly could be accurate, yes.
Can you explain as to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you call 911, what does a cell phone provider send out to law enforcement?
At minimum, it has to provide the tower and sector codes.
Oh. And at maximum, what can they provide?
I don't know.
In terms of those coordinates and things of that, is that also collected for the purposes of location for 911 emergency?
Maybe.
Okay. You said that, and counsel asked you a lot about validating your findings, your records, your analysis. When you are doing the training and experience, do you validate the records that are given to you by going out and finding a specific phone in the field?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be able to validate your records with other corroborating information?
Yes.
For example, a video. Would that help validate your records if the phone is seen in the video?
Yes.
If there is video or surveillance footage of locations and the phone is seen in that area, would that validate your information?
Yes.
Is, for example, on the cell phone records that have been placed in the mapping of the 772-713-9807 and going to the 248-9081, 440 to 4:52 a.m. If that phone is found at the Miramar Memorial Hospital, would that validate your findings?
Yes.
Is cell phone technology new?
No.
How long has it been around?
Decades.
Okay. The materials and things that you are relying upon, how long have those been used?
A long time. More than a decade.
In terms of the difference between the 2.99 and 3 to the 10th, what types of difference in distance are you looking at when you're making those tiny advance bands?
So, that's not a huge number, a huge difference between them, so that would be generally a small difference between the distance estimates there.
Are we talking meters or miles?
Meters.
In terms of the distance, you said it's 39 meters plus or minus each direction from the center of that location.
Yes.
The specific location that's plotted is based on the location of the tower.
Yes.
Is the tower a known quantity?
Yes.
Does the tower move?
No. I mean, it can, but as of the records, no.
With regards to publications and trainings and things of that nature that you rely upon, are you trained in this area?
Yes.
What types of resources and materials are you used during your training with the FBI CAST analysis?
Yeah, so instructors from Florida Institute of Technology who teach cellular theory and network engineering, network engineers from all the major service providers, other related fields, certain like manufacturers, the ecosystem, and then also we have a lot of peer instruction as well.
In terms of if a child is kidnapped in Miami, are they going to call an engineer to find them?
No, they'll probably call the police or the FBI.
Council asked and brought up a lot of things about the distance and the measurements in the records. Is it possible to go through the CDRs or in the instance of the Sprint, or for example, the engineering report on the 9807 phone number? and highlight instances of exactly where on your records it corresponds with the records as provided from T-Mobile.
Yeah, we could go through line by line and say, here's the map that I made, here's how the corresponding line and the T-Mobile report accounts.
And in terms of the records and things that were sent to you, were they forwarded with a T-Mobile email address attached to them?
Yeah, I got them on a thumb drive, and they had a certification from T-Mobile or Sprint.
In terms of, there's a lot of discussion, I want to make sure it's clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you were plotting some of these particular phones, specifically the Sprint ones, are you saying that these towers are the ones that would have been used if they were making a phone call?
No.
What are you saying?
These towers saw the phone.
Can you give any more indication on the direction or anything on that specific issue?
No, I mean, the direction, you can see the side of the tower that saw the phone.
Yeah.
But that's it.
Has this type of analysis been used to solve crimes?
Yes.
Has it been used to locate missing persons?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object because this line of question is outside of my cross-examination.
Hey, overruled.
In terms of the data that you relied on, has it been validated in your personal experience and training?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank
finally,
you, sir. You may step down.
finally, homies there.
Counsel, want to call your next witness?
Yes, Kurt Rhodes.
Now, again, these witnesses are going to be the most important witnesses to this whole case. And by the way, we're going to keep getting experts called. Remember, this trial is expected to go till the end of July. After next week, the court takes a week off because of July 4th. And they want to have testimony of random other people for a long time. So it's going to be a lot of experts. And by the way, remember, this is only the state that it's going against, going with their case so far. Melly has not gone with his case, which means maybe a counter witness, maybe somebody who could be like, oh, no, I picked up Melly. Melly wasn't there. Somebody to vouch for his alibi. Who knows, you know?
When you get there, you can put your things down, remain standing, and raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Kurt Rhodes.
Please spell your first and last name for the court recording.
KURT-RHODES.
Thank you so much.
Please have a seat. Mr. Rhodes, that microphone in front of you will adjust up or down, but it does not move back and forth, all right? Are you ready to proceed, sir?
Yes.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Rhodes. How are you today?
I'm well, how are you?
Very well. Thank you for asking. Could you please introduce yourselves, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and tell them where you work?
My name is Kurt Rhodes. I am a DNA analyst. I work in the BSO Crime Laboratory as a DNA analyst.
And what are the qualifications to be an analyst in the BSO Crime Lab for DNA?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic Science from the University of Central Florida. I have completed the Sheriff's Office training program for DNA analysts. I hold certification from the ABC for American Board of Criminalistics in molecular biology. And I am required to complete at least 8 hours of continuing education per year.
And so how long have you been employed for the Sheriff's Office?
I began in 2004 as a DNA technician. I went into DNA training in 2005 and began DNA casework in 2007.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between a DNA technician, like you were in 2005, and when you transitioned to 2004, and transitioned to 2005 to be the DNA trainee?
As a technician, I would do instrument maintenance, quality control checks on the chemicals and reagents, do ordering, record keeping, things of that nature.
So you briefly mentioned a little bit of your educational background. What types of coursework and classes did you take when you were getting your initial degree in the sciences?
The program that I did through the UCF was the DNA-based program for forensic science. So there was genetics, molecular biology, biochemistry. There was a statistics course, mainly the coursework towards the end of the degree requirements were mainly geared towards genetics and biochemistry and molecular biology.
So do you have specialized training using statistics to interpret DNA?
I have completed the statistics in my college coursework, and I have attended courses throughout my career in the Sheriff's Office dealing with statistics and how they relate to DNA case reform.
You mentioned that you're required to do 8 hours of continuing education. Is that on a yearly basis?
Yes, perfect.
And approximately how many hours of continuing education have you completed since 2005 when you started your DNA training?
It's at least 8 hours. Some of the courses, use the term loosely, range from 8 hours to 40 hours. So 1 year maybe 8 hours, another year maybe 48 or even 60. It just depends on the year.
So in terms of the DNA section that you work for, what does it do on a day-to-day basis?
As a DNA analyst, I examine evidence that's submitted by investigators in an attempt to develop DNA profiles from question samples and ultimately compare them to known standards to see if the individual that is being investigated or even the alleged victim would be included or excluded from the evidence that's submitted.
In terms of the DNA analysis, do you do that yourself, hands-on?
I do.
And the training that you started to talk about, you said you started training in 2005. Could you talk and explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that training entails?
It entailed readings, hands-on processing of the samples that we did, time, extraction methods, quantitations. There was written tests as well as a mock court. Then there was it ended with a competency test to ensure that I was able to process samples appropriately, and then I was allowed to do supervised casework, and then finally independent casework.
So let's explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a competency test?
A competency test is given to an analyst after they have completed a training program for whatever subject. It could be as simple as an extraction method or maybe a quantitation method. So the laboratory will then provide a test that the analyst would conduct. They would process this test and return the results to the agency to see if the results that they've gotten were appropriate for what was doing.
And do you have to pass these competency tests or examinations before moving on to the next steps?
The competency tests are done to ensure that you are competent in the technology that is going to be employed in the casework.
So once you pass that initial testing, is there additional yearly or biannual proficiency testing then?
As a DNA analyst, I am required to do 2 proficiency tests per year. In our laboratory, the agency will purchase proficiency tests from a provider. I process them, generate my results, my answers, and those are then sent back to the provider to ensure that I'm getting the correct answers.
Are those done in-house in terms of the scoring and completion of that proficiency testing twice a year? I process it in-house, it's reviewed, and then it's sent back to the test provider. Does the proficiency test require and include statistical interpretations?
They do.
And has the statistical interpretations changed as the way they've been doing in the field of DNA over the last couple of years?
In my laboratory, yes. It went from statistical calculation with known as random match probabilities, single source samples, and CPIs, which were combined probability of inclusion. We've transitioned from those two methods to a likelihood ratio method.
And can you explain, in as simple of terms as possible, what is a likelihood ratio?
A likelihood ratio is a comparison of two hypotheses. Hypothesis 1 compared against hypothesis 2. In terms of casework analysis, the initial hypothesis is that a person is included as a contributor to a sample, and the competing hypothesis is that the evidence or the DNA profile is coming from an unrelated unknown individual. So that is how the likelihood ratio is set up. Person 1 or person of interest is the contributor to the evidence versus it's coming from an unknown, unrelated individual.
Okay. So I want to go back, and so can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you're doing a DNA analysis, what is it that you're looking for?
For the analysis that I'm doing, I am processing for STRs.
By the way, they switch gears kind of rapidly, so I don't know if they're done with the GPS stuff. I think the GPS stuff is a little bit more fascinating. I wanted somebody to accurately say, hey, listen, within certain degree of accuracy, we believe this is where these two phones were. They may have been in the same car at a point. Then one person got out the phone, or one phone separated from the car, went this way, the other car went this way, and then it went to the hospital. That would make sense as a jury to say, oh, okay, maybe somebody had the phone, you know what I mean? But it was a lot of technical stuff, not enough narrative. Now we're on DNA, okay.
For the locations that I'm processing, they're robust, they're polymorphic, meaning that there are differences. There's not just 1 or 2 variations. There could be 10 to 12 different variations, and they are independent from each other, meaning that the result that I get at location 1 will not affect the result that I would get at location 2, or the DNA profile at location 1 isn't affected by the DNA profile of location 2.
Is that a genetic marker? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And just so it's clear, can you define exactly what a genetic marker is from the DNA analyst perspective?
As it relates to what I do, it is the STL, the short tandem repeat. That is the specific DNA fragment or DNA marker that I am processing or testing for.
Can you explain what an allele is?
The allele is the genetic trait or characteristic. In terms of STRs, as I mentioned, they're short fragments of DNA that repeat. So they're measured in numbers. At location, I'm just going to say location 1, an allele or characteristic of gene may be a 7, or an 8, or a 9, or an 11. So a DNA profile that I generate is actually just a series of numbers based off of the alleles or traits that I obtain at each DNA location.
You said they're identified by numbers. What does that mean? Could you explain like where the numbers, what do you say? Is it 274? Is it 11?
As I mentioned, the 7, 8, or 9, that refers to the number of repeats. So with the STRs, it's a repeated fragment of DNA, ATCG, and that ATCG may repeat a certain number of times. It may repeat 7 times, or 8 times, or 9 times. And so that is what those numbers that I'm expressing represent.
And where does that repeats, how does that show up in a person's individual DNA?
It is located on the DNA chromosome.
And what determines what makes up an individual's DNA chromosome?
In the case of humans, our DNA is inherited from our parents. We receive half of our DNA from our mother and half from our father. And with the exception of identical twins, no two individuals are going to share the exact same DNA.
In terms of your casework and the DNA process that you do, has that been validated?
It has.
Is the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab accredited?
It is.
And by what outside accredited body?
We're accredited by ANAB, for the ANSI National Accreditation Board.
What's the purpose of maintaining an accreditation as a lab?
The accreditation is a voluntary process. The accrediting board will do an audit on our laboratory. It will check our SOPs, or standard operating procedures, to ensure that we are doing proper record keeping, we are following the procedures that we have in place, and that the laboratory is essentially running as it is supposed to be according to the SOPs.
And in terms of the specific areas in which the lab is accredited for, are you only talking on DNA?
It's accredited in 4 different sections: DNA, firearms, chemistry, and fingerprints.
Have you worked in any of those other sections?
I have not.
In terms of the proficiency testing that we talked about earlier, is that also part of the accreditation process?
Yes, everything that is done in the laboratory will be audited through the accrediting body.
And is there also accreditation and validation in terms of statistics that are used?
Again, it's part of the audits.
You mentioned that you used to do 15 areas plus antigen, and now you're at 24 areas. Can you explain what made that change occur?
The DNA analysis is a science, and as the years go on, the science advances. So the companies that provide these commercial kits are able to make combinations of these STRs in a bigger multiplex, that's what it's identified as, to analyze more DNA locations all at once in order to provide a better picture compared to years prior when it may have only been 9 locations.
With regards to the locations, does the software take into account the frequency then, or the amount of number of times a particular repeat is found in a population?
I'm not sure of your question.
And previously, when you were doing random population, random maps, or CPI, is it important to know how frequently a specific allele was shown up in a population of individuals?
Yes. At the end of the analysis, if I am, let me start over again. After I look at the evidentiary samples, I'll determine if it's a single source profile or a mixture, and then do a comparison to a known standard. If I am going to report that the known standard is included as a contributor, I am required to give a weight to this. And in order to give a weight to this match or inclusion, I am required to provide a statistical calculation. So years prior, as I mentioned, it was RNP or CPI. We've gone to glycolates now. But all of those different calculations or those statistics are based on allele frequencies. And what that means is those STR markers that I mentioned before occur in the population at different frequencies. So I mentioned allele 8 may occur at a frequency of 25% of the population has it. And allele 7 may occur at 15%. So when I do a statistical calculation with all of the alleles present in the DNA profile compared to the standard, all of those frequencies are used to calculate the end result, whether it's an LR, a CPI, or an RNP.
So while you change your method, you're still using a lot of the same and building on the same items that you've used in the past?
Yes, that's right.
Has the likelihood ratio, LR, been validated for statistical analysis?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about how in the lab you prevent any sort of cross-contamination?
When I process evidence, I am processing one case at a time, and when I refer to that, screening evidence. So the initial step is to look at the evidence that I am receiving from our central evidence supply to ensure that the seals were intact. I will do an inventory of the evidence compared to the submission form and property receipts. Typically, the items are packaged all together in kind of like a big brown bag. I'll open that bag up and do an inventory. And then again, process one evidentiary sample at a time while leaving the other samples in a drawer or a cabinet.
What do you do in between each sample to your workstation?
And the workstation is cleaned with bleach and alcohol. As I'm doing my screening, I do wear a lab coat, gloves. I work in what's called a dead air box, a big plexiglass box about the size of this bench here. And I do all my processing on the bench. I'll clean that up after I'm done with the evidence, change my gloves, and then move on to the next piece of evidence. When the next step would be extraction, which would be after I've taken my sample and I've cut it.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. Hold on. Intermission break for like 20 seconds. We still ain't talking about the Scottie Pippen shit, man. We cooling here. Let me see. How far are we into the stream? We 4 hours, man. We halfway into the stream. We still got another 4 to go. Yo, look at this. Look at this. I didn't even see this video. Look at this. This is Melly while like the detective stepped out in the video we were watching where he was like 15, 16, or 17, whatever the case is. And you know what I mean? You got my boy, he's shadow boxing, man. It's split personalities. He's fighting himself. This is Melvin versus Melly. Literally, he boxing type shit. Feel me? And then turning up right after. Wait, look at this.
What you want from me? ARs and them 223.
Okay.
Fucking around with me, you see I'm hot, I'm 500 degrees. Heard he caught a body, but that does not mean shit to me. Got 2 on me, got 2 on me. Blood gang, yeah, so who on me? Detrimental, me and Glock all on your instrumental. I kill a nigga and it really one coincidental. Stop all that flagging shit, you just be on that acting shit. No, I ain't with no capping shit and I ain't on no rapping shit. No lacking, bitch, you know it ain't no lacking, bitch. I checking the blood, nigga, like, hey, man, what's bracking, bitch? I'm 2 flows up on you, nigga. I'm 2 flows up on you, nigga, yeah. What I'll do, you.
Hey, can I offer some commentary here? I know we're going to get back to this shit. I think people failed Melly around him. I think they thought all this split personality shit was cool. I'm going to be honest with you. I do believe Melly suffers from a mental issue. It might be a split personality disorder, but my nigga, I really do believe, like, I don't think he was just saying, like, there's a lot of rappers who be saying shit just to kind of get a crowd. And by the way, I'm not saying that Melly's guilty of the double homicide. I'm saying that Melly probably should have been examined by some mental health professions, by some professionals. Let's be honest. Like, when you see this type of behavior, they lock you in a room and they got a camera looking at you and you shadow boxing with yourself and brother. All I'm just trying to say is that they should have probably, he looked like he was self-medicating himself through music and also self-diagnosing himself by even naming his albums. Oh, it was Melly versus Melvin. He was clearly telling you, nigga, I feel like I'm 2 different people. Nigga, I feel like I'm 2 different people. The fuck you talking about? That's what I'm talking about. So anyway.
From me, ARs and them
Bro, it look like he's talking to somebody right
2, 2, 3s. Fucking around with me, you see I'm hot, I'm 500
okay. Nah, he kind of looked like he got some hands, though. He kind of looked like he got some hands. All right. Now, well, I'm trying to see the footwork. The footwork in there, but like, he bobbing and weaving. Let's see the hands. Let's see the punches. Okay, so what you want, nigga? Bang, bang. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. Nah, I ain't no punching power in that.
Blood gang, yeah, so who on me? Detrimental, me and Glock all on your instrumental. I kill a nigga and it really one coincidental. Stop all that flag.
Ain't it ironic? This nigga been fighting demons before. This nigga been fighting ghosts before he turned niggas into ghosts. This shit is crazy. Melly, we love your music, man. Holy. Back to the case, y'all. I ain't even gonna hold you.
Of this evidence, I place it into a tube and try and elute out or purify any DNA present that's on.
Yo, everybody, I want y'all to spam up real quick. Big W to Enzo Kubrick, man. Thank you for the gifted subs, man. Love you, brother. Like you've been such a huge supporter. Everybody who gives subs and just kind of help out the community here. You know, listen, I want to make sure everybody, we all gotta. If you watch me, make sure you sign up over a Rumble, because you know right now we are in a good place where we stream everywhere, but also you got to remember Rumble over here trying to hold us down. So I want to make sure that, you know what I mean, we always show them love as well. So, but appreciate you, Enzo Kubrick. Damn, IQSR, this nigga ain't even doing nothing. This nigga said, "Ack, you fat nigga." Like, nigga, what that got to do with it? Why you say fuck me for? I love it. Yo, I don't know who was cutting my soundboard shit before. It's one of y'all chat niggas. Bro, y'all been letting me down. I don't have it hit different. I don't have, I need that. Why you say fuck me for? I need that. Please, like, send it to me on email. Y'all done leaked my emails already. Y'all know my email address. Send me it, okay? Please.
On that sample. At that point, I'm working little test tubes. So I would, again, be changing gloves, wearing a lab coat, a mask, and I would only be working with one sample at a time, or only open it one sample at a time to avoid sampling sample contamination.
In terms of, you mentioned the test tubes, are those sealed?
Yes.
So you talked about how you get evidence and it's brought to you. Does the lab assign a specific case number at the lab to track all items of evidence and samples?
Yes. When the investigator brings the evidence to the evidence window or the central receiving, there's a property receipt and a submission form that's brought in and accepted by the evidence intake unit, and it is given a laboratory number.
When you receive evidence, you mentioned you check the seals. Why do you do that?
Hey, why y'all saying on Rumble that, my bad, I didn't even mean to cut this. Niggas on Rumble is like, yo, you got to check Young Boy's story. He's gay. Like, well, why do you think he's gay? What about Young Boy says he's gay? Bro, he nigga got 12 baby mamas. He's deaf. Oh, he posted more shit? Oh, he posted more shit. That's his wife. Look at him. I have so many questions about their relationship on a respectful level. I'm wondering, like, when he's going off and, like, y'all remember that video? Yeah, get up! Yeah, get up! Fuck your daddy! Like, you remember that video? I'm wondering if I think her name is Jaslyn. I wonder if she could tell him, like, yo, Kentrell, you're wildin'. Go to sleep. Kentrell, calm down. Kentrell, shut up. You know, when you're with a girl or you're with your partner, like, that's kind of, it's supposed to be your other half. I'm wondering if she could tell him, like, yo, nigga, what's up, bro? Anyway, this is him in the crib. Let's see. Is this new music? It gotta be new music, because he only listens to, I've never seen him listen to an old song. So there's gotta be some new shit, right? Hey, can I give his baby mama some credit? Or not baby mama, his wife some credit? A lot of people will say a lot of shit. And sometimes, let me tell you this. The baddest, the this, what people love ain't usually the best mother or wife. I'm going to be honest with you. His current wife, the Jaslyn girl, I think she's definitely the best woman he's been with. I've never heard her say a fucking peep. She ain't trying to get some fame out of this shit. She plays her role. She take care of the kids, handle the household, let him be him. Right? They probably have issues. We don't know about it. We don't need to know about it. That I'm going to give her credit for, because she probably got to deal with a lot, because this thing is a lunatic. So I want to give her credit, because the women these days are all coming like Aisha Curry. Like, you're the star, but they're looking at it like, well, since you fuck me, like, I need to, like, get my opinion out there too. Like, no, relax. Just relax. You feel me? So I got to give a lot of credit to his wifey. Let me ask y'all a question. and this is not some Vlad question, so don't think I'm trying to like, oh my God, there goes Zach is on his police shit. I'm an avid drinker. Y'all know this. When I see YoungBoy constantly turned up, like when he's putting out videos and he's extra turned, I always say, no matter who it is, I'm like, oh, that's drugs. Now, it could be alcohol, right? Like, that's drugs too, right? I drink alcohol. Like, y'all know when I'm off the Henny, we're like, yo, the Henny, I got that Henny in him. A lot of times I look at YoungBoy and I'm like, ain't no way he's sober. Like, it's no way he's sober acting like that. No way. Now, again, I'm not saying it to be like, oh, he's on some substance that he's not supposed to be on because he's on house arrest. I'm just saying, it's no way he's like this every day. You get what I mean? It ain't no way. He might be, I don't know. Might be a vape. I don't know. Maybe it's a vape. Maybe it's an antidepressant. I don't know what it is.
I went for the pain and what the good choice. She wanna party for the night. She want me follow the lights on.
Oh, that's why y'all saying he gay, because he's having fun? Is it the mannerisms? Uzi does some of the mannerisms where he's looking up and whatever. I mean, he got up and danced on his girl, his wife. How does that gay? He's vibing out to his music. I guess this is what they're looking at his mannerisms. This doesn't look good. Is that all right. I mean, I don't think that was that, man. Somebody said, watch the disturbing world of YNW Melly. What the fuck is that? Somebody said, check Dirk's story. Oh my God! Please don't. Please, you know, YoungBoy's bored in the house. I hate when YoungBoy says he's not paying attention to shit. My nigga, you're bro. You can't go to your mailbox, nigga. You have no other thing to do, nigga. How much you gonna play Madden, nigga? You're paying attention to the internet more than anybody, nigga. You're on house arrest. Like, you could act like you're not paying attention. We know you're paying attention. So again, don't tell me to bring up Dirk and then have him throw a fit later. Fuck academics, fat ass. He started beef again. You know what I mean? So please don't do that to me, chat. But y'all tell me to check the story. Please come here. This gotta be for like a girl. Come here with money posted. Then this is posted. Okay. It says on D thing. I seen that post. You're very outstanding. That ain't got nothing to do with YoungBoy. The fuck? Why y'all want me to watch the disturbing world of YNW Melly? Why y'all want me to watch that? I'll search it, but I'm probably gonna go back to the trial. YNW Melly. Wait, the disturbing. Oh, here we go. Is this new?
YNW Melly has been.
We'll get. I mean, bro, we're at the trial now. Like, we don't gotta watch the other shit.
I checked the seals. It's an indication if the evidence had been tampered with. There is a chain of custody form with property receipts, and it lists who had custody of the evidence, and then from history from which person to which person it's transferred to.
And where is the evidence stored before you go and retrieve it?
For the most times, it is stored in the evidence vault. There's some cases where the evidence intake unit keeps it up front in their area, in the safe. But the majority of times, they have an evidence vault in which I go to retrieve the evidence.
So we've talked a lot about DNA and kind of the process leading up to that. What about serology? Is that a part of your job as well?
Serology is one of the first steps that I do when I'm screening the evidence. With each case that's submitted, there's an evidence submission form. It gives me an idea of the type of evidence that I'm going to be processing. Sexual assaults. Years prior, I would screen for semen, looking for sperm cells. Maybe the case has indications of blood, at which point I would do presumptive testing for blood. Items of evidence are submitted where the investigator is just looking for what's essentially called contact DNA, where an individual had come into contact with maybe an item left at the scene. There was no real serology to do on that one, but I would just take cuttings of the samples.
So, Mr. Rhodes, I want to make sure it's clear. Is it your job to go out and collect DNA evidence?
No, I do not do any of the collection. The evidence is submitted and I retrieve it from the evidence folder.
Do you give any advice on where to collect evidence from?
I do not.
Have you ever been any training in crime scene or evidence collection?
I have.
In terms of your employment at the sheriff's office, have you ever worked outside of the forensic DNA section?
I have not.
How many times approximately have you done the DNA analysis process we're going to talk about?
I was processing about 100 cases per year. I would say roughly 2 to 3 samples per case, so maybe 200-300 samples per year for a good 10 years. So thousands of samples in processing.
And in that time, have you had the opportunity to testify in court?
I've testified in Broward County about 40 times and in the federal district 3 times.
You're offered to defense for what that?
No need, no objection. Proceed, Gus.
Okay, so I want to start with, in this particular case, did you do DNA analysis?
I did.
Could you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the step-by-step process you go through? You started talking a little bit about extraction. You could pick up there and continue.
So again, the first step would be a screening of the evidence to collect my samples, which I would then put in 2 small, essentially test tubes, little microcentrifuge tubes. I would add reagents or chemicals to the tube in order to elute out any potential DNA that's present on the sample and to purify any DNA that may be present in that cutting.
Should we approach for just one moment?
Yes.
All right, let's get past the sidebar real quick. Here we go.
Allele is the genetic trait or characteristic. In terms of STRs, as I mentioned, they're short fragments of DNA that repeat. So they're measured in numbers at location. I'm just going to say location 1. An allele or characteristic of gene may be a 7, or an 8, or a 9, or an 11. So a DNA profile that I generate is actually just a series of numbers based off of the alleles or traits that I obtain at each DNA location.
You said they're identified by numbers. What does that mean? Could you explain like where the numbers, what do you say? Is it 274? Is it 11?
As I mentioned, the 7, 8, or 9, that refers to the number of repeats. So with the STRs, it's a repeated fragment of DNA, ATCG, and that ATCG may repeat a certain number of times. It may repeat 7 times, or 8 times, or 9 times. And so that is what those numbers that I'm expressing represent.
And where does that repeat? How does that show up in a person's individual DNA?
It is located on the DNA chromosome.
And what determines what makes up an individual's DNA chromosome?
I saw this already? No, yeah, I didn't. Okay. All right, hold on. Let me skip forward a little bit. The judge is standing up. What the hell? Big judge in the building.
You ready?
One in the room. First one.
While we're waiting, I want to say that the BSO officers that are in this courtroom have been very cooperative and helpful, and I thank them all, except for Gary, of course.
Call the guy with the AC.
Again, Gary, over here, we think you're awesome.
Thank you. That side of the table. This side, nah.
crazy thing is the prosecutor, the defense attorney, and the judge, they all be friends. They all get money from this shit. The only people that change is the clown in the circus. You know who the clown is? Whichever defendant just called a case. Melly's just another clown in the circus to these niggas. After all this shit is done, they all go out for drinks. They all be like, oh yeah, I got you on that point. I got you on that point. They don't give a fuck. They're laughing. Melly's life is weighing in the balance. Like, he could get sentenced to death. Look, they muted that shit up.
Counsel and the assistant state attorneys, the jury's still in the jury room. I understand, counsel, I overheard you said you're going to use a demonstrative.
Yes, sir. I showed it to defense counsel already.
And I have no objection.
Thank you.
And you'll give that instruction on demonstrative evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the jury, the defendants, members of the counsel, the assistant attorney, or witness remains on stand, and will broke. I think counsel, you're going to use to continue with your direct examination. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor. So,
you may proceed.
thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Okay, we talked about, you discussed what is extraction. Next, so is that, did you complete your discussion of what is the extraction step for DNA?
I'm not sure. Extraction is when I'm trying to elute out and purify any potential DNA present in the samplings or cuttings that I've taken from the evidence. The next step would be quantitation, and that would be to determine how much DNA present, if any, is in the DNA extract, to then target a specific optimized amount of DNA for the amplification. Amplification is where I'm now going to be targeting those STRs, or those short tandem repeats, through a process called PCR, or polymerase chain reaction, in order to make a detectable amount of DNA from that DNA extract, so that I could then go on to the last step of instrumentation, which is the detection phase using capillary electrophoresis.
So I want to go back and talk about the PCRs, the polymerase chain reaction. Does that change the underlying DNA sample in it?
Holy shit. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I just seen a comment on Instagram. Like, no bullshit. I kind of believe it. I just read it on like my other computer right here. I kind of believe it. Y'all tell me this is cap or nah. I kind of believe this shit. I ain't even gonna hold you. Let me see. Why it don't show up? I don't want to pin it on my page type shit though. They're gonna be like, here at go starting some shit again. Here at go starting some shit. Right here, I swear. I ain't gonna lie to you, whoever this nigga is, I feel like he got it. So by the way, I don't think this post that Dirk posted was about young, like literally Dirk is not even thinking about Young Boy, like at all. And hopefully Young Boy ain't thinking about Dirk. But this was like a great like breakdown of like this Dirk and Young Boy beef. They said, yo, listen to this. The whole beef started over Fredo Bang. So let me explain. Fredo and YNW Melly are real cool. And YNW Melly and Vaughn are real cool. Those are two facts. Fredo and YNW Melly, mad cool, clearly, because according to the cops, they claim YNW Melly clapped 2 niggas and Fredo picked him up. You got to be cool with that nigga, right? And then YNW Melly and Von, dumb cool, right? They said, however, YNW Melly, okay, I don't know about this part. YNW Melly and YB got into it before at an event over this. Okay, maybe this isn't as solid as I thought. I never heard about this. YNW Melly and YB got into it. I don't know. Fredo is also cool with T Grizzly, which is also cool with YNW Melly and Von. That's why YB and T got into it at Rolling Loud. I'm going to be honest with you. I'll never hear. Remember that Rolling Loud where they said a girl got shot and like whatever? And it was like Youngboy was there? I'm going to be honest. That's what they were saying. I don't want to name nobody, but this is seeming accurate. From what I got told about who was into it, I don't think they really ever spoke about who was into it, but sounded accurate to me. At that time, I don't know about this though. At that time, YB unfollowed Dirk and distanced himself from Dirk. Okay. Von then made a YouTube video saying NBA Youngboy not even like that. He got caps in his rap. I remember that video. He was in the back of a car. Von then messing with Jania. This is no coincidence. Von was being loyal to his homies. YB would not respond publicly. However, he would diss subliminally in songs like Dead Trolls. He dissed them in Dead Trolls? Where he disses Von and Fredo. What he saying in Dead Trolls that diss them? Von would send an NBA diss on his song, All These Niggas. Wait, what the Von diss NBA Youngboy on All These Niggas? And Quando Rondo was being loyal to NBA and was sliding in Asian Doll's DMs. Oh, wait, Quando Rondo was sliding in Asian Doll's DMs? Okay. Now, this might be this conspiracy theory. I ain't gonna lie. This might be just cap at this point because this is going all over the place. I never heard these things before. Von got mad and forgot the golden rule. There's gangsters everywhere and thought because he was big homie in Chirac, he could do that. He could do what he wanted in Atlanta, Quando's backyard, and got smoked at the end. All right. Maybe I only read the first 2 lines. Not the first. That Rolling Loud shit. Listen, a lot of people told me a lot of things about that Rolling Loud incident, which I don't think ever got reported. I'm just move past. That's the reason I'm like, oh, they know something that I don't think is reported. I don't know. Somebody says, source, trust me, bro. I don't know, nigga. This is probably capped then. All right. My bad for even reading this. All right, back to the shit, man.
Anyway?
It does not. It's simply there to make a amount of DNA that can be detectable on an instrument.
And why do you do that?
That is the basis for the DNA typing that I do.
And the PCR typing that you're talking about, how long has that been used?
That's been for several decades. It's used in mass disaster identifications, paternity testing, in the medical field.
How long has the process of DNA analysis and identification been used?
Again, it's been decades. STRs came around in the 90s, the middle to late 90s. So for 30 plus years, PCR has been employed.
It's been a little while since high school biology. Can you explain how DNA comes to be in an individual person?
As I mentioned, you receive half from your mother, half from your father. The woman has the egg, and the man has the spermatozoa. Each of those cells has half from each parent, and it combines to form the child.
So, is it always the first allele in any allele pair always comes from mom, and the second one always comes from dad?
No. So the way that the allele table is organized is the smallest allele or number, comma the biggest allele number. I would only know which allele came from which parent by doing a comparison to the known parents. But there's things called recombination that take place during reproduction. So it's basically just a random sampling of the parents' DNA when those reproductive cells are formed to to then make the offspring.
In terms of your DNA analysis, do you take into account siblings?
Siblings do come up from time to time. The best way would be to request a standard for comparison.
With regards to a sibling, or if you thought a sibling was involved, is that something you could tell from the data?
There is significant sharing between siblings. So if an analyst, myself, or any of my coworkers comes across a case where there is the potential that there could be a sibling, that information can be relayed to the investigator.
And I want to talk about
Somebody said Sack Chaser talked about the fight between them and YB on YouTube. Man, stop lying, man. Y'all niggas just be lying the line. YNW Sack. Let me see. Sack Chaser. Young boy. Let me see. Young boy. Let me see. I don't think this happened. Oh, is it?
We put up in Atlantic. Young boy already outside looking like this. So like, maybe like, they go young boy. I said, oh shit. Yeah, we might not have to fade in it. So then we walk in, it's like a gate. He came out, but when I came up, he went back in. But then the nigga just started like, looking crazy still. Like, I fuck with a nigga, but I ain't friendly. Like, I ain't finna look scary and say what's up to you. So I asked the nigga, you straight? Me and Juve, we was like, you straight? Then he was like, yeah, I'm straight. Fuck you mean? Yeah, I'm straight. Then he kept looking. And then I said, nigga, you straight again? Like I said, ask him, you straight again? And then got down. His homeboys came creep-toeing like a damn penguin and shit. And then got down, asked him, they were just talking. I figured they just really wanted us to pop off so they could shoot or something, whatever. But they was just in our face talking. And then, same thing, Melly looking at the young boy in the eyes, and he was like, the nigga doing the eye shit. And it came up. And then, same thing, Melly looking at the young boy in the eyes, and he was like, the nigga doing the eye shit. And it came up. We inside the building. See, both fights was inside the building. That's why nobody in there. Like both fights inside the building. You know what I'm saying? We went out.
Melly and Young Boy them fought? What? I swear, by the way, y'all, a lot of times, y'all be on YouTube, like, taking my clips and be like, actors playing dumb. Y'all be swear I'm, like, fucking, like, I know everything. Nigga, I do not know this, my nigga. I swear I don't know this shit. Like, bro, like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I ain't know who the fuck Sack Chaser was before he died. Like, I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. Like, that's, like, no disrespect to him. Like, nigga, I ain't know this shit. Or, you know what happens when I be covering the Chicago shit? Like, y'all be like, whoa, you don't know FYBJ Maine? You talked about him before. Nigga, if it wasn't the main characters, I looked at them niggas like side characters and cameos, nigga. I forgot their name as soon as I did the video. Nigga, I really don't know. Like, even with the whole thing about, it was Tay Savage or whatever, they'd be like, how don't you know him? I'm like, nigga, I probably talked about him before, but like, bruh, he wasn't making no music, nigga. I only remembered the main characters. I'm sorry. Anyway, here we go.
Outside Atlanta, like, Walmart and inside the record label. Inside that motherfucker. So, like, goddamn, young boy, like, he talking to the Eli dude. He like, bro, fuck all that, man. I'm finna just pop off. So then he popped off. He hit Melly. Boom. But it's some weak shit, like, you would think the nigga...
Wait, young boy swung on Melly? Oh, this gotta be true, because this is Sack Chaser saying that, right?
He talking to the Eli dude. He like, bro, fuck all that, man. I'm finna just pop off. So then he popped off. He hit Melly. Boom. But it's some weak shit, like, you would think the nigga strong, but the nigga, like, body, like, dead. He hit his ass. Boom. So, like, Melly, when he hit him, Melly hit him 2 times. Boom, boom. And that's when I popped off on him. Popped off on young boy. And then his niggas came after me. And they started boom, 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 boom. Melly hit on the ground. He fell on the ground because they had, like, bulldozers I had in. It was like 5 of them. So then, and then goddamn, Riri had jumped on Melly. So I got behind both of their ass. Like, he had jumped on Melly. So I got behind both of their ass. Like, they both behind me. And, like, I let them boys take off on me for, like, 3 seconds. So then I just said, fuck it. They already hit me. I just started, pop, 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 swinging back at their ass. That shit started getting cleared up. So then they ran, like, the dude broke it up. They ran out the room. Then they came back in that bitch. Quando Rondo came in that bitch that time. Yeah, started jumping me. Boom, 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 boom. Caught Quando Rondo ass in the forehead. Boom. He caught my ass back in the forehead. Nigga jumped up in the sky. Jumped on my motherfucker.
I believe this nigga's storytelling. I'm gonna tell you why I believe in storytelling. Rarely when niggas is describing fights, they admitting they getting fucked up too. He's the whole time he's talking about fighting, he's talking about him getting tagged. Oh, nigga punched me. Oh, they started jumping me. That's he pretty much saying they started beating me up for a bit. Like he keeping it a bean. Like you ever hear a nigga describe a fight, man? Oh yeah, now we just talking. Nigga got froggy. He swung on me. Nigga, I ducked that shit like the Matrix, nigga. I ducked that trick and I was like, boom. All I saw was his body just fall. You feel me? Then 5 of his mans came. I ducked 2 punches back. Like, they be just saying all type of unrealistic shit. Like, they ain't getting no, like, on some Steven Seagal shit, man. So anytime a nigga tell a real story, I gotta believe him.
Me. And, like, I let them boys take off on me for, like, 3 seconds. So then I just said, fuck it.
They was trying to
rap
rap
back.
back.
Hitting me. I just started, swinging back at their ass. That shit started getting cleared up. So then they ran, like, the dude broke it up. They ran out the room. Then they came back in that bitch. Quando Rondo came in that bitch that time. Yeah, started jumping me. Boom, 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 boom. Caught Quando Rondo's ass in the forehead. Boom. He caught my ass back in the forehead. Nigga jumped up in the sky. Jumped on my motherfucking chest. Nigga ran out. Niggas always running though. Everybody always running from my ass. They ran out. So then young boy tried to jump. Come hit my ass too with Melly caught his ass. Boom. Hit his ass and shit. Boom. And it was just over with. And they just left. Got down, sent the chain back. Soon we came back to Florida. Boom. That shit dead. We ain't go to the internet. They ain't go to the internet. That shit dead. He just like us. Love him. Shit, nothing. Ain't shit problem.
I ain't gonna lie. Chat, I thought y'all was capping until I researched this video. They did fight. Melly and Youngboy's team had a beef? That would make sense because Melly is dumb cool with Vaughn. Now this all makes. I'm gonna be honest. That comment that I said was all cap makes a lot of sense now. I'm gonna keep it a bean with y'all. I'll only say this: that young boy Rolling Loud shit, T Grizzly, yeah. But it's at the time I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I was like, that sounds random. I'm like, T Grizzly. I'm like, fuck T Grizzly got going on with these things. What the fuck? Now it makes sense. T Grizzly, Melly, Vaughn. Makes sense. Fredo Bang. Makes sense. This all makes sense. Somebody said a comment still cap, at least up until that point. Now we know there was a fight between Melly and Youngboy. I'm telling you. All right, let me just stop. Let me stop before y'all say I'm doing the Vlad.
We put up in Atlanta. Young boy already out.
I never knew this. This was actually shocking to me. Thank y'all for like spamming these videos. Yo, somebody save this video. This is what it's called. That in case I ever refer to it again, y'all know what I need to type in to find it. Okay? YNW and his crew, YNW Melly and his crew get into altercation with Youngboy and Quando Rondo. Okay? Because sometimes like I have like an elephant memory, but I don't save links and put it in the Word document or whatever or bookmark it. Nah. Okay. All right. Let's get back to this shit, man.
It's clear. What is a standard when it comes to DNA?
A standard is a sample that's collected from a known individual. As I mentioned early on, the purpose of my analysis is to compare evidentiary or question samples collected at an alleged crime scene to a known standard or to a known person to see if that person is included or excluded as a contributor to any DNA left, again, at the potential scene.
In terms of how you're expressing your conclusion, are you expressing it in terms of it's more likely to be this individual than an unknown, unrelated individual?
Very similar, very close. I issue a report, and the wording is that the evidentiary sample is X times more likely to have originated from the person of interest than if it had originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. And when those samples become mixtures, then it becomes a little bit more wordy. That's the intent of it.
So going into, you talked about the unknowns and the standards. is that relayed to you in some form when the evidence is presented to you?
Yes, it has to be.
Why is that important?
It's important so that I know exactly what evidence is questioned and what is the standard. The evidentiary samples are processed separately from the known samples to avoid any sort of contamination.
When you say separately, do you mean separate workstations, separate times? Can you define that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to what you do to separate them?
I will process the question samples first, and then I do work in extraction batches, so several cases of question samples will be extracted, amplified, and put on the instrument together, and then I'll work a set of known samples, again separate from the question samples, at different times and spaces.
Is it separated by days?
Not always, but there are chances, or there are times where it is separated by days, but it's definitely separated by time.
So the last...
All right, I'm going to skip a little bit into his testimony. We got to get to the shit, man. Holy shit, nigga. Fucking explaining DNA, like, nigga, I feel like I'm in class. Like, homie. All right, I want to make this fun for y'all, like interesting. Nobody gives a fuck about him explaining DNA unless you really want. By the way, you know, I seen somebody say earlier in the chat, not that I hope no criminals ain't watching me, period, because like I ain't with y'all niggas. But if you ever want to know how to be smart and some shit did happen, watching these trials help you. Like, you get to learn a lot, right? Like, if I was going to be doing some bullshit, I watch a few of these. The cops are literally in open court telling you how they work. Hey, we only caught him because he had his cell phone in his right pocket. Okay, maybe don't bring the cell phone. Hey, we only caught him because, you know, thankfully he drove his car, or he had this other car that we saw him get into, and then they rode past like 15 like toll booths, which we have cameras at, so we knew exactly where he went. He went all the way to the other state to go kill the guy. Come on, you know what I mean?
You're looking at individually?
Individually first, and then overall to get the final interpretation.
And is that something you have training and experience in doing?
Yes.
How often do you have to analyze mixtures as part of your DNA casework?
Mixtures usually come up, I would say, at least half of the time, and DNA samples that are processed.
So going on to what was labeled for your DNA report as item number 21. What was that listed as?
It's listed as swab from spent casing laser 40 S&W PM number 18.
Were you able to get any DNA results from item number 21?
I was not.
Why not?
There wasn't sufficient DNA present in the extract to obtain DNA results on the electrophotogram after I did the amplification.
Okay, going on to item number 22. What was that described as?
Swab from Gucci sandals, PM number 19.
On number 22, were you able to determine the contributors on that particular swab?
That result was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 contributors.
And were you able to identify the 3 contributors?
I was not.
In terms of, are you able to say and give a statistic as to each of the 3 individuals that you identified on item 22 as to their likelihood of being a contributor to that mixture?
Yes. So every sample that is deemed to be conclusive or whether interpretable single source mixture, I would then do a comparison to any known samples submitted. So each of the 3 individuals were compared against this mixture.
And were you able to determine whether or not you can give support to Christopher Thomas being included in that mixture?
Yes, the DNA results are 4,730 times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. And this provides moderate support that Christopher Thomas is included as a contributor.
So this is the first time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have heard moderate support. Can you explain what the verbal qualifiers are that you're going to be testifying and using to describe the DNA results?
Yes. The likelihood ratio can go from really small numbers. Sorry, the resulting likelihood ratio number can go from really small to really large. So I will have a verbal qualifier listed on the report, and it goes from limited support, moderate support, strong support, and very strong support. And this tries to give a scale to the number that you're hearing.
And so the numbers that you're going to be talking about are exponential at sometimes.
That's correct.
If it's the opposite direction, if it's an exclusion, what type of number, what type of words would you be using?
If it's an exclusion, which is really, there's a chance that there's a small likelihood for exclusion, and at that point it would be limited support for exclusion, or it would just be a straight exclusion with no verbal qualifier.
So going back to item 22, you said moderate support as to Christopher Thomas.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you also analyze that with regards to the individual that was identified as Anthony Williams?
I did, yes.
And so what was the likelihood ratio that Anthony Williams was a contributor to the DNA found on those samples?
The DNA results are at least 3.07 times 10 to the 25th, or 30.7 septillion. Times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
With regards to the individual that was identified as Cortland Henry, what conclusions were you able to draw with regards to him and that DNA sample?
He was excluded as a contributor.
So you said 30.7 septillion. How many zeros is that?
There are 25 zeros after the 3.
Why is it that you don't say it's Anthony Williams, Chris Thomas, and some unknown individual?
My boy said, I'm tired of the fucker, man. Let me out. Let me out of jail.
Sometimes that is reported if it's requested.
By the way, I'll give you the notice. We're about around 30 minutes left of court. So by the time we actually really catch up, we've been behind all day because we covered a bunch of other stuff too. But by the time we actually catch up, they're going to dismiss the jury for the day. We've been live today, if you don't know, for 5 hours on Rumble. We've been live for about 4 hours and 30 minutes on YouTube and such.
The good ratio that I'm reporting on now is done on an individual basis. So I would conduct or calculate the likelihood ratio of the first individual, report the number, do a likelihood calculation of the second individual, report the number, and if it's requested, an additional calculation can be done and reported in which both individuals would be included in the mixture.
So I want to make sure it's clear. You're looking at each contributor individually?
Yes.
And that is because it's the high cost.
By the way, real quick. Y'all know, big friend, just a homie to us all. My man Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit, former law enforcement agent who has testified in dozens, if not maybe hundreds of cases when he was, trying to prosecute whoever. He was working on drug cartels and human traffickers, all that type of shit. I'm not too sure if we're going to get him on today, but he's done an intensive breakdown of this case before. Now we're seeing it unfold. We're going to get him on at some point to possibly, give his assessment, because he's watching the case as well. He's still, that's still one of the things he cares about, which is law. I'm actually trying to set it up that maybe possibly tomorrow we get to have a conversation with the father of Juvie, and Myron's there to kind of analyze some of the stuff. This is really technical, and I'm telling you, this is probably the most boring day, but the most important day. This is the most boring day, but the most important day. These guys who are talking about, oh no, yeah, the cell tower position is this, they're making a case. This guy who's talking about DNA, he's setting the stage to say, yo, we have these guys in the car. We have these guys at this position. We have them touching the handle of the door. So if you didn't believe the video, or if you're wondering if it's whatever, we have full proof that these guys did it. You get what I mean? Which, by the way, could be negated, just to let you know, because, you know what I mean? Be like, yeah, I touched the door like 3 days ago because we're in the studio every day, but whatever.
Hypothesis is either how many times more likely that they are versus that they are not included.
Could you say that again?
Yeah, Swift Zoe Gaming. You're right. I said I was gonna go one of these days. I'm not going. I'm gonna be honest. It's gonna be closer to the verdict. Honestly, it's gonna be very close to the verdict because, and I ain't gonna lie. Maybe there's a possibility. I might have to talk to Myron about that because, you know, he has this great setup in Miami. Maybe I go down there to be in court for the verdict, and I go straight from the verdict to, you know, obviously I have to tap in with Track, and, you know, I fuck with Melly's team, obviously. But after that, I could go, like, me and Myron have a stream or some shit like that. But I'll figure that out later. Like, we're nowhere close. It's gonna take. We have another month to go. We have another month to go.
You're making me do math. So, with regards to the likelihood ratio, the first hypothesis is the number that you come out with, or the number you're reporting. If it is the 30.7 septillion times more likely that they are included, that's the first hypothesis, that they are there and they are a contributor. The second hypothesis is that they are not. So you're saying that it is 30.7 septillion times more likely they are a contributor than they are not, than they are excluded.
Sort of. I would explain it as, again, these likelihood ratios are, it's a calculation that's going against two competing hypotheses. So there is more support that Mr. Williams, in this case, would be included along with two other unrelated individuals.
So they're talking DNA. I know it's not the most, like, listen, they're pretty much just gonna confirm that nigga was in the car, okay? I'm gonna let you hear all the wording, but, you know, I'm trying to keep it fun a little bit because, trust me, man, I ain't even trying to go to sleep watching this shit, man. I get it that our lives are not, like, hanging in a balance, but I'm trying to mix it up because this is a live stream. I'm trying to be entertaining for y'all. Anyway, yo, check this out. My boy, Lil Baby, okay? He's fired back at Gunna. And apparently he's shooting a new music video. And he got some interesting lines. And apparently the lines, he's saying that Slime, right, won't be happy that dudes took some pleas. Now, what could that mean other than saying that fuck what Gunna talking about, Slime is extremely unhappy. Okay, here's the snippet. He says some niggas taking pleas, I know that Slime ain't happy. Yo, Gunna, I'm gonna be honest. The more these hypocrites keep talking, the more I come on your side. I know that. Hey, you ever seen that meme? I know that ain't who I think it is. I know after all the recent shit that's been going on, the first time you're talking about some shit like this, you're not talking about Gunna. When, again, I love P, so I have no issue. Like, first of all, I don't even care who's a stench or not. 6ix9ine is my homie. But people said that whatever about P, why you don't address that in the record? Why are you just addressing Gunna? I hate when rappers try to just pile on for like the easy reason. I've always said this, man. When niggas say they gangster, I only judge the gangsters when the gangsters don't pick and choose. If you pick and choose, I gotta judge you. Because you're not really gangster, you're just a bully. Gangsters don't pick and choose. They keep the same energy for everybody. Get down and lay down. So I'm looking at this and I'm like, I know I know that ain't who I think it is. I know you're not talking about Gunna. Before you talk about Gunna, my brother, you got to address what they said about the guy who's cutting your checks. Now, I don't have a problem with P because I love P. I don't care about snitching. But before you try to play this little quasi street nigga shit, you should address what they're saying about your boss. Don't talk about you and Gunna. Yeah, y'all were friends, made a couple songs, but we don't want to hear what you're talking about Gunna. We want to hear what you're talking about your situation. Now, some people are saying this is old. Is it old? How old is it? Okay, everybody's saying it's old. Okay. If it's old, it's old. All right. It's old, I'm guessing. It's a month old. Nigga, whoa. It's a month old? Nah, a month old ain't old. Nigga, 2 months old ain't old. Nigga, I thought you were going to be like, oh yeah, this is from like 2019. Nigga, what? Wait. Nigga, if it came out this year, if it came out after Young Thug got locked, it's not old. Y'all just let me. Nigga said, baby ain't mention me in no more songs ever again, nigga. All baby gonna do is get that little goofy nigga, what's his name, Looney Tune, to try to talk. Like, come on, man. That boy trying to build a career. Man, y'all made me like delete it off my page, man. I thought I was tweaking. It came across my desk. I just reposted type shit. I ain't know this shit not old. So it's not old. The song is old. The video is recent. Bro, I don't care what it is, man. This wasn't no response to Gunna's song. Fuck it, nigga. You should change the line. I ain't got time for it. Holy! All right. Video back up on my page. I was going to take it down just because y'all said it was old. I'm like, all right, they're going to be like, act you starting shit again. Nah, nigga. Yo, why niggas say in the comments, why they say the streets saying that Act took a plea for the Big Mac? Now y'all saying the songs, all right, man, all right, I'm gonna just take this song down because I don't want niggas to be like, I'm, because I ain't gonna lie, this is what I hear going on in Atlanta. I'm gonna just keep it with you. I hear niggas' heads about to start rolling. Niggas is tight. Niggas is upset. Niggas is tired of the snitching. The streets in Atlanta, the actual street niggas, they're tired of the fuckery. I don't want to be a part of no inciting nothing. But I will say this. If a rapper raps about something, you fucked up. Don't. Let me issue a big message. And Newsmaker, you can post this. If you an Atlanta rapper and you got some real shit going on in the streets going on, stop rapping about it. Don't blame fans for instigating. Don't rap about it. Go back to Atlanta 5-10 years ago where we thought all y'all were friends. We didn't know that all y'all were snitching on each other, shooting at each other, y'all snaking each other, backdooring each other. Please, Atlanta rappers, don't bring us in your business and then blame us when y'all eventually crash out over y'all getting exposed. Please, that's the only thing I want to say to Atlanta rappers. We never knew nothing about what y'all had going on before 2 years ago. All that shit, when niggas said, yo, Ack, why you post? Nigga, I didn't even know what that. Gunna put me on game. Nigga, I'm listening to the song. I'm like, Gunna, what you talking about? I never heard this shit day before in my life. Atlanta used to keep shit in-house. Atlanta must be on some crash out mission trying to be Chicago. All right, good luck. But don't be mad when the fans are now looking at it. When fans know that there's tension, fans keep looking like, oh, so they're beefing? Let me see if this nigga gonna hang with him. Let's see if he gonna perform with him. Let's see what's going on with this. So please, Atlanta, if you guys are listening to me, there's nobody who's trying to incite beef with y'all. We just don't care. Like, we've never looked at Atlanta as beef. To keep it real, we didn't even think that y'all niggas was like that. I'm gonna be honest with you. We just looked at Chicago and Memphis. They're always wilding. We looked at y'all as the cool, get money niggas. We ain't say y'all not like that, but obviously just. But we thought y'all was just keeping it cool. Recently, we realized y'all got the most beef in the world. Y'all got beef like New York in the early 2000s. Remember when 50 couldn't stand Ja Rule and he couldn't stand Fat Joe? He ain't like, well, I guess maybe that was a 50 thing. That nigga didn't like Jada Kiss, but then you had, I guess it was 50. 50 was the only nigga beefing with everybody. Somebody said, don't speak on Atlanta business if you're not from here. Nigga, that ain't Philly, nigga. That's Philly's motto. Nigga, half of the niggas in Atlanta not from Atlanta. Let's be honest. Half the niggas in Atlanta not from Atlanta. Yes, there's a war in Atlanta happening. Don't blame me. It ain't me. Put it like this. This is what I always say to rappers. If academics could find out what's going on in your hood, you're doing a very bad job of concealing it. Let's go back to the time that y'all were making great records. We didn't know who was beefing with who because we didn't even think about why you don't hang with so-and-so. We just was like, oh, maybe whatever. We didn't even think about it. Now Atlanta rappers want to let us know what's going on. I will let all Atlanta rappers know. Y'all gonna end up in indictments. Anytime y'all try to let the fans know, don't blame the fans neither. Fans are gonna be fans. Fans are gonna be fans. Blogs are gonna be blogs. Nobody gonna be sitting in jail with you. Don't blame nobody else but y'all. I'm telling Atlanta rappers, go back to the time that nobody knew what the fuck y'all were I remember when I was on Everyday Struggle, I remember talking to people and they were like, yo, nah, niggas in Atlanta, like, they be static. Some niggas don't really fuck with each other. I'm like, who? I've never heard of that. Nowadays, nigga, one Google search. Be like, oh yeah, he beefing with him. He this and him. He this and that nigga that died. He over here clowning that nigga because he got robbed. He just got slapped over there. Oh yeah, he was at this party. They ran him out the club. I'm like, what? The Atlanta politics is the most interesting shit now. So again, I will just go back to just saying, Atlanta, trust me, nobody wants y'all in beef. Nobody wants y'all incarcerated. Please go back to a time that y'all street issues were handled in the street and not bars and not Instagram posts poking fun of your enemies, because fans ain't stupid no more. They catch on. Oh, he talking about that. All right? I'll say this is a non-story. I'll say it's a non-story for the moment. Hey, did y'all see Cameron say this? This is hilarious. Cameron posted a picture of motherfucking Scottie Pippen, and he says, nah, we got to watch Scottie. He on a mission. After having to give up half, he put on black Air Force Ones. He tried to throw us off with a bubblegum bottom. Nah, homie. Spotted at an airport carousel. Niggas better watch what the fuck bag he just checked in and he picking up. Beware, nigga. Now, clearly this is coming off the heels of, if you don't know, we'll talk about it now, Scottie Pippen's wife, Larsa Pippen. I met her, by the way. Very beautiful woman. You know, I could tell she's a cougar. She in her cougar phase. By the way, I think their son plays with LeBron on the Lakers or some shit like that. Like Scottie Pippen Jr.? Like, he's in the league. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like these are like some young couples with like maybe a 2-year-old baby or something like that. They got a grown-ass son. Now, the mom, I'm going to be honest with you. And I've met her, and, you know, I'm not no fake nigga, so I ain't going to talk crazy. She's a woman who I believe hangs with the Kardashians and them. Trust me, even Kim like 50. Kim still thinks she doing her thing right now in her prime. You know what I mean? That's Larsa Pippen too. And by the way, Larsa Pippen look beautiful. I seen her in person. She look beautiful. Ain't no reason why she ain't supposed to. I ain't gonna lie. She invited me on a yacht type shit. Anyway, not for some funny shit. She was just like, hey, what's up? It's like, we got a yacht party tomorrow. I'm like, I could come. Anyway, here's the thing though. In reality, whether she fuck Future, whether she fuck whoever in the industry, she's out doing her thing. Scotty is getting done like a dog. Bad enough, all these documentaries are coming out sucking off Michael Jordan, acting like he was like Allen Iverson on the 2001 76ers, just playing with bums. They act like Jordan just won all them 6 championships by himself. They don't even give Scotty the credit. So Scotty's tight because of that. Next thing, he divorces her. She's over here fucking with every rapper who's dropping his name on the song. Like, they're making it known. I'm fucking his bitch. I'm fucking his wife. Like, they're violating him constantly. But now, she has decided to start fucking with Marcus Jordan. And I'm going to be honest with you. Lars, I even met you, but yo, you tweaked out for that gang. Imagine, like, let me tell you, it's something about women. There's nothing worse than a woman scorned, but like sometimes women lose their own dignity. Why would you fuck with the son of the infamous teammate of your former husband? Like, there's billions of men on this planet. Like, why would you do that? Like, what behooves you to do that? Like, come on. It can't be dick. You got a lot of dick in your lifetime. You should know. You can find another dick replacement. Why that? But nevertheless, she's been going through some hardships with Scotty. The news came down today that she has scored half of Scottie Pippen's Bulls retirement money. Now, I don't even know how that works in the NBA because I thought you just got your contract. But I don't know if you can like put some money to the side. I don't know what it is. But they said she scored half of Scottie Pippen's Bulls retirement. Now let's read what the fuck happened. They said Larsa Pippen is a new proud owner of a large chunk of money that equals to half of her ex-husband's Scottie Pippen's retirement from the Chicago Bulls. According to the new legal documents obtained by the Blast, the order was put in place by LA County Court in regard to the former couple's ongoing divorce, specifically Larsa's right to Scottie Pippen's 401k and saving plans trust. In the order, the court recognizes Larsa, his ex-wife, who he married in 1997, and the official date of separation was only November 3rd, 2016. So she was legally awarded 50% of all account balances of the plan's valuation amount closest to the date of their separation. Basically, Scotty ain't made no fucking money since 2016. Basically, everything he earned right after the Bulls dynasty ended. Didn't the dynasty end like 97, something like that? So she gets half of all of that. From 1997 to 2016. If that wasn't enough, the order appears to read that Lars is also entitled to the full amount regardless of what is currently in the account. Which means if he ran through the money, he blew it on hookers, strippers, he bought this for that person, gave this to his mama, gave this to his son, bought her this later because he was trying to be cool with her, he still owed half of what was made. If this ain't the cautionary tale that we as men shouldn't get married, god damn it. A bitch get with me. She told me, I said, bitch, we'll get you a wedding. We ain't get you no paperwork. Fuck out of here. I ain't gonna lie. This shit happened Homicide, nigga. Come on. Anyway, by the way, this is a joke. I ain't gonna lie, chat. Y'all ever see me getting married? Y'all be like, yo, this nigga's a fucking drone. Hell nah, no. You know what I mean? I'll be in a relationship with a nice woman. She could be cool. We might have some kids. You know, you gotta have the offspring to carry on the future. Marry a bitch? Fuck no. Not in the United States of motherfucking America. Hell no. Okay. To the extent there is no assets in his account sufficient to satisfy the assignment of the benefit, on the date a separate account is established for Larsa. The order should be interpreted as an award for 100% of Scotty's vested account balance. So basically, say he had $10 million in the account in 2016. She's owed 5. Say that nigga ran through it. Obviously, probably more. I'm just trying to make figures make sense. Say he ran through it. He only got 1.8 left in the account. Essentially, he's owed the whole 1.8 and probably could collect more. Now, it's normal, blah, blah, unless there's a prenuptial agreement, Hold on one second, because I got Amazon at my gate. They're like fucking ringing my thing real quick. Pause. Give me a second. I'm going to go back to this. I got to let Amazon into my property. Hold on.
The DNA results were coming from 3 unrelated, unknown individuals.
Okay. And so for item 22, the swab from the Gucci sandals, you testified Portland Henry was excluded.
That's correct.
Okay. Moving on to item number 23. What was that?
It's listed as a cutting blood stain on front of T-shirt. Drew, I'm not sure how to say this, Drew Filmedit CG10.
Okay, going on to item number 23, the cutting from the front of the T-shirt. What were your results on that?
The DNA results were interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 contributors.
Okay.
After doing the comparisons to each individual, the DNA results are at least 982 times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if they originated from 2 unrelated individuals. And this provides moderate support that Mr. Thomas is included as a contributor.
And then with regards to Anthony Williams.
The DNA results are 3.22 times 10 to the 25th, or 32.2 septillion. Times more likely if they originated from Mr. Williams and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if they originated from 2 unrelated individuals. And this provides very strong support that Mr. Williams is included as a contributor.
982 and 32.2 septillion. That's a big difference.
Yes, and that's, again, one of the reasons that the verbal qualifier is put into the report.
In terms of identifying and making a conclusion based on that, is there anything that you take into account as to the amount of DNA that's in it?
The DNA mixtures that are analyzed at the laboratory that I analyzed, I use a program called StarMix, or STRMix, and this is a program that helps to deconvolute these mixtures. And what deconvolute means is to determine if you have 2 contributors in the mixture, are you able to tease out or generate essentially who the first contributor would be compared to who the second contributor would be. As the amount of DNA is increased in these DNA extracts and these amplification products, the result becomes more robust, and you would have a more solid comparison, or an easier comparison, maybe that might be the right word. If you have a full single source DNA profile, it's a lot easier to compare to a standard than if you had a really partial DNA profile. And once you start compounding that into a mixture, if you have essentially two partial DNA profiles mixing into one stain, which would then make this partial two-person mixture, doing comparisons may lead to likelihood ratios that are on the lower side, versus if you had two robust DNA profiles or two robust DNA sources of DNA making a mixture, and then the likelihood ratios may result in a number that's far larger and more support for the inclusion.
Okay, so I want to make sure it's clear. If you have 1 gallon of blood from one individual and 1 drop of blood from another individual, is that still, you can get out 2 profiles?
There is a potential to this, but again, it depends on the overall results.
Would that come across in the data that you're looking at?
Absolutely.
And how would that read out in the data?
When I look at a DNA profile, mixture profile, you can see, or oftentimes you can see that there is one contributor that is contributing or providing more genetic material to the mixture versus the second contributor or third contributor. So you'll see differences in the peak heights or the alleles or the characteristics as you go across the electroparagram. And I can look and see, hey, this looks like a 2-person mixture. This one contributor is providing more DNA material than this other contributor.
As to item number 23, can you say which individual contributed more genetic material to that cutting on the front of the t-shirt Drew filmed it?
I cannot specifically say that, but the likelihood ratio would provide the verbal qualifier that there's very strong support that Mr. Williams was included as the issue, or actually the issue.
So going, and then in terms of, did you also analyze that cutting against Portland Henry?
I did. Mr. Henry was excluded as a contributor.
So I want to also take a moment here to talk about different types of DNA and serology. Did you do serology on this particular item 23?
I did, yes. I did a presumptive test for the indications of blood, and it was positive.
If there are blood genetic material and epithelial genetic material, does that change your analysis in any way if you know they're commingled?
No.
And why not?
If a stain has potential blood on it, I'm going to take a cutting or a sampling based off of that size of that blood stain, because I can't saturate my DNA extract with all the blood DNA from the blood stain in hopes that I obtain enough or there is any second contributor from any potential epithelial cells. And epithelial cells are basically the skin cells on the outside surfaces of your body. So if I were to rub this bench top here, deposit some of my DNA from my skin cells from my hand, and then there's a blood stain that comes up next to it. If the investigator swabs this, essentially this mixture of my DNA plus the blood stain, the blood is going to, for the most part, cover up or provide a majority of that DNA, because the blood is a far richer source of DNA than the skin cells.
Is a person's DNA the same in every cell in their body?
It is.
So going on to now item number 23. What is that described as? I'm sorry, 24. We just finished 23. Item 24. What is that described as?
The cutting blood stain on rear of t-shirts, Drew Phil Medit, CG10.
Did you do a DNA analysis on item number 24?
I did. It was interpreted as originating from a single male contributor.
And you were able to make a reasonable or a likelihood ratio as to which individual contributed to that blood stain?
I did the comparisons to the 3 individuals. The DNA results are at least 1.59 times 10 to the 25th, or 15.9 septillion times more likely if they originated from Mr. Thomas, Christopher Thomas, than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual.
All right. Another side mission real quick. Let's just do an update on the submarine, the Titanic submarine expedition thing. I'm not going to get back into the Larsa Pippen shit. Basically, she finessed the nigga. Again, he made over $100 million while playing for the Bulls, but essentially, a lot of these old players, they made a lot more money afterwards. It's not like they weren't making Steph Curry money back then. But then if you were a legend and someone who people needed to do endorsements with or cared about, you probably made a lot more money after your career. See Jordan. Jordan made way more money from sneakers and other ventures than he made from playing the NBA. Actually, I think he got his highest paycheck maybe when he was with the Wizards when he came back, right? Anyway, let's look at the submarine Titanic. If you don't know, a vessel went missing when a bunch of people were trying to go look at the remains or look at the wreckage of the Titanic that's at the bottom of the seafloor. Now, let me see. Hold on, give me 1 second. Yeah, I'll just put a summary. Now, a lot of stuff is coming out, including, you know, first of all, I've never even seen like this fucking like the submarine thing, how it looks. Yo, this shit is some goofy shit. So this is inside the submarine. This is it. Like, nigga, no windows. Like, it's not like it's not like some cool thing to be in. Yeah, you got a monitor up here, but nigga, you're just in a tube going like miles under the ocean, under ocean level. And you're going to watch, like, this thing you're going to watch, basically, it's not even on a window, really. It's like on a screen type shit. But this is what you would see of, like, the Titanic. Just to see this bullshit. What the fuck? Nigga, I don't give a fuck about watching this. Why the fuck would I want to go down there like that? You know what I mean? Now, there's actually a video of, and I'm going to see if I can play it. But somebody went on there and they said, yo, this shit was like a suicide mission type. They were like, yo, this shit look crazy. Nigga said it was lucky. He says, yo, at that time, they cost $110,000, but they basically said that this is the picture they took inside the vessel, right? Here's the thing now. The current update is that there's about 24 hours of air left, and apparently some airplane has like some sonar or something that can penetrate the water, and they've heard banging in the water, which they believe maybe that's the people trapped. Because maybe this apparatus, right? This is the thinking. Because at worst, if it needs to, you just go straight up to the surface. And even if you're stranded there, someone will find you eventually. Or you'll float somewhere, right? Because it's still a vessel. Now, you're assuming that this thing wasn't punctured or like water didn't go in and kill people. So you're assuming they're still alive. Now, why would it not be able to get to the surface? Maybe the motor is dead. Maybe it just can't, like, it doesn't have anything that a normal submarine would have to kind of get it back buoyant. And they're underneath the water trying to figure out a way how to get back to the surface. They're miles down. So something tracked and some plane tracked and they fucking like send some waves into the water, and they say they hear banging, which they're believing they're the people inside the thing, like banging against it, like, yo, help, whatever. Which that just seems like, just even the thought of that just seems fucking horrific. However, they're widening the search. They said the U.S. Coast Guard clarified they don't know the source of the noise. They said the banging is heard about every 30 minutes. And again, 4 hours later, blah, blah. They're thinking that's what it is. Nobody knows where this vessel is. And I got to show you a video of this shit. Let's see. Submarine Titanic. You got to see a fucking... I ain't gonna lie. I seen this on Instagram. But nigga, I was fucking tripped out when I realized they control the whole shit with a fucking like PS4 controller, my nigga. Like they control the whole shit with a PS4.
So we're coming into the sub.
Look at this.
This is the only toilet available on a deep diving submersible. Best seat in the house. You can look out the viewport. We put a privacy screen in, turn up the music, and it's very popular.
What the fuck? First of all, when I'm taking a shit, I need to be in the bathroom for an hour. And like, bruh, shit, I ain't gonna lie, man. Should be stinking. Fuck a little privacy screen, nigga. Y'all gonna suffocate. The moment I take a shit in here, y'all are done. So if you don't got like some Febreze or some shit, y'all niggas is finished. Get on Pyro, it's over. So I'm gonna put up a privacy screen, bump the music. Nigga, we're underwater, nigga. You're gonna suffocate. Nigga, you gonna go in the water.
We have our control screen here, our sonar screen here, and we can put any image we want in the back. We've taken a completely new approach.
This where they had me, gang. We're going 4 miles under the ocean level. Like we're going 4 miles under the water. And what controls this whole thing is this. I checked out at that point, chat. Y'all got it. Y'all niggas got it, nigga. Y'all niggas got it. Nigga, this the controller when you too cheap to buy the PS4 control, the real one, you buy like the version that break after like 4 times you use it. It's like the store-bought version. This is the whole listen.
To the sub design, and it's all run with this game controller and these touch screens. So if you want to go forward, you press forward. If you want to go back, you go back.
Whose idea was this? Nigga, whose idea was this? Whose idea was this, bro? Nigga, y'all got it. Nigga, play this. If I walk into a plane and I see a nigga using like a PS4 controller, like, oh yeah, I'm about to fly y'all niggas to Miami. And I see him with the PS4 controller or the PS5 controller or Xbox One controller, you got it, brother. I think I'll drive. This is the whole shit that's confused me about this whole like submarine shit. Nigga, there's not even no seats. Nigga, I spent $250,000. Nigga, I want leather seats. I want Alcantara. My seat better be able to massage me. I need the shit that I can recline and kick my feet out. Nigga, what the fuck is this?
Turn left.
The pilot is sitting Indian style using a video game remote?
Turn right, go down, go up. And it's Bluetooth, so I can hand it to anybody. And it's meant for a 16-year-old to throw it around, and super durable. We keep a couple of spares on board just in case. This is the second year we've been out to the Titanic. We went out in 5 8-day missions. We did about 10 dives to the wreck site of the Titanic, and we did an extra dive on an undiscovered reef that we found. Completely privately funded operation, and we're funded by, we call mission specialists who help support the mission. So they take quite a bit of money to come and join us. Years ago, the Russians took tourists out to the Titanic, and it was just sort of a look and see thing. We really are focusing on the science around it. We want to document what the wreck is like now, and also try to predict what it'll be like in the future. It's continuing to decay, and it seems.
Yo, let me tell you this, man. Niggas. So I heard, I don't want to clown nobody who may have passed away or who was in this wreckage, but nigga, this is why they say, everybody needs money, but this is why they say having too much money is a fucking problem. You too fucking bored, gang. You ever notice when it says, yo, we're going to space, we're going to Mars? It's always the billionaire said, I want to sign up. Y'all pay $8 million. I want to go. Nigga, they're fucking bored. Nigga, if I'm a billionaire, there's a billionaire that was on board in this shit. If I'm a billionaire, the last thing I want to be is in a fucking tube going miles under the fucking ocean floor where, or the ocean surface, where I can't even take a shit in peace without everybody smelling it. Or, nigga, I don't even have, it's not even fully glass that I can just see everything, nigga. Like, you're looking through a little camera and you have a little peephole that, nah, bro. Nah, this ain't it, dog.
Seems to be accelerating.
And here's the thing. It's this not even like some shit that, I'm gonna be honest with you, me looking at this video is like me seeing it. I don't need to see this in person. I don't know about y'all. I'm one of them type of niggas. I watched the video, I went there. Like, no, you don't want to travel, you want to adventure, you don't want to live life on the edge. No, I don't want to do it. I don't care to do it.
It's being eaten by a bacteria, so it's literally being eaten by the ocean. It's not rusting away. So these things that are called rusticles are actually the byproduct of a bacteria that eats the iron. And as it does that, these decks are collapsing. The promenade deck continues to collapse forward. We saw some of the railing is starting to lose its structural strength, which is really a sad thing. That's when it's going to stop looking like the Titanic. The interest in the Titanic is the reason we go there, because people are willing to fund this kind of exploration and science, and that gives a completely different research component that almost nowhere else in the deep ocean can you get funding to go back every year for decades and see how coral reefs develop and see how metals decay and see how currents change. I mean, that just, you can't justify that. No government will pay for that. Nobody wants to go back to just some old reef, but people do want to go back to the Titanic. And that's why we go, is because people want to go.
You know what the crazy thing is? They said one of these things. I don't know if this is true. So let's take this with a grain of salt. But they said the billionaire, right? The billionaire that's in the fucking thing, missing. They said his son is unfazed. His son is on Twitter trying to bag OnlyFans model. Look at this shit. They said this is his son. Said, nah, this is wild. Son of missing Titanic billionaire. Still on Twitter trying to holler at OnlyFans models while his dad is missing. This is the thing we got to learn about death, man. Ain't nobody about to cry you a river when you do some dumb shit and you die, or you die, period, man. Niggas gonna think about what they gonna gain from your death, and they gonna keep this shit moving. That nigga already cashing in on the fucking on the inheritance. They're like, oh, this nigga's dead. Finally. He about to buy this bitch like a whole island just to fuck. Nigga horny. I seen this shit. I had to post it on my story. Because I seen, Justin LaBoy, he be pandering. Justin LaBoy. That nigga be pandering like a motherfucker. I fuck with him still, but he be pandering like a motherfucker. Look at this shit right here. He posted this meme. An actual picture of me if my man was missing, was on that missing submarine. Basically saying that women would be like, hopping on this shit trying to find their missing man. Fuck no. If she squeezed the baby out of you, or she got you to give her a ring, nigga, she's praying your bitch ass don't come back. Nigga, or she know the code to your safe, or she know like all the account access to your bank accounts. Oh, she's praying your bitch ass don't come back. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Talking about these. Hell nah, man. These chicks just care about their inheritance. Like, I even seen, some of the chicks was keeping it real on Twitter. Like, one chick was like, oh my God, when you hear that your billionaire husband is on the ship that is missing and he ain't established any type of will. And you're like, bitches, man. Let me tell you this, man. This is one thing I learned, man. The only bitch you can trust. Let me not even say that. I'm gonna break that train of thought because I was gonna say some crazy shit. I'm good. Just make sure you got a plan not to leave it to the girl. Somebody said, not true. That's y'all American women. Nigga, that's all women, nigga. That's all women, bro. Put it like this. The only way a bitch getting on this shit right here is if you put shit in your mama's name. That she know if something happened to you, she's assed out. That's the only way she gonna get your ass. If she knows she's the direct recipient, nigga, she planning your funeral before they find your body, nigga. The only way she's trying to save your ass is if she knows if you die, your mama gets it all, and your mama don't like her anyway. So she ain't finna get shit. Oh, she gonna be like, oh, let me go get my millionaire husband. Otherwise, she's like, rest in piss, nigga. Let's spend this money the way we really should pay this shit. Tell me, man, you gotta put shit in your mama's name, man. Gotta have it in your mama's name. Somebody said, check Meek Mill's tweet. What Meek Mill tweeting about? Here's Meek Mill. He says what? He said the Titanic submarine, blah, blah, 22 hours. There's nothing the Navy could do. More people have been to outer space. What? Meek says, I can't see a wealthy man doing this without no extreme backup plans. With your son. Not saying it's fake, but the way y'all run the same clips in media, not even working on the average minds no more. Or anymore. All type of stuff going on in the world, and y'all headlining with no real info. What is Meek talking about? Meek capping. Let Robert Kraft tell him like, yo, Meek, you really want to take over hip-hop, nigga? Let's get in this fucking tube. It's going to be me, you, and Michael Rubin, nigga. And we're going to go see the Titanic. Nigga, Meek gonna be there with a control in his hand like, that nigga gonna be speeding. Hyper blast. Let's get there. Come on, man. Meek, you know you damn well finna go. If Michael Rubin and Robert Kraft say they in that tube with you, Meek, you know you damn well in that tube, nigga. Stop it. You know. Meek, I followed you. You know. You in that tube. You in that tube. I can see Meek in that tube telling Michael Rubin, it's only 20 hours of air left. I'm going to breathe every 5 seconds. You could breathe every second. I don't want to suck up the oxygen. I love you. I just want to make sure you good. That's what I'm thinking. He like, yo, come on, Meek, stop it. Meek, come on, man. Meek, stop it, bro. Stop it. Nah, Robert Kraft, you can breathe. Robert Kraft, Robert Kraft, the same nigga who was getting a reach around from a bitch in a spa when they caught him. It was a sting, and somehow billionaire shit. The mugshots and pictures and the discovery, all that shit never came out of how this nigga was getting sucked off by Ling Ling at the fucking massage parlor. You know why? He's a billionaire. Meek gonna be in here with a joystick in his hand, Robert Kraft in the back getting massaged by two lady boys, one sucking him off, one giving him a reach around type shit. And Michael Rubin gonna be doing some goofy shit talking about fanatics. You know what I mean? Thinking he undersea with an underwater phone talking about, oh, I'm talking to Travis Scott. That's all gonna go on. That's all gonna go on, gang. That's all gonna go on. Meek gonna be on the journey. Let me honest. Let me honest. Let me honest. Let me stop. I fuck with Meek because I don't want none of y'all try to break up our friendship. That's my boy. That's my man's right there. That's gang. That's ganging them, nigga. That's ganging them. Y'all ain't gonna fuck up my friendship. I see what y'all trying to do. You feel me? Okay. All right. I see it. Let me get off this topic for you. I try to fuck up my friendship. Fuck up my friendship and shit. All right. What time is it, man? Wait, hold on. Are we even going back to this Melly shit, man? This thing is doodling. Like, yo, Melly right now is probably writing Dear Sack Chaser and Juvie. I never should have clapped y'all. I didn't. This is just wasted a lot of time in my life. You niggas try to rob me, though. I had to go get my get back. Next time, don't play with Melvin, because Melly is more forgiving. I don't know what the fuck he's writing right here, nigga. But
Were you able
Mr. Henry?
has been admitted as State 46.
Yes, again, the items are marked in my notations on the evidence.
Okay. And as to item States 32, did you ever get this one?
I don't think so.
So the answer is no.
No, I do not, because my markings are not on here.
Okay. As to what's been admitted as State 26, have you reviewed that item?
Yes, I have.
Is that
I've
okay?
marked it and with my laboratory item numbers and my initials.
So I'm approaching with what's been previously marked as State GG for identification purposes only. Okay, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State GG for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item? Please. It is open.
Yes, it has my markings on it, case number, item numbers, initials.
Did you analyze the items inside of that package?
Yes, I did.
Hold on just a moment.
be right back.
So showing defense counsel, it's been marked as State triple T. Showing you what's been marked as States triple T for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
I do. Again, has my information marked on the outside.
And did you collect that item?
No, I did not collect it.
Is that an item that you analyzed?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll come back to that. Thank you so much. So all of the items that we're looking at here, Mr. Rose, are packaged in paper bags.
Or manila envelopes, yes.
Why is that?
The investigators use these types of evidence packaging in case the evidence is wet. It helps to allow air to get through the package to dry it. One of the things that will cause issues, degradation, is essentially having a biological stain remain wet, and mold, mildew, and bacteria will grow on it and potentially destroy any DNA that's present.
Is it important to keep DNA in a dry environment for preserving it?
Yes.
Is there limits on the temperature range in which the DNA is kept at the evidence vault?
There's no limits. The evidence vaults in the laboratories are around 60 degrees, maybe 65. We do have freezers that we have old cases. So as long as the evidence is kept cool and dry, and being frozen is cool and dry, the DNA will persist for decades.
In terms of if the DNA is heated, would that cause degradation to it?
Yes, heat, moisture, and sunlight are three of the main factors that will cause degradation and essentially destruction of the DNA present.
So why don't they just keep it in plastic bags?
The plastic won't allow any air to get through to the evidence, and it will basically cause condensation if it's moist. If the evidence is moist or wet, which will then lead to the mold, mildew, and bacteria growing.
Can one person's DNA change to become someone else's?
No.
How does it not? Does air bring other DNA into those bags and samples?
No.
So going back now on to item number 26 that you processed. What was that identified as to you?
Swab from Yellow Jacket.
And there's another number that you list in your notes and reports of an 81. Where is that number coming from?
The first number, 26, is the item number that is generated in the laboratory when I am doing inventory in my inventory system. The 81 is the agency number, as it's submitted on the property receipt.
So going on to item number 26, did you analyze the swab of the yellow jacket as it's described?
I did, yes.
And what were your conclusions on that particular item?
The results were interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 contributors.
So were you able to make determinations as to the standards that you had?
I did, yes.
Okay, we can discuss first with regards to Anthony Williams. What conclusion did you reach and what statistical basis for that?
He was included as a contributor to the mixture. And the likelihood calculation, the results are at least 2.05 times 10 to the 8th, or 205 million. Times more likely if these DNA results originated from Anthony Williams and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals.
In terms of a 4-person mixture, do you expect the statistics to be a little bit lower, just based on that?
It depends on, again, when I was speaking of contribution, if a person is more represented in a sample, the statistics or likelihood calculation can be rather large. It just depends on how much contribution is in that mixture.
Were you able to exclude anybody from the swab of the yellow jacket, item 26?
Christopher Thomas and Cortland Henry were excluded.
In terms of item number 27, how was that item? I'm sorry. Yes, item number 27. How was that number identified to you?
Swab from Gatorade bottle.
Were you able to analyze that and develop DNA profiles?
I obtained a single source profile indicating male origin.
Were you able to determine the single source origin of that profile?
Christopher Thomas was included. The likelihood calculation is as follows. The DNA results are at least 1.65 times 10 to the 25th, or 16.5 septillion. Times more likely if they originated from Mr. Thomas than if they originated from 1 unrelated unknown individual.
Okay. Going on to item number 28. Did you do the same?
I did.
And what was that listed as?
Swab from Gatorade bottle.
And that swab, who were you able to determine, or what DNA conclusions were you able to make?
The DNA results were interpreted as originated from a single male contributor. Mr. Anthony Williams was included. The likelihood calculation, the DNA results are at least 4.38 times 10 to the 25th, or 43.8 septillion times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams than if they originated from 1 unrelated unknown individual.
At this point in everything that we have talked about, were you provided a standard for the defendant, Jamel Devins?
No.
So going on to item number 29, were you able to develop a DNA profile on that particular item?
I analyzed the results and deemed it to be uninterpretable due to limited data.
And what was item number 29?
It's listed as swab from bloodstain on rear passenger seat, PM number 1.
And you couldn't say where that was collected from?
I can.
Going on to your next report, I'm talking about the MVAC filter. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is an MVAC filter?
An MVAC filter is a filter paper where the investigator will essentially soak the surface of whatever they're looking for, maybe a shirt or a shoe or even a door, in a liquid, and they come back and they vacuum it up. And all of that vacuumed up liquid will then go and be deposited on the filter paper. That filter paper is then taken out of the apparatus, dried, and then I will take a portion of that filter paper and try and develop a DNA profile from the surface that they process.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the item number. What's the back?
It's item number 31 of his report.
Thank you.
So on the MVAC filter, item 31, that you were asked to process in this case, what was your information relayed as to where that MVAC source was?
It's identified as MVAC filter 9 from spent casings found on ground at US 27 and Southwest 208th Avenue.
So we talked a little bit about things that are conducive to DNA. Does sunlight have an effect on it, you said, I believe, right?
Yes, it can.
What does sunlight do to DNA if exposed?
Again, with the heat, light, and moisture, it allows bacteria to grow and to essentially degrade the DNA.
And when you did an analysis of item number 31, the MVAC filter, what conclusions were you able to draw?
I did an extraction on the piece of evidence, and after quantitation, I determined that there was insufficient amount of extracted DNA to go forward. So I did not attempt to develop a DNA profile, and I stopped processing at that point.
And if you remind ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what does it mean if you stop it at that second step?
The extraction, meaning I would not obtain a DNA profile that could be used for any sort of comparisons. There just isn't enough genetic material in the extract.
What is the information, what are you relying on, and what training and experience to make that conclusion?
It's the quantitation results, the type of samples that I have obtained, or that I analyzed. So I'm not surprised that MVACs from casings yield very little DNA.
Moving on to your next report, item 32. Was that item provided to you for DNA analysis?
It was, yes.
And that is in evidence, I believe, if I may, as states 46.
Yes.
So if I may, published for the jury.
You may.
So I'm publishing now states 46. What was states 46 reported to you to be?
These are oral swabs or standards from juvenile demons.
And with regards to item number 32 and 33 in your report, are they the same?
Item number 32 is listed as the right cheek, and 33 is listed as the left cheek.
Similar to we previously talked about, did you just pick one to test?
Correct, I did, just the first one.
Is there any rhyme or reason as to picking the right versus the left?
Nope.
Going on, and so once you got this standard, did you go back and look at the other evidence you previously analyzed?
Yes, so comparisons were made to all the previously analyzed questioned evidence.
So going to item number 22, the swab from the Gucci sandals. Were you able to compare the profile from Mr. Demons as opposed to the profile developed from those sandals?
I did, and he was excluded.
The blood stain on the front of the t-shirt, item number 23. Were you able to compare Mr. Demons' profile to that?
I did a comparison, and he was again excluded.
What about item number 24, the cutting on the blood stain of the rear of the t-shirt?
After comparisons were done, he was excluded.
Okay, then on item number 25, the swab of the blood stain from the Air Jordans.
Again, an exclusion.
Going on to item number 26, the swab from the yellow jacket.
An exclusion as well.
And in terms of the item number 27 and 28, the swabs at the Gatorade bottles. What were the results on that?
Those were both exclusions.
So going forward to what's been shown to you but not yet admitted into evidence for identification purposes is state triple T. What was that item told to you to be?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. On your item 34, what's been shown to you for identification purposes only as state triple T. What was that item described to you to be?
It's listed as a cutting of headliner.
And how did you analyze that particular piece of evidence?
That evidence, I had to do a visual examination on it and actually take a cutting of a potential blood stain.
And can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between using it from a swab versus a cutting of an item?
This was a piece of evidence, a headliner. It was the size, maybe a foot squared. There were some small red brown stains on there. So there's oftentimes where the evidence itself is better to be submitted as opposed to moistening a cotton tip swab and then swabbing it, just in case the small blood stain becomes too diffuse on the cotton tip swab. And why that's important is I do my best to preserve evidence for future testing. So if an item of evidence is submitted, I typically process only half of the evidence. If there's only one swab submitted, I'll process half of the swab, leaving half for retesting either in current technologies by another laboratory or save it for future testing when technology has advanced even further. So if there's small potential blood stains, again, it might be beneficial to actually examine the evidence and take a cutting, as I did in this particular case.
Okay, and in terms of were you able to do an analysis and develop a profile on that particular item?
I did. I obtained a DNA profile.
Nah, chat. I had to take care of Pluto real quick. My bad.
Find the source of that single male contributor?
Y'all gotta realize I'm on stream for like even today I'm on stream for over 6 hours. Like I do have a what the fuck? I do have a dog. What the fuck is this?
Potential blood stains, again, everything else is inclusionary. It's an indication that there's an issue with how the software was set up.
Yo, everybody look bored with this shit. She look over it. He look done with it. He look whatever. Shit. Holy shit. Oh, man. Oh, somebody said you're taking care of your dog right now, too. Exactly, man. Nah, I got to make sure, like, you know, I got my boy Plutonium, man. I got to make sure my boy, that's his full name, Plutonium. You get what I mean? But we just call him Big Pluto. You get what I mean? But his name is Plutonium Demics. You get what I mean? All right. Anyway, I ain't gonna lie to you. I gotta go deal with Pluto. So I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna probably be cutting the stream like a little bit abrupt. Usually I try to do at least an hour or two after the stream. This shit is done. But today was number one, a boring day. Number two, I gotta go handle this shit real quick. And yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow, probably at 10, because this shit started earlier today. All right? Someone said Plutonium. Yeah, man, I gotta have, yeah, in case my boy want to get a job, man. Like, you call him Pluto, that sound ghetto. I call him Plutonium. Like, my real name is Livingston. And people be clowning the name Livingston, but as a kid, I ain't gonna lie, I'm glad my mama never gave me no ghetto name, because everybody always thought I was like my name spoke volumes for me before I got in the room. Like, you know what I mean? Your name is Cortavius. Is like, yo, bro, like, nigga, they think you on some ghetto shit, man. Like, so I ain't gonna lie to you. That's why I named my dog Plutonium. What's the fucking problem? You get what I mean? Somebody says, one more topic. Somebody says, just leave and come back. Maybe I do that. Maybe I'll stream like tonight, because it's kind of early still. But I got to go deal with some like actual things. And like, even, you know, I ain't gonna tell you all my business, but I gotta, because I'm streaming right now, I gotta go to the bank for shit, which, like, by the time I wake up, I'm showering to get on here. So I'm missing all the time for the bank. I'm missing all the time for like regular business. You do regular business between 9 and 5. But anyway, you know what? I'll do this. I'm gonna cut the stream now, and then I'll probably be back on later tonight. But if I'm on later tonight, I'm warning y'all now, it's only gonna be for an hour to two. Just kick it, have fun, talk shit. We ain't talking no Melly shit tonight. We already do the trial already in the daytime. So let me just float that in the air. I'll say it's right now, it's probably a 50-50 if I come back tonight. And, you know, whatever topics that I didn't get to, I'll like fuck with them tonight. You get what I mean? So, you know, apologies for people who wanted me to stream for an hour or two more. But yeah, I do gotta handle stuff. Okay. Oh, Boom. You get on stream or something, nigga. Is that nigga Boom on? If that nigga Boom is on, I would host that nigga. But anyway, yeah, I'll be back on tonight. All right. Thank you guys for watching. Let me see. Raid Halo Boom. This thing is probably not on. I'll try to raid him. Oh, he is on. Halo Boom. Okay, I did host him. If he's on. Nigga, I rated a nigga, but I don't think he on. That nigga will get on. Anyway, chat, I love y'all. I'll be back on later on, but again, we're just for fun topics. You know, upload the stream, I will. Appreciate it. Love y'all. Talk to y'all hopefully tonight, if not tomorrow, 10, 11 a.m., all right? Peace out.